Hi friends, myself Durga. I'm working as a Java trainer for the last 16 years in DurgaSoft. So I worked more than 5 years as a software engineer in IBM, sir. Now I want to introduce my new course, sir, StringBuffer StringBuilder for Java certification. StringBuffer and StringBuilder for Java certification. The most valuable concept, the most important concept for interviews, for Java certification, for day-to-day programming. So this StringBuffer StringBuilder, especially this string concept is the most helpful. That's why I want to perform post-mortem related to this string, what I did at the part of this course. Okay. So in this course, what syllabus, sir, what I covered here, observe that difference between string and string buffer. If you go to any Java interview, the first question the people are going to ask, what is the difference between string and string buffer? Most commonly asked question, crores of times asked question in the interview room, sir, string and string buffer. Okay, then immediately you are going to tell mutability, immutability. Sir, why? What is the meaning of mutability, immutability? Can you explain with an example? Next, why string objects are immutable, whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Like you should be in a position to answer all those things I covered at the part of this course. Remember, next, equals method. Yes, there is one more difference. Other than mutability and immutability, difference between string and string buffer, equals method, right? In string class, equals method meant for content comparison, but in string buffer class, equals method meant for reference comparison. Remember this one, because in string buffer, equals method is not overridden. So all those things I clearly explained, right? Next, sir, string object creation, heap and SCP. Regarding string objects creation, heap and SCP. Sometimes object will be created in the heap area. Sometimes object will be created in the string constant pool. When the object will be created in the heap, when the object will be created in the SCP, I explained almost around 4 to 5 examples so that you will get much perfection, right? Sir, after the importance of string constant pool. Sir, what is the need? Why SCP like concept is applicable only for string? What advantage we are going to get? What problems are there with the SCP? This concept I explained very clearly, right? Sir, next, important FAQs on string. 3 FAQs I discussed here, especially based on this string constant pool. So, very clearly, right? That's something like SCP concept is available only for string but not for string buffer. Next, why string objects are immutable whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Why immutability is required for the string? Sir, similar to string objects, any other objects are immutable in Java. That part also I explained, right? Okay, well, sir, next, important constructors of string class. Regarding what are various constructors are available in the string class, with examples I explained. Next, important methods of string class. Almost around 13 methods I explained, sir. Most commonly used methods. Do you know? Char, get, concat, equals method, equals ignore case method. Next, isEmpty, length, replace, substring. Next, index of, last index of, 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase, trim. Are you getting? So almost around 13 methods, most commonly used methods I explained, sir. Trim, especially trim, almost 25 minutes I explained with a beautiful case study about this trim method. Compulsory you should aware clearly, right? Next, important conclusions about string immutability. Sir, strictly speaking, what is the meaning of immutability? Okay, internally, what things are happening? I explained very clear conclusions, right? Next, after this, the most beautiful question for the interview room, is it possible to create our own immutable class or not? Yes, we can create our own immutable class also. Sir, explain the way how to create our own immutable class. Sir, creation of our own immutable class. I covered, right? Okay, this. Next, final versus immutability. Final versus immutability. What is the difference between final and immutability? By declaring a reference variable as the final, can I get immutability nature or not? Okay, you should aware that thing I explained very clearly, right? Sir, up to this, so almost minimum around 18 videos I did only for string and string concept, right? Next, after that, sir, already string is there. What is the need of going for string buffer? Why we should go for string buffer concept? Sir, like I explained. Next, what constructors are there in the string buffer? Next, important methods of string buffer. Okay, length method is there, capacity method is there, char_get method, set char_get method, append method, insert method, delete char_get. Next, reverse, set length, ensure capacity, trim to size. Are you getting? All these methods, almost around, 12 methods I explained very clearly, sir. Very important method, especially last three. Set length, ensure capacity, trim to size, like methods I explained very clearly, right? Next, need of string builder. Why we should go for string builder concept? Next, differences between string buffer and string builder. Sir, why? What is the difference? One is synchronized version, the second one is non-synchronized version. All differences in the table form I explained very clearly, sir. Next, string versus builder. When we should go for string, when we should go for string buffer, when we should go for string builder, we covered very clearly. Next, method chaining concept. Okay, so is it possible on applying a method, sir, on the result another method, chaining of method, is it possible or not? How to use? I explained very clearly with the example, right? I hope all the people are in a position to understand. Almost these are 16 topics I explained. You people can expect around 30 plus videos only on this concept. Are you getting? 10 practice questions I explained line to line. 10 practice questions I explained line to line code wise. Very important for Java certification also. Okay, be ready, sir. Take sir, very understand very clearly these things and give left and right to the interview person. Are you getting that? Sir, all the best. Thanks, sir. Next topic related to our certification, string buffer and string builder. The most valuable concept for the interview room for certification, right? Sir, what is the topic name? Can you please tell? String buffer and then string builder. These are things we have to discuss. A string related terminology we require to aware. But here related to our OCJA, there is one small twist is there. What is that twist is? Officially in the syllabus, they mention string and string builder. Are you getting? In the syllabus, they mention only string and string builder. But the problem with the string builder is, string builder, if you want to understand, compulsory you should aware string buffer. Are you getting? If you aware string buffer, then only you have to understand. You can understand string builder. That's why first we have to discuss string concept, and then we have to go for string buffer. Next we should go for string builder. Okay? Sir, first let me talk about this string concept, right? Sir, there is one biggest specialty is there for the string concept. What is that specialty is? In any application, if you consider any Java based project, whether it is a small project, big project, any project, sir, the most commonly used object is the string object only. Remember this one. The most commonly used object is the string object only. Remember. Sir, here if you create 1000 objects, assume that 1000 objects I am using in my project. 1000 objects I am using in my project. Can you please tell how many string objects will be there? How many non-string objects are there? More than 900. More than 900 objects are string objects. Lesser than 100 objects are non-string objects. Remember that, sir, in any project, it is the most commonly required terminology. So, it is, that's why in day-to-day programming, sir, without a string, you can't do anything. Regarding it's very important for our day-to-day programming. So, clear for all of you, right? First importance. Second importance, very, very important point, sir. Second point is, if you go to the interview room, Java, for as a fresher or 2+ or 3+ years of experience anywhere, if you go to the interview room, compulsory question for the interview room is what is the difference between string and string buffer? Explain mutability, immutability with an example. Okay, so without asking about string and string buffer, you can't expect any Java interview, man. That much important concept is okay, this string concept, right? So for the interview room, it is a very important. Regarding for interview room, it is a very important. Next, for the day-to-day coding, it is very important. Next, and after that, for certification also very important. There are almost around 20 questions minimum you can expect from string and string buffer, either directly or indirectly. That's why, so please take special care about this concept for us. Is it clear for all, right? So the most valuable concept, the most worthy concept, which is required for our certification, which is required for our interview room, which is required for our day-to-day coding, we are discussing. Take a bit very special care about this concept, right? Clear, right? Okay, well. Now, related to this string and the string buffer, multiple cases I want to discuss. Sir, every case itself is an important question for the interview room. Every case is a gunshot point. That's why you should have clear clarity, right? Sir, if you go to the interview room, sir, maybe a chance to ask, what is the difference between string and a string buffer? Can you please tell? Respond. Can you please tell what is the difference between string and string buffer? Yes, if I can ask this question in my offline session, out of 100, 90% of the people minimum they are going to tell, sir, string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Regarding string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Maybe somewhere in the interview FAQs, they remember, string is immutable, string buffer is mutable, that's all. Then immediately, interview person may ask, what is immutability, mutability? Can you explain with an example? Then automatically 90% of the wickets are down. Okay, remember this one. That's why compulsory you people should have clear clarity about this one. So the first question for the interview room, what is the difference between string and a string buffer? So string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Remember that string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable like. Then immediately interview person may ask, what is mutability? What is immutability? Can you please explain with an example? Okay, like, sir, what is immutable? What is the meaning of immutable? Can you please tell? Immutable means non-changeable. You can't change. But what about the mutable? Changeable. Happily you are allowed to modify, no problem at all. Once we create string object, we can't change its content. That's why string objects are always what? Immutable. Once we create string buffer object, happily we can perform required changes in that object, no problem at all. That's why string buffer objects are mutable. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now can you explain with an example so that you will get much clarity, right? Here, just observe. Here I am taking string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. S dot concat of software I am taking, sir. S dot concat of software system dot out dot println of S. Regarding S dot concat of software, SOP of S, like this I am taking, sir. Okay, well, now my next question is string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga I'm taking. Durga I'm taking. SB dot append of software. SB dot append of software. System dot out dot println of SB. Can you please observe? For the string we have concat method, but for the string buffer we have append method. Remember that here you can't use append, here you can't use concat. Okay, so append method is applicable for string buffer. Next concat method is applicable for string. Anyway, right? Sir, can you please confirm what is the output we can get in the first case? What is the output we are going to get in the second case? Ayo, respond. What is the output in the first case? What is the output in the second case? If you can answer this question, well, you are the king. You are the expert in immutable concept. Okay? So can you please tell, in the first case, can I get Durga or Durga software? Yes, not concat of software. Yes, not concat of software. Durga or Durga software? I don't know. Sir, in this case, Durga or Durga software? What the output we are going to get? Can I get Durga or Durga software? Okay, remember that. So, what is the difference between string and string buffer? What is the difference between immutability, mutability? Can you please explain with an example? Best example, you have to explain in the interview room, this one only. Now, let me analyze. Here, see this one? Here, string S is equal to new string of Durga. Now, S is pointing to Durga. S is pointing to Durga. Observe carefully, sir. String S is equal to new string of Durga. S is pointing to Durga. Like, sir, either string is mutable or immutable. You respond. Either string is mutable or immutable. Yes, a string is immutable. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. Remember, once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. By mistake, if any person trying to perform the change, with those changes, a new object will be created. In the existing object, no changes will be there. Are you getting? Let me repeat again. So, once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes, a new object will be created. In the existing object, we can't perform any changes. This non-changeable behavior is nothing but immutability concept. Are you getting? Now, SRAT concat of software. So now software will be added to Durga. Now it will become Durga software. With those changes, a new object will be created, sir. Sir, now Durga software. That's all. Now, do you know this new object you are not assigning with any reference variable? Once you are not using any reference variable, automatically this object by default eligible for garbage collection. Remember this one. Automatically this object by default eligible for garbage collection. Still my S is pointing to Durga only. Sir, now what is the output by default we are going to get? Durga. That's it. Are you getting? Sir, very important point. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes a new object will be created. Now, because of this, a new object got created. But Verita, I'm not assigning this new object with any reference variable eligible for garbage collection. So this non-changeable behavior is nothing but immutability. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand? Sir, let me execute this code so that you will get much clarity. Observe that. Here I'm taking a small chota point. Here I'm taking, sir, string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. I'm taking S dot concat. S dot concat. S dot concat of software. Like this I'm taking, sir. S dot concat of software. Software like Sir, system.out.println of yes, I'm taking, sir. System.out.println of yes. Let me take, let me compile. Sir, I saved already. Let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Have you observed, right? Java C test.java. Happily the code compiles fine. Java test, what answer? Still Durga only. So even though we added software, but still S is pointing to Durga only, because it is a new object got created, and for that we are not using any reference variable. Clear for all of you, right? That's what is the meaning of immutability, non-changeability. Clear? So now let me talk about StringBuffer so that you will get much clarity. What is the mutability? With an example. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. Regarding this is Durga, SB is the reference variable for that. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga like. Sir, SB dot append of software. Do you know, once we create StringBuffer, in that StringBuffer object, you can perform any changes, no problem at all, because StringBuffer is mutable, changeable. Are you getting? Once we create StringBuffer object, you can perform any changes in that object, no problem at all. That's why it is mutable, changeable. Now, SB.append of software will be added here only. Are you getting? No new object. Software will be added here only. System.out.println of SB means Durga software by default we are going to get. Durga software itself we are going to get, sir. So this changeable behavior is nothing but what? Mutability. Remember, sir, once we create StringBuffer object, can I perform any changes in that object or not? Yes. That's why this changeable behavior is nothing but mutability. So StringBuffer is mutable or immutable? Mutable or immutable? Immutable. Remember. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Sir, instead of string yes, let me take StringBuffer SB. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer SB dot append. Have you remembered, right? SB dot append of SB dot append of. So SOP of SB. Same code. Whatever there on the board is the same code I'm trying to execute, sir. What output by default we are going to get? Happily the code compiles fine. The answer we are going to get Durga software. That's all. So this is the most valuable important point, sir. So what is the difference between string and StringBuffer? String objects are immutable. StringBuffer is mutable. Once we create string object, we can't perform any changes in that object. If any person trying to perform the change, with those changes a new object by default will be created. This non-changeable behavior is nothing but, sir, immutability. Once we create StringBuffer object, we can perform any changes in that object, no problem at all. So this changeable behavior is nothing but mutability. Are you getting right? So in the interview room, you can able to answer 2 or 3 questions very confidently. What is the difference between string and StringBuffer? Point number 1. What is immutability? Mutability. Explain immutability with an example. Yes, for all these questions, you should be in a position to answer, to give left and right. Clear? Last video, I explained very clearly what is mutability and immutability. Sir, what is the next topic I have to discuss? I mean, what is the next case I have to discuss? Very important, very dangerous case. Observe carefully. Here I am taking string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga like. Now system.out.println S1 double equal to S2. S1 double equal to S2. System.out.println S1 dot equals of S2. S1 dot equals of S2. Like we have, this is the one part. Now the second part, take very special care, sir. StringBuffer SB is equal to, StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga SB1. Now StringBuffer SB2 is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. New StringBuffer of Durga. Like this I am taking. So there are two StringBuffer objects are there. System.out.println SB1 double equal to SB2. System.out.println SB1 dot equals of SB2. Like this I am taking. How beautiful it is. Can you please observe that? What is the output we are going to get? What the output we are going to get, sir? The most valuable, important question for the interview room, compulsory for day-to-day coding also, you should aware this difference. Please tell what output you are going to get. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. S1 double equal to S2. S1 dot equals of S2. Regarding S1 dot equals of S2. Sir, now StringBuffer SB1 is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. SB2 new StringBuffer of Durga. SB1 double equal to SB2. SB1 dot equals of SB2. Please, if you can able to answer this one, I'm sure you are the expert in Java, especially double equal dot equals. The most worthy important question for the interview room. Okay, what is the difference between double equal operator and the dot equals method? Regarding difference between double equal operator and the dot equals method. In the case of string, what is the behavior? In StringBuffer, what is the behavior you should aware? So do you know double equal operator always meant for reference comparison. Regarding double equal operator always meant for reference comparison. Reference comparison means if both the references point into the same object, then only it is going to return true. Regarding, so double equal operator always meant for reference comparison, address comparison. If both the references point into the same object, then only returns true. Sir, not point into the same object. References point into different objects, then automatically returns false. Okay, make sure. Sir, now string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, now take S1 pointing to Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, new another object will be created. S2 is the reference variable for that. So S1 and S2. Sir, now S1 double equal to S2. Sir, both are not pointing to the same object. Double equal operator always meant for reference comparison only. Both are not pointing to the same object. That's why what is the answer we are going to get, sir? False is the answer. Don't keep any doubt at all. Okay, like sir, even in this case also, StringBuffer SB1 is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. SB1 is pointing to Durga and SB2 pointing to Durga. So both the references pointing to two different objects. That's why double equal operator always going to return false. Remember this one. So when double equal operator returns true, can you please tell? If both the references point into the same object, means suppose R1 double equal to R2, then it's going to return true, sir, if R1 and R2 point into the same object. If both are not pointing to the same object, then obviously false is the answer. Okay, double equal operator case, no difference at all in the case of string and StringBuffer. What about dot equals method? Big story is there. Take very special care. Do you know? It's a very common question in the interview room. What is the difference between double equal operator and dot equals method? So if I can ask this question to 1000 members, minimum 99 members are going to tell double equal operator meant for reference comparison, dot equals method meant for content comparison. No, strictly speaking, that statement is the wrong statement. What is the reason? Now you can able to see the example. Here, do you know, we have object class is there. You know, object class is there. For this object class, there are child classes are there. String is one child class. String buffer is another child class. Next, this object class contain 12 methods are there, which are commonly required for everything. Of course, one method is the private. That's why we never going to give that much important. By default, 11 methods are there. Object class contain 11 methods, which are required for every class, for every object which are required. In the, so toString method, hash code method, equals method, like multiple methods are there. In that, do you know here equals method? What is this method, sir? Equals method is already available inside object class. Object class equals method meant for object class equals method meant for reference comparison or address comparison. Very, very important, sir. Object class equals method meant for reference comparison or address comparison. If both the references point into the same object, then only double equal operator, I mean equals method returns true, otherwise returns false. So it is exactly same as double equal operator. Okay, well, so by default, equals method present inside object class meant for reference comparison or content comparison. Reference comparison, not for content comparison, man. But now, in the child classes, equals method is overridden for content comparison. In the child classes, it is overridden for content comparison. In the string class, equals method is overridden. Equals method is overridden for content comparison. Content comparison. Observe very carefully, sir. So in string class, if I can apply equals method on the string object, it is always meant for content comparison only, because in string class, equals method is overridden for content comparison. So even though objects are different, content is the same, equals method is always going to return true, because the reason for that is it is meant for content comparison. But what about string buffer? What about string buffer? Sir, it is very clear. In string buffer, equals method is not overridden. If it is not overridden, if any person calling, sir, on the string buffer object equals method, on the string buffer object equals method, which equals method will be called? Object class equals method will be called. Object class equals method is always meant for what? Reference comparison. Are you getting right? So most of the people don't know about this small point. They are always going to feel that equals method meant for content comparison, double equal operator meant for reference comparison, like that. No. So the equals method present inside object class also meant for reference comparison only, but not for content comparison. We have to override equals method in our class for content comparison purpose. Clear? This knowledge must be required. Now come to our example. Come to our example. Sir, S1 dot equals of S2. We are calling equals method on S1. S1 is string type. String type. String class equals method will be called. String class equals method meant for content comparison or reference comparison. Content in string class equals method is overridden for content comparison. Now, Durga. Are you getting? Both contents are same. If the contents are same, then simply we are going to get true is the answer. Remember this one. So if it is the string case, double equal operator false, that equals method true, right? But what about string buffer? What about string buffer? Sir, in string buffer, SB1 dot equals of S2, SB2. Sir, you are calling equals method on SB1. SB1 is string buffer type. SB1 is the string buffer type. In the string buffer, equals method is not overridden. object class equals method will execute, which is meant for reference comparison. That's why both the references are pointing to different objects, not pointing to the same object. That's why here we are going to get false as the answer. Are you getting the point? How beautiful this is? So the conclusion here is, in the case of string equals method, always meant for what? Content comparison. But in string buffer equals method meant for reference comparison. Okay, like, of course I will execute this one. Have a look once, sir. Have a look. Sir, here I am taking same example. Same example I am taking here. Same. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga, sir. Now S1 double equal to S2. Next S1 dot equals of S2. Sir, are you getting? S1 dot equals of S2, like this I'm taking. Sir, what is the answer? If both are string objects, what the answer we are going to get? Double equal operator, reference comparison, but dot equals method in string class meant for content comparison. False followed by true is the answer. Now have a look once. What output by default you are going to get? The code compiles fine. Next, the answer false followed by true itself is the answer we are going to get, sir. Okay, well, sir, now what is the next thing I have to take? Instead of string, let me take string buffer. Are you getting string buffer? SB1 is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB1 is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB2 is equal to like this. Okay. Now here just observe carefully, sir. SB1 double equal to SB2, SB1 dot equals SB2, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Can you please tell what is the answer? Double equal always meant for reference comparison. Dot equals method in string buffer meant for reference comparison only, because in string buffer dot equals method is not overridden. Object class equals method will be executed. That's why what output we are going to get? False is the output. Now have a look once. The output we are going to get false followed by false itself is the answer, sir. Yes, 100% pakka correct. What the answer we are going to get? False followed by false. So the very important question, sir, in the case of string and string buffer with respect to equals method, sometimes entry person may ask, "Arey, what the difference between string and string buffer?" Everyone is going to tell immutable, mutable. No. Other than immutability and mutability, can you please tell any other difference between string and string buffer? Happily you can able to tell string in string class equals method meant for content comparison, but in string buffer equals method meant for reference comparison. There is a difference. Clear? First two videos we covered about immutability, mutability, equals method. What is the difference between string and string buffer? Okay, up to that clear. Now the next case, very important case, right? Sir, if I can take string S is equal to new string of Durga, string S is equal to new string of Durga. Next, string S is equal to Durga. What is the difference between these two things? Can you please tell? The most dangerous point. String S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to Durga. What is the difference between these two things? Friends, the most dangerous concept. Next, almost half an hour discussion based on this example only. You require to listen very carefully, sir. Can you please tell what is the difference between these two things? String S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to Durga. Remember that. In the first case, okay, in the first case, two objects will be created, but in the second case, only one object will be created. Remember that. In the first case, two objects will be created, but in the second case, only one object will be created. Sir, how? Where is the difference? Sir, like, do you know? Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area, okay, with the content of Durga, and S is the reference variable for this. Regarding with the content Durga, S is the reference variable for this. Next, new string of Durga. New string of Durga. Sir, it's a literal, right? For every string a literal. For the future purpose, okay, one object will be created in SCP area. Regarding what is that SCP? String constant pool. Remember this one. What is this SCP, sir? String constant pool. Okay. A new object will be created in SCP area. Sir, where is the reference variable? No explicit reference variable, but internally implicit reference variable will be maintained by the JVM. Then immediately ask, sir, what is the need of this one? The need of this one is reusing same object for future purpose. Are you getting? So, two objects will be created. One is in the heap area. S is pointing to that heap object. And one copy will be created in SCP area for the future purpose. Sir, what that future purpose? Simple point you should have a reusability. In the next level examples, you can able to get. Okay, well. Then immediately ask, sir, this object, is it eligible for garbage collection or not? No, because implicitly reference variable will be maintained by JVM. If any object created because of string constant literal implicit reference variable will be maintained by JVM, this object is not eligible for garbage collection. Remember that. But immediately you may ask, sir, this SCP, where this area is there? Until 1.6 version, SCP is a part of, sir, method area. SCP is a part of method area or permgen. Are you getting right? Permgen, permanent generation. Okay? It is a part of method area or permgen. Okay, right? But from 1.7 version onwards, for efficient memory utilization, sir, SCP area is moved to heap only. Okay, in the heap area, some part reserved for SCP. Okay, in the permgen, do you know method area? SCP is always fixed size, but once it is moved to the heap, now my SCP can be expandable. Regarding so. Just because of memory utilization, okay, just from 1.7 version onward, this SCP is moved to, okay, heap area only. Remember, but old version, it is a part of method area, but not inside heap area. Okay, well, sir, this is just for internal sake, but anyway, you are not required to worry. So here, how many objects got created? Two objects got created. One is in the heap area, second one in the SCP. S is always pointing to the heap area, right? Sir, why this object placed? This object for future purpose. What is that future purpose? I will explain in the future. Don't worry about that. Okay, well. But in this case, string S is equal to Durga. Is it a literal or not? Yes, it's a literal. It's a literal. So, do you know, in this case, only one object will be created in the SCP area. In this case, only one object will be created in SCP area. Remember this one, sir. In the SCP, only one object will be created. You see the reference point into that. But anyway, first JVM will check, is there any object with the content, with this content already available in the SCP or not? If it is already there, then only, sir, then it is going to reuse the same object. If the object is not already there, then only a new object will be created and S is pointing to that. But anyway, object creation in the heap area is always mandatory. Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory new object will be created. But if you are going to create like this, so object creation is not mandatory. First JVM will check in the SCP area, do you have any object with this content or not? If the object is already there, reuse the same object. So if the object is not already there, then only create a new object. That's all. So what is the difference between this one and this one? In this case, total how many objects are created? 2 objects will be created. And in this case, how many objects will be created, sir? Only one object, that in the SCP area. That's all. Now, sir, why it is a second object placed in SCP? Because the reason is for future purpose, for reusability purpose. Okay, this object not having any reference. Is it eligible for garbage collection or not? Sorry, it is not eligible for garbage collection because internal reference will be maintained by JVM itself. Clear? Sir, in the last example, just we had a discussion about the heap and SCP object creation. Let me continue some more examples so that you people can get much clarity, right? Here observe, I am taking string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Next, string S3 is equal to Durga. String S3 is equal to Durga. String S4 is equal to Durga. String S4 is equal to Durga. That's all. Can you please tell, just because of this line, how many objects we got created? You respond. Just because of this line, how many objects got created? How many are there in the general heap? How many are there in the SCP area? Please confirm. Total how many objects got created? Is it only one object or two objects or three or four? Or five? Are you getting R5, R6? How many? How many will be there in the heap area? How many will be there in the SCP area? Yes, everyone should have some guess in your mind, so that you can able to understand the answer very clearly if I start explaining. Can you please guess? How many are there in the heap area? 2. How many are there in the SCP area? Remember. Okay? Just let's start explanation so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Here, observe first line, heap area, SCP area. Now listen. There are some conclusions also I want to talk. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. Remember, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. That's why Durga S1 is pointing to heap. Next, it is a literal, right? For the future purpose, one copy will be maintained in SCP area. SCP area, right? Okay, well. Sir, just because of first line, how many objects got created? 2 objects got created. One is in the heap area, second one in the SCP area. Now, string S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, now whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created, sir. In the heap area, a new object will be created, S2. Next, this copy has to place in the SCP. But in SCP, with this Durga content, already object is available or not? Yes. If it is already there, we are not required to place. Remember this one. Already there, we are not required to place. Okay, second line also completed. String S3 is equal to Durga. Where I require to create this object? I told already in the last example, where I require to create this object in the SCP area. But in SCP area, object creation is always optional. First, JVM will check, is there any object already having the same content or not? If any object already having the same content, then existing object will be reused. It won't create new object. That's why string S3 is also pointing to Durga. String S4 is equal to Durga. S4 is also pointing to Durga. Regarding S4 is also pointing to Durga only. Now, can you please confirm? Total, sir, how many objects got created? Only 3 objects got created. One is in the SCP area, 2 objects in the heap area, right? So the conclusion is, whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. That's why there may be a chance of existing 2 objects with the same content in the heap area. Yes, this is Durga, same content, but there is no chance of existing two objects with the same content in the SCP area. Remember, these ones are in the SCP area with the same content. Only one object will be there. Same object will be reused multiple times. So internally, memory will be saved. Memory utilization will be improved, right? Clear? Now, your knowledge about SCP and heap from 0 to 20% raised. I'm sure if I will go for two or three more example, then you will get much clarity. Don't require to worry. Up to this clear? Sir, the next example related to heap and SCP, have a look once. String S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. S dot concat of software. S is equal to S dot concat of solutions. Okay, well, can you please tell total how many objects will be created? In the heap area, how many there? SCP area, how many there? Can you please? Yes, friends. Can you please tell total how many objects will be created? How many present in the heap area? How many present in SCP area? Yes? Okay? Well, so compulsory you people should have some answer in your mind. Okay, maybe 3, 4, 2, 4 or 6, 4, something like. You should have some clarity. Okay? Now have a look once. Heap area, general heap and SCP area. First line, string S is equal to new string of Durga. Wow, this one not required to keep any explanation. Even in the last two examples also we covered. S is equal to new string of Durga. One copy will be created in the heap area. For the future purpose, another copy will be created in SCP area. Okay, well, Durga, like this. S dot concat of software. S dot concat of software, like this I'm taking. So do you know, S dot concat of software, here observe, software is a string literal. Software is a string literal. For every string literal, one copy will be created in the string constant pool. Because the name have you observed, string constant pool. It is a string constant. String literal means a string constant. For every string constant, one copy will be created in the SCP area. That's why first software will be created in the SCP area. Okay, software got created in SCP area. Okay, well, next S dot concat of software. Do you know? So S dot concat of software. Already, what is S? S is Durga. Concat of software, Durga software. Do you know? So string is immutable. You can't change the content. If you are trying to perform the change, compulsory new object will be created. Do you know? Because of runtime operation. Maybe method call. Because of runtime operation, if an object is required to create, that object is always going to create only in the heap area, but not in SCP. Remember this one, sir. Sir, I called concat. Because of that, a new object will be created. Runtime operation, if an object got created, that new object will be created only in the heap area, but not in SCP. SCP meant for string constants, string literals, not because of runtime operation created objects. Sir, now S dot concat of software, S is already Durga software. A new object got created. Are you getting? Durga software, a new object got created, right? Okay. For this new object, do you have any reference variable? No. We are not assigning to any reference variable. That's why this object eligible for garbage collection. Okay. Anyway, it is eligible for GC. Next, S is equal to S dot concat of solutions is there. S dot concat of solution. Solutions is a constant, string constant. Compulsory one copy will be there in the SCP area. Okay, solutions is a content, is a one copy will be there in the SCP area because it is a string literal, right? For every string literal, one copy will be created in SCP for the reusability purpose. Next, S dot concat of solutions. S is always pointing to Durga. Durga dot concat of solutions. Now Durga solutions will be created. A new object, because of runtime operation, if an object is required to create, that object is always going to be placed only in the heap area. Next, this result we are assigning to S. We are assigning to S. Now onward, this S is pointing to this object. Regarding now onward, this S is pointing to this object. If you print S, happily you are going to get Durga solutions. That's all. Can you please tell total how many objects got created, how many there in the heap area, how many there in the SCP? 6 objects got created because of this code, 3 present in the heap area, 3 present in the SCP. And these are 2 objects eligible for garbage collection, only this object not eligible for garbage collection in the heap. Anyway, these are not eligible for GC because implicit reference variables will be maintained by JVM. Now, are you getting clarity? Okay, I hope just take a bit special care. So for every example you are going to learn some new thing. Maybe after 1 or 2 examples, yes, all the things are going to be completed. Then you will get much clarity about this concept. Clear for all of you, right? But keep on listening, very important. Sir, the next example related to heap area and SCP for the string. Observe that. String S1 is equal to new string of springs. String S1 is equal to new string of spring. Sir, S1 dot concat of fall. String S2 is equal to S1 dot concat of winter. Next, S2 dot concat of summer. SOP of S1, SOP of S2. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get? And the total, how many objects will be created? Beautiful example. So I'm sure you are not required to learn any new point. Already your existing knowledge is more enough to answer this one. So can you please confirm how many objects got created? And what is the output we are going to get? If you can answer this, you are the perfect, I'm sure. Okay? Sir, let me explain how many objects got created here. Just I'm taking, sir, this is the heap area and this is SCP area. Now observe, string S1 is equal to new string of spring. Sir, one object will be created in the heap area with the content spring. S1 is the reference variable. Next, for every string literal, one copy will be created in the SCP area for the future purpose. That's why here compulsory one copy will be created in SCP area. Okay, well. Sir, because of first line, how many objects got created? 2 objects. We know already. We discussed multiple times the same point. S1 dot concat of fall. S1 dot concat of fall. Fall is a string literal. That's why compulsory fall will be created here. Fall will be created here. S1 dot concat of fall means because of runtime operation, if an object is required to create, compulsory that object will be created only in the heap area. That's why spring fall will be created in the heap area. Spring fall will be created, but for this no reference variable. That's why this object eligible for garbage collection, right? Okay, well. Next, string S2 is equal to S1 dot concat of winter. String S2 is equal to S1 dot concat of winter, like this, right? Now, do you know it is a literal? It's a literal. For every string literal, one object will be created in the SCP area. Winter got created. Next, S1 dot concat of winter. S1 dot concat of winter. S1 is spring winter. will be created in the heap area. Spring winter will be created in the heap area. For this new object S2, a new reference variable we are assigning. That's why S2 is the reference variable. Okay, well. Next, S2 dot concat of summer. S2 dot concat of summer. Do you know summer is a literal? That's why let me create, sir, here summer like I'm taking, sir. Here summer like I'm taking. Assume it is the capital. Here also W capital. Summer like. Now S2 dot concat of summer. Already S2 means what? Spring winter. So for this concatenation summer means spring winter, summer, spring winter, summer. A new object got created in the heap area. But for this, no reference variable eligible for garbage collection. Okay, well. So now SOP of S1. What is the answer, sir? SOP of S1 means spring itself is the answer. SOP of S2. S2 means spring winter is the answer. Regarding spring winter itself is the answer. Are you everyone in the position to understand, right? So please make sure you people should aware very clearly about this terminology, right? Any doubt? Friends, are you in the position to understand, right? So total how many objects got created? 4 objects in the heap area, 4 objects in the SCP, total 8 objects got created, and this object eligible for garbage collection, and these are not eligible for garbage collection, right? Okay, so SOP of S1 means spring, SOP of S2 means spring winter. Like this we are going to get the output. So let me execute this code and let me confirm. Have a look once. Is it the same example or not? String S1 is equal to new string of spring, S1 dot concat of fall, string S2 is equal to S1 dot concat of winter, S2 dot concat of summer, like this, right? Same example. What output we are going to get, sir? Here the code compiles fine. The output we are going to get, sir, spring followed by spring winter. Okay. Now I hope everyone got clarity. When the objects will be created in the heap area, when the objects will be created in SCP area. For every new operator, one object will be created in the heap. Next, for every string literal, one copy will be created in the SCP. Next, because of runtime operation, like a method call, if a new string object is required to create, compulsory that object will be created only in the heap area. Clear up to this? Sir, up to this we covered multiple examples where the object will be created in SCP area or in the heap area, like that. But now I never explained, I never show any proof. But now let me go for a full-fledged example. Even I want to execute and I will show the proof up to certain level. That's why please take a bit special care. The most dangerous thing, you people may get some new things also. First have a look once on the code. Here just have a look once. Sir, just on the screen first you can see, so that it will be more clearer. Sir, here string S1 is equal to new string of you can't change me. String S2 is equal to new string of you can't change me. SOP of S1 double equal to S2. Okay, like. Next, string S3 is equal to you cannot change me. S1 double equal to S3. String S4 is equal to you cannot change me. S3 double equal to S4. String S5 is equal to you cannot plus change me. Okay, now S4 double equal to S5. String S6 is equal to you cannot plus you. String S7 is equal to S6 plus change me. S4 double equal to S7. Sir, final string S8 you cannot. String S9 is equal to S8 plus change me, like. Sir, this is the example. Even I want to execute this code also, so that you people can get much clarity. Okay, sir, take very special care. Compulsory you require to practice this bit, sir, especially this code. Here have a look once. Total how many objects will be created, where the objects will be created, which reference variable point into which object. Sir, compulsory clarity must be required. Huge number of lines of the code is there. Okay, now I'm taking here just the heap area, SCP area. I'm taking sir. Now first string s1 is equal to new string of you cannot change me. Are you getting? String s1 is equal to new string of you cannot change me because of first line. Are you getting that? So what is the content? You cannot change me. Okay, just for the example sake only you have to tell, man, don't use in your real time, you can't change me. You should be more flexible based on the requirement. You should be changeable, you should be adaptable. Suppose you have smoking habit, your girlfriend is asking, so do you have smoking habit? Like no, just I have. If you don't want, then I will leave. So whether you really going to leave or not, forget about that, but you have to convey like that. Otherwise your girlfriend won't be there with you. Okay, that's why please, so you should be changeable based on the time to time. Don't be immutable. You should be flexible to change. It is always highly recommended, good programming practice. Okay, well, so don't use this type of terminology in our real life. Just for the string concept it is applicable. You cannot change me. Listen. So string s1 is equal to new string of you cannot change me. Okay, because of this first line, how many objects will be created? Sir, one object in the heap area. Okay, here you cannot change me. Okay, like this. Okay, short words I'm taking. S1 is the reference variable. Next, for the future purpose, and as it is the string literal, one copy will be maintained in SCP area. You cannot change me. Like this, right? So because of first line, how many objects got created, sir? Sir, two objects. One is in the heap area, the second one in the SCP area. Now string s2 is equal to new string of you cannot change me. Regarding you cannot. So compulsory new object will be created in the heap area. You cannot change me. S2 is the reference variable. And for the future purpose, one copy required to place in SCP, but it's already there. That's why not required to place. Sir, now system.out.println S1 double equal to S2. Sir, S1 and S2 both are pointing to the same object? No, because it is pointing to this object, it is pointing to this object. That's why what answer by default you are going to get here is false is the answer. Any doubt? Any doubt? Sir, it's a very clear. Sir, up to this how many objects created? 3. Sir, 2 in the heap area 1. S1 and S2 both are pointing to different objects. That's why double equal operator return false. Let me execute up to this, right? Have a look once. Here all the remaining SOPs, let me comment. All the remaining SOPs, just I'm commenting. Sir, just observe that only this code I'm trying to execute. You cannot change me. You cannot change me. SOP of S1 double equal to S2. Sir, what is the output we are going to get? The code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. What is the answer we are getting, sir? What is the answer we are going to get? Simple false is the answer we are getting. Perfectly, it is the valid. Yes, are you able to understand? Now, let me go for next level, sir. String S3 is equal to you cannot change me. String S3 is equal to you cannot change me. Where this object is required to create? In SCP area. In SCP area, this object is required to create. But in SCP area, you cannot change me already there. That's why S3 pointing to same object. S3 pointing to already existing object in the SCP because it's the literal, right? Now S1 double equal to S3. S1 and S3 both are pointing to different objects. That's why the answer we are going to get false is the answer. Second one also. Okay, let me show this one. Have a look once. String S3 is equal to you cannot change me. You cannot change me. S1 double equal to S3, SOP S1 double equal to S3. Now the code compiles fine. Now the code compiles fine. What is the answer we are getting? It's very clear. False is the answer. Okay, up to this clear. Now the next possibility, have a look. String S4 is equal to you cannot change me. String S4 is equal to you cannot change me. Where this object is required to create? SCP. But in SCP already object is there. That's why SF4 is also pointing to the same object present inside SCP area. Now SF3 and SF4 pointing to same object, right? Now, sir, SOP of S3 double equal to S4, what answer you are going to get, sir? True itself is the answer. First time, sir, true we are going to get because S3 and S4 point into the same object present inside SCP area. Now, have a look once, sir. String S4 is equal to like this. Now, string S4 is equal to you cannot change me. SOP of S3 double equal to S4. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Here simple, sir. True itself is the answer. Okay, regarding last one is the true, sir. Now, the next one, observe carefully. String S5 is equal to, you cannot plus change me. Sir, dangerous thing. You cannot plus change me. Sir, like, can you please tell, because of this line, how many objects will be created? Yes, friends. Because of this line, how many objects will be created? Make sure. Very important point. Sir, it is one literal, it is another literal, and a plus operator is there. Two objects will be created in the SCP area. Result object will be created in the heap area, like some people are going to feel. No. If both are constants, suppose if I want to print system.out.println 10 plus 20. Do you know these both are constants or not? Constant 10 plus 20. If both arguments are constant, compiler itself is going to perform this addition, sir. Sir, do you know after compilation, this code looks like 30 like this. Regarding at compile time only, it will be replaced with 30. So that JVM is the responsible just to print the value 30 directly. Remember this one, JVM is the responsible just to print the value directly 30. So if everything is a constant, that operation will be performed only at compile time, but not required to wait until runtime. Now have a look once. So string S5 is equal to, you cannot plus change me. You cannot plus change me. It is one constant, it is another constant. So both are constant. Sir, this one addition is going to be happen. Concatenation is going to be happen at a compile time only. It is exactly same as string S3 is equal to S4. String S4 is equal to like, sir, you cannot change me. You cannot change me. Here also you cannot change me only at runtime. So at runtime, this content will become you cannot change me like a literal. So JVM is always going to search in SCP area only. That's why SF5 is also pointing to same SCP object. Remember, this operation will be performed at compile time or runtime? Compile time, because both arguments are constants. Remember this one. That's why, so in this case, new object won't be created. Existing SCP object, S5 pointing that. Sir, SOP of SF4 double equal to S5. S4, S5 both are pointing to the same object. That's why true itself is the answer we have to get. Observe carefully, right? Now have a look once. Have a look once. Sir, string S5 is equal to, you cannot plus change me. SOP of S4 double equal to S5. Like this I'm taking, sir. Observe. Yes, friends, what the answer we are going to get? Sir, this is SF4 double equal to S5. S4 double equal to S5. What the answer we have to get, sir? Let me execute again. Let me execute again. Now the answer we are going to get false, true followed by true, sir. Please make sure false, true is the answer we are going to get. Okay, well. Sir, now the next scenario. Dangerous point, take special care. String SS6 is equal to you cannot. String SS6 is equal to you cannot. Can you please tell where this you cannot will be created? SCP area. Now, you cannot will be created SCP area. What is the reference variable for this? SS6 is the reference variable. Now, string S7 is equal to, S6 plus change me. Now S6 is a normal variable. S6 is a normal variable plus constant. If at least one argument is the variable, normal variable, this operation will be performed at a runtime only. If both are constants like this, then only the operation will be performed at compile time. But at least one variable is there. Variable plus constant, this operation will be performed at a runtime only. That's why, because of this, first change me constant will be created in the change me constant will be created in the SCP area. S6 plus change me. Now this operation will be performed at a runtime. Now a new object will be created, right? You cannot change me. Okay, what is the reference variable for this? S7 is the reference variable. Okay, like so this operation will be performed at a runtime because S6 is the normal variable. If it is the normal variable, at least one argument is the variable, the other argument is the constant. This operation will be performed at a runtime only. Now S4 double equal to S7. S4 is pointing to SCP object. S7 is pointing to heap object. Both are not pointing to the same object. That's why what is the output by default we are going to get, sir? False is the answer. Let me cross check. Have a look once. Here string S6 is equal to you cannot. String S7 is equal to S6 plus change me. Now system.out.println S4 double equal to S7. Have you observed? What is the answer? What answer we are going to get, sir? The simple answer is false. False itself is the answer. Any doubt? Are you getting? Sir, what is the next thing? Observe carefully. Sir, final string S8 is equal to you cannot. Sir, what is this variable? Final string S8 is equal to you cannot. You cannot. Is it a constant? It's a constant. Of course, it will be created in SCP. SCP already you cannot is there. Now S8 is also pointing to you cannot in SCP. Next, S8 is the final variable or not? Yes, it is the final variable. Every final variable will be replaced by the value at compile time only. Do you know? It is not normal variable. Final. Final means constant. Every final variable will be replaced by compiler only. Okay? At compile time only. It is a constant. It is a constant. Now this plus operation will be performed at compile time only. Now it is exactly same as line number 5. I mean string S5. You cannot plus change me. Now this total operation will be performed at compile time only. At runtime, this total thing will be replaced with you cannot change me a single literal. That's why JVM is always going to search in the SCP area. S9 is pointing to SCP object. Sir, observe. First step 1, every final variable will be replaced by the value by compiler only. If both are constants, this operation will be performed at compile time only. Now this total thing will be replaced with you cannot plus change me. This total thing will be replaced with you cannot change me. That's why this object is required to create in SCP, but in SCP already object is there. S9 pointing to SCP object. Now system.out.println S4 double equal to S9. S4 double equal to S9. Are you getting what is the output we are going to get, sir? I'm sure the output is the true. Have a look once. Last one. Have a look once. Last, sir. It is the final. It is the final. Final. That's why what output you are going to get, sir? Here. Have a look once. True. True itself is the answer. All the people in a position to understand, right? Okay, this is what you should have clear clarity. Sir, several things I explained, especially this one. If both are constants, that operation will be performed at compile time only. Remember that. For at least one runtime variable, if at least one normal variable, that operation will be performed at runtime only. Sir, aware this, just take the note and then practice, then you will get much clarity where the objects will be created in the heap area or in the SCP area, like that. Clear for all of that? Beautiful example, but how extent you are getting, that is the very important. Compulsory write on the paper, type and execute, then you people can get much clarity. Next, some more examples, similar examples better to practice, so you will get much perfection in this heap area, SCP area with respect to string concept, right? Clear? The last videos we covered where the object will be created in the heap area, SCP area, when the object will be created in the heap, when the object will be created in SCP, like all the things very clearly I explained, sir. Sir, now the next thing what I have to take. Sir, what is the advantage of string constant pool? What is the importance of string constant pool? This part we have to discuss. Have you observed, right? What is the advantage or importance of SCP? What is the advantage or importance of string constant pool? This concept we have to discuss. Okay, well, just do you know why this SCP concept is applicable only for string but not for string buffer? Why immutability concept applicable only for the string but not for string buffer? Like such type of questions you can able to answer very easily if you can aware these concepts, sir. That's why take very special care. Here, do you know in any programming language the most commonly used object is Java, is a string object. Remember this one. In any programming language, in any application, whether it is the Java based or whether it is the Python based, in any application, the most commonly used object is string object, right? Sir, very simple. If I can take water registration form, if I can take water registration form, I'm taking just water registration form. Just for your basic idea purpose, I'm taking this one. Just observe. In that, which fields will be there? Can you please spell out? Sir, this is the form. Usually, which fields are there? Name will be there. Next one after that, father name will be there. Next, mother name. These days, in our certificates everywhere, the people are making mother name is also mandatory. Mother name is there. Assume. Next, address in that. What is the house number? Next, what is the street number? Street number. Next, is it village or city? Village or city or mandal? Like next, what is the mandal? What is the mandal? What is the district? Next, what is the state? What is the state? Like do you know what is the pin code? Like next, sometimes maybe a chance. Identification mark 1. Identification marks 1. Identification marks 2. Identification marks 2. And at last, submit button. Assume that, sir. Assume in your 10th class, do you know a mole on the right hand side, a mole on the left eyebrow, something like maybe a chance we have something like. So the same identification marks, assume that. Sir, it's a simple voter registration form. In this, how many string objects are there? Have you observed how many string objects are available? Sir, name is one string object. Okay. Next, father name and mother name. Next, house number, street number, village, mandal, district, state. Sir, pin number, pin code. Anyway, it is not a string, it is the number only. Identification marks 1, identification marks 2. Sir, assume almost out of 12 or 13, almost 10 to 11 are string objects only. That's what's on. So, in our application, if you consider any application, most of the things are always string objects only. Like this, you people should be aware. Are you getting right? So, string object is the most commonly used object in any application or not? Yes, obviously right. From this example, you can consider any example where most of the times, string objects only. Student application, Student, college based application, college automation application, college name is the string, director name is the string, principal name is the string, next the subject name, every subject name itself is the string, hall ticket number itself is the string. Are you getting? Only marks may be into values, okay? So make sure everywhere string object is the most common, okay? So now here just to take a bit very special care, I want to make, I want to fill my details for voter registration. Okay. Sir, in the, just observe, for V1, voter 1 is coming, sir. Voter 1 is coming. He entered city name as Hyderabad. He entered city name as Hyderabad. Hyderabad like, okay. First voter came, he entered city name as Hyderabad. For that, sir, one string object got created. Well, sir, now my question is, within Hyderabad, how many voters are there? Within Hyderabad, how many voters are there? Almost around 1 crore voters are there within Hyderabad. You are getting? Within Hyderabad, 1 crore voters are there. Next, do you know, if I create separate Hyderabad object for every voter separately, voter 1 city name Hyderabad, one object, voter 2 city name Hyderabad, another object, for voter 3 city name Hyderabad, then 1 crore string objects are required to create. Unnecessary, performance is going to be down, memory problem by default will be there. Are you getting? So anyway, for all voters in Hyderabad, city name is always same. City name is always same. So why you require to create Hyderabad like 1 crore times? Unnecessary, performance is going to be down because object creation is very costly. Next and after that, memory is going to be wasted like. So if any string object repeatedly required, never recommended to create separate object for every requirement. Okay. So how you can able to take? How you can solve this problem? Very simple, sir. Create only one object. Create only one object and share the same object for all 1 crore members. Share the same object for all 1 crore members in Java. It is possible because of SCP concept. Are you getting? String constant pool. How many objects will be created with Hyderabad? Only one object. If any other person is asking, boss, my city also Hyderabad. Array, just now Hyderabad object created. You can reuse the same object. You are not required to create new object. V1, V2, V3 and so on. V1 crore, for all these 1 crore references, same Hyderabad object by default is going to be reused. Are you getting right? So this is possible just because of SCP concept. In the last examples I covered, sir, same object in SCP will be referenced with multiple references. Are you getting? Memory utilization by default will be improved. So first point, sir, in SCP, single object can be referenced with multiple references. Same object can be referenced with multiple references. Clear? What is the advantage of SCP? What are the advantage? What are various advantages of SCP string constant pool? Very simple. Now you can able to tell, sir, in SCP area, same object can be reused with multiple references. So instead of creating 1 crore objects, one object with 1 crore references is possible. So obviously performance is going to be improved. Memory utilization by default will be improved. This is the biggest advantage of SCP concept. Like that you can able to tell. Okay, well, but what is the problem with SCP? What is the problem with SCP? Because there is one universal rule is there. If you get something, if you are going to get something, definitely we have to miss something. Okay, because of SCP, the biggest advantage what we are going to get, performance will be improved. Next, the memory utilization will be improved because we are not required to create 1 crore Hyderabad objects. One object is enough. The same object can be reused with multiple references. Clear? But what is the problem with SCP concept? Very simple. Assume how many Hyderabad objects are there? Can you please confirm? Respond. How many Hyderabad objects are there? Only one object. But this object can be reused with how many references? How many references are there? 1 crore references are there. How many? 1 crore. Now, suppose assume V3 person, V3, voter 3 want to change his city name. Voter 3 want to change his city name from Hyderabad to Vijayawada regarding another city because he got transferred. He want to change his city name. Now observe. If this voter 3 opened his online application or otherwise database and he is trying to edit his account information saying this city name is Vijayawada, something like, then automatically if he is allowed to change the content, to Vijayawada, okay, how many references are going to be affected? Are you getting how many references are going to be affected? 1 crore references will be affected. Because if multiple references point into the same object, by using one reference, if we are trying to perform any changes, with those, if you are trying to perform any change, automatically that change will be reflected for all. So, sir, forget about memory problem, forget about memory benefit or performance benefit. Now the application start behaving abnormally. Sir, after 5 minutes, so another person want to change his city name. So, today morning I checked, my city name is Hyderabad. After 10 minutes I checked, suddenly my city name became Vijayawada. After another 10 minutes I checked, suddenly my city name became Delhi. Are you getting? It's always a bigger problem, abnormal behavior. Then, how you can solve this problem? How you can solve this problem? Some people, Java people, analyzed very clearly. They came up with beautiful concept, immutability concept. Regarding what is that concept? They came up with a beautiful concept. What is that concept? Immutability concept. Clear, right? Sir, what is the immutable? So once we create string object, we are not allowed to change its content. We are not allowed to change its content because in Java, string object can be referenced with multiple references. So that's why if one person changing, all the remaining people will be affected. So if any person want to change its content, with those changes, a new object by default will be created. Are you getting? V3 want to change his city name from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. Like with that change, a new object will be created. Only this particular reference will be reassigned. Only this particular reference will be reassigned. But still, all the remaining references pointing to the same object only. Are you getting right? So, what is this behavior? Once we create string object, we are not allowed to change the content. By mistake, if you are trying to change the content, with those changes a new object will be created. Under that reference pointing to that new object, this concept is nothing but immutability concept. Are you getting? Why immutability is required? Just because of SCP concept only. If SCP concept is not there, if reusing the same object concept is not there, immutability not required. Is it clear, right? Friends, everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, what is the importance? What is the advantage of string constant pool? Next, what is the problem with the string constant pool? Sir, if any person is asking, what is the advantage of string constant pool? Sir, same object can be reused multiple times instead of creating new object. Same object can be reused, memory will be saved, performance will be improved. Are you getting? These are the positive sides of SCP concept. But what is the problem with SCP? By one reference, if any person trying to change, then so all the remaining references will be affected. To prevent that, Java people introduced immutability concept. So why string objects are immutable? Just because of SCP concept, just because of reusing the same object. If SCP is not there, reusing the same object is not there, then automatically immutability concept is not required. Clear, friends? Advantage, problem, why string objects are immutable. Just aware this knowledge. Anyway, just to get basic idea, Okay, what advantage is there? Just to get the basic idea, I hope in the interview room, if any entry person is asking why SCP concept is required, what is the advantage of SCP concept, just take voter registration form and explain this concept, then entry person definitely will be convinced. Clear? Are you able to understand? Videos we covered very clearly what is advantage of SCP string constant pool, what are problems, right? Why string objects are immutable. Now I hope you are getting some basic idea. From this concept, maybe a chance to ask in the interview room a small 1 or 2 important questions. Observe that. What important questions you can expect for the exam. Just the first question, observe that. Why SCP concept is available only for string object but not for string buffer. Sir, string constant pool, such type of concept is available only for string but not for string buffer. Why? What is the specialty for the string? Why this concept is only for string? Okay, like next, why string objects are immutable whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Why string objects are immutable whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Why immutability is required? Okay, you may have some basic idea. Now I will explain in detail. Next, in addition to string objects, any other objects are immutable in Java. Sir, in addition to string objects, any other objects are immutable in Java. Sir, like these are the 3 important questions. Sometimes we may go beyond our limit, but still, sir, very important for the interview room. Listen. What the first question? Observe that. Why SCP concept is available only for string object but not for string buffer? Do you know? Assume you are regular customer to the bar. I don't know whether you have drinking habit or not. Assume that you are regular customer to the bar. Every day evening you will go to the bar. Oi, one knockout or otherwise one royal challenge like you will ask. Then they will provide and then so happily you can drink and then come to the home. It is a regular activity every day, sir. Every day. By mistake, one day you forgot the wallet. Sir, money is not there. Regarding money, you forgot money. Still, bar people are going to provide support or not? Are he is the regular customer? Sir, today if you are not having the money, no problem. Tomorrow can you please give? Tomorrow can you please give? Okay, like they are going to offer normally. Even you are not having the money also 1 or 2 days. Yes, no problem, sir. Yet month ending, one time only you can give. No issue at all. Like they are going to offer. Suppose yearly once you are going to the bar. Sir, today if I will go, next after 1 year only I will go. Then I will go there. Hurry, I forgot money. I forgot money. Can you please give some item? Then the bar wala, the bar person is going to see from top to bottom. Regarding he won't because I'm not regular customer. So special privileges are required. Special privileges are available only for regular customers. If you are not regular customer, you may not have special privileges, special offers like that, right? Are you able to understand? Now I am telling this word. Now you can able to understand. Yes, sir, here one is a string concept. The other one is a string buffer. Are you getting? One is the string, the other one is string buffer. Now, do you know SCP like concept, string constant pool, such type of concept applicable only for string but not for string buffer? Why this special memory management defined for the string? Simple answer, string is regular customer. Are you getting? String is what? Regular customer. Means the most commonly used object in Java is the string object. Are you getting? The most commonly used object in Java is the string object. String object, that's why. So it is for the string special privileges are there. Special memory management provided by Java people. But StringBuffer yearly once or otherwise. So for 20,000 lines of the code one time you may use. You may not use also. There are several applications where we may not use StringBuffer. But there is no application without using string. That's why string is most commonly used object in Java. That's why Java people provided a special memory management for the string. But StringBuffer is very rarely used object. That's why special memory management not required for the StringBuffer. Any doubt? Are you able to understand? The first question, why SCP concept is available for the string but not for the StringBuffer? Yes, string is a regular customer to the bar, but StringBuffer is not regular customer. Only for regular customers special privileges are there. Are you able to understand? Okay, well. Now, second one, very dangerous, observe carefully. Why string objects are immutable, whereas StringBuffer objects are mutable? Sir, why immutability concept is required for the string but not for StringBuffer? StringBuffer immutability is not required. Why? What is the reason? Sir, very simple. In the case of string, just because of SCP, same object can be reused multiple times. Correct or not? Same object can be reused multiple times. Because of which concept? SCP concept, string constant pool. By using one reference, if we are changing the content, the remaining references are going to be affected. That's why once we create string object, we are not allowed to change its content, because this content can be shared with multiple references. If any person trying to change the content, with those changes, a new object should be created. In the existing object, you are not allowed to change. Because of SCP, immutability concept is required for the string object. Are you getting? So, can you please tell why string objects are immutable? SCP. Because of SCP, reusing the same object is there. By using one reference, if we are allowed to change the content, then the remaining references are going to be affected. So to prevent that, immutability concept is required for the string objects. Any doubt? Clear, right? Next, what about StringBuffer? In StringBuffer, SCP concept is not there. If SCP concept is not there, reusing same object, such a type of thing is not there. Every time, sir, separate object is required to create. Every time separate object is required to create. Are you getting? Durga? Sir, Durga. Like Durga, reusing the same object is not there in the StringBuffer because SCP like concept is not there in StringBuffer, right? Now, by using S1, if I change the content, Durga to Ravi. If I change the content in this object, is there any effect on remaining references? No, because for every object, separate reference is there. If I perform change here, no effect on the remaining references. That's why immutability is not required for the StringBuffer. Remember, reusing same object is not there. Immutability concept is not required for the StringBuffer. But what about this one? Mutability concept? Sir, immutability concept must be compulsory required. So, if any person is asking why string objects are immutable, StringBuffer objects are mutable, sir, for the string object, SCP concept is available. Reusing the same object is there. Multiple references point into the same object. By using one reference, if we are allowed to change the content, then the remaining references will be affected. To prevent that, immutability is required. But here, for every reference, separate object is there. Because reusing the same object concept is not there. Because SCP concept is not there for StringBuffer, that's why by using one reference, if we are allowed to change the content, there is no effect on the remaining references, because for every reference separate object is there. That's why immutability not required for the StringBuffer. Any doubt? Clear? Okay. Now observe that third question. What is the third one is, in addition to string objects, any other objects are immutable in Java. In addition to string objects are immutable. Any other objects are immutable in Java? Yes, friends. All wrapper class objects. All wrapper class objects. Are you getting? All wrapper class objects are also immutable. Okay? In wrapper class objects also, up to certain range, same object will be reused. Remember this one. Reusing the same object, such type of terminology there in the case of wrapper classes. Okay, that's why all wrapper class objects are by default immutable. Byte class object, short class object, next integer class object, long class object, like long, next float class object, double class object, float class, double class, character class object, regarding boolean object, boolean object. These things are all wrapper class objects are immutable. Okay, not only string objects, right? So these questions are very, very important for the interview room. Compulsory you should be in a position to answer clearly. Clear? The last videos we covered very clearly what is SCP, what are various important terminologies related to string and string buffer, when the object will be created in the heap SCP, all the things, right? Now let me talk about API related to string or string API, right? Sir, at the part of that, the first we have to talk important constructors of string class. Are you getting important constructors of string class? Sir, if you want to create an empty string object, empty zero length string is also valid, sir. How you can create? By using constructor string s is equal to new string. Regarding string s is equal to new string, just creates an empty string object, an empty string object on the heap area. Okay, empty string object will be created. Just the string s is equal to new string. That's all. Sir, now second constructor string s is equal to new string of s is equal to new string of, okay, string literal. Are you getting? String literal, like, do you know it is for the given string literal, an equivalent object will be created in the heap area. New operator means always object will be created in the heap area. For the given string literal, can you please create an object in the heap area? This is the constructor, right? Okay, well, now the third constructor, very important. Sir, sometimes after completing this string, we require to talk about string buffer, string builder. Sir, string buffer and string builder are brothers to string. You are getting? All these three are brothers only. So small differences, right? For the given string buffer, I want to create an equivalent string object. You are getting? For the given string buffer, I want to create an equivalent string object. What is the way? Okay, string s is equal to new string of string buffer SB. Are getting? String s is equal to new string of string buffer SB. So for the given string object, an equivalent for the given string buffer object, an equivalent string by default will be created. Equivalence between string buffer to string concept. Okay, like, sir, fourth one, I have string builder object is there. I want to create an equivalent string object. What is the way, sir? Very simple. String s is equal to new string of string s is equal to new string of string builder. Are you getting? String builder SB. String builder SB. For the given string builder, can you please create an equivalent string object? Okay, that's all. This is another constructor. Of course, these constructors, once we know there I will explain. Just observe that. So to create an empty string object, Next, for the given string literal, how to create string object. Next, for the given string buffer, how to create an equivalent string object. For the given string builder, how to create an equivalent string object. Clear, right? Okay. Now, fifth one, sir. Very, very important. Sir, can you please tell what is a string? What is a string? String is nothing but a sequence of characters. A sequence of characters. That's why here, do you know? String S is equal to new string of. String S is equal to new string of char array ch. So a sequence of characters, right? Now char array, a group of characters. For the given char array, you can able to create an equivalent string object, no problem at all. For the given char array, we can create an equivalent string object. What is the way is like? Sir, let me put a small example, then you will get much clarity. Here, see this one. I'm taking char array ch is equal to char array ch is equal to here j a v a, like this I took, sir. J a v a, like char array. Char array, sir, array you can take in this style also, shortcut form. Okay, like. Now, string s is equal to new string of ch. String s is equal to new string of ch. For the given char array, can you please create string? An equivalent string object? Yes. System.out.println SOP of yes. What is the output by default we are going to get, sir? Java. Like this. This is the answer we will get. Clear, friends? Any doubt? So, SOP of yes is a string. JAVA. These characters will be grouped into string. That's why for the given char array, how to create an equivalent string object, this is the constructor. Clear, right? Okay. Well, let me check this option, right, so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe that. Have a look once. Here, string s is equal to new string of course ch I'm taking, sir. Sir, where is the ch? Regarding where is the ch? Let me take char array ch is equal to, okay, j next and after that, a next and after that, v and then v and then a. Okay, j a v a, like this I'm taking char array string s is equal to like this. Sir, SOP of yes. Regarding SOP of yes, like this I'm taking, sir. Now let me take here, let me compile this code, sir. Java C test.java. Happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Java test. Regarding Java test, what answer by default we are going to get? Java. Like that we are going to get the answer, sir. Any doubt? So this is the char array argument constructor and example. Same way, another constructor is also there. String s is equal to new string of string s is equal to new string of byte array. Regarding byte array b. So for the given byte array, we can create an equivalent string object. For the given byte array, we can create an equivalent string object. It's also possible, man. Sir, can you please give an example for this? Just have a look once. I'm taking byte array b is equal to, sir, a group of byte values. Can you please tell what is the range of byte in Java? Hey, respond, man. What is the range of byte in Java? Sir, suddenly you should not ask this type of questions, like don't feel, because this is very common. You should aware minimum basics. What is the range of byte? Minus 128 to 127. Minus 128 to plus 127. Are you getting? Byte array b is equal to 97, 98, 99, 100. Like this I'm taking. Yes, it's the byte array. All these values within that range only. Now, string s is equal to new string of B, sir. String S is equal to new string of B. For the given byte array, can you please create an equivalent string object? Can you please create an equivalent string object like system dot out dot println of S? Good. For the given byte array, we can create an equivalent string object. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get? What is the output? Don't tell 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay? So these byte values will be converted into corresponding characters. 97 is the Unicode value of small a. You know, right? Small a means 97, capital A means 65, like you may be aware. 97 means A, 98 B, C, D. Now the equivalent string is A, B, C, D. Like this we are going to get. Any doubt? I hope all the people are in a position to understand what the output we are going to get, sir. A, B, C, D. This is the string we are going to get. Let me execute this code, sir. Observe carefully. Now I don't want to take char array. Let me take byte array B is equal to 97, 98, 99, 100. Like string S is equal to new string of B, sir. String S is equal to new string of B. System dot out dot println of S. Yes, like this, right? Now, sir, here have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the output? By default you are going to get A, B, C, D, because these are the Unicode values for A, B, C, D. That's why with those corresponding character a string will be created. Now terminology is very clear. So what are various important constructors present in the string class? These are 6 important constructors are there. So how to create empty string for the given string literal, how to create equivalent string, for the given string buffer, how to create string, for the given string builder, how to create string. Next, for the given char array, I want to create string object. For the byte array, I want to create string object. These are the important constructors of string class you people should aware. Clear? Last video we covered about constructors related to string class. So now let me explain about important methods related to string. Okay? Here the first method what I have to discuss, public char is the return type. The method name is char yet int index. Are you getting? Char yet int index. Sir, very simple, not caret. Okay? Char yet, character yet int index. Remember. So at the specified index, which character is there? If you want to know, then we should go for char yet method, right? Sir, very simple. If I can take string S is equal to Durga, like this I am taking, sir. Durga, like. Do you know what is the character locating at 0 index? String follows 0 based index. Remember, at 0 index, D is available because the first character index is the 0. Next 1, next 2, next 3, next 4. 0 to 4. Total 5 characters are there. These are the corresponding indexes, right? So now the target is system.out.println S dot char yet of 3 I am taking. S dot char yet of 3. So which character present yet third index? Which character present yet third index? Okay, like a third index, which character is there? G is available, right? Okay, well, so now system.out.println S dot char yet of 30 I am taking, sir. S dot caret of 30 I am taking. If I can take S dot caret of 30, sir, do you know 30 index is not there? Not there. It is only 0 to 4. 30 index is not there. Then immediately we are going to get string index out of bounds exception. What is that exception, sir? runtime exception saying string index out of bounds exception. String index out of bounds exception. Like this we are going to get. Remember, what is that exception? String index out of bounds exception by default we are going to get. Okay. So now let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking string s is equal to just Durga. String s is equal to just I'm taking Durga, sir. Durga. S dot char get of 3 I'm taking. S dot char of 3. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Just have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. Yet the character locating at third index is the G. G is the answer, sir. Okay, well, now S dot caret of 30 I'm taking. 30 I'm taking. 30 index is not available. Immediately we are going to get. Okay, immediately we will get, sir. If you observe, what is the problem, sir? String index out of bounds exception. String index out of range. What is the value, sir? 30. Remember this. So this is the first method you people should be aware. So which is the character locating yet a specified index? Clear? Okay. Now let me go for second method, sir. Now my second method is concatenation method. Already you are expert in that area. Now public string concat, public string concat of string yes. Are you getting? Public string concat of string yes, like this, right? Just concatenation. Are you getting? What is this one, sir? Concatenation. Like, sir, let me go for a small example. Then you people can able to understand very clearly what is the meaning of this. Here observe, string s is equal to Durga I'm taking. String s is equal to Durga I'm taking. S is equal to s dot concat of software. S dot concat of software like this I'm taking. Sir, because of this, what will happen is, so a new object will be created with the name Durga software, with the Durga software. Okay, just observe. Because in the existing object you can't perform any change. String s is equal to Durga. S is equal to Durga. Next, s dot concat of software, a new object will be created. Now this one assigned with yes. Now s is pointing to this one. Regarding s is pointing to that. So now system.out.println of yes. If I can take this one, what is the output by default you are going to get? Durga software. Because s is equal to, now s is assigned to this newly created object. That's why Durga software is the output we are going to get. Just observe this. Have a look once. Already we discussed this one in the last sessions. I don't think you are going to get the doubt. S is equal to s dot concat of software system.out.println of yes. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Observe that. The code compiles fine. What the answer? Durga software we are going to get. That's what you should aware. But now have a look once very carefully, sir. What the point is, sometimes you may use plus operator also. Do you know this line we can replace with this line we can replace with s is equal to s plus software. Okay, for concatenation purpose we can use plus operator also. In this case also Durga software is the output we are going to get. Or instead of this line, these two lines also, s plus is equal to. Are you getting? So s plus is equal to means s is equal to s plus only. Here software like this we can able to do that. So these are the alternatives instead of concat method. Concat is the runtime method. Instead of that, if you want operator, happily you can use plus operator, also acceptable. Okay, have a look once. Here I'm taking instead of this line, S is equal to S plus software. I'm taking S plus software. Sir, SOP of S like this, right? Sir, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Just observe carefully. Here the output is Durga software. Here the output is Durga software. It is acceptable. But instead of this line also, S plus is equal to software I'm taking. S plus is equal to software I'm taking, sir. Now, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Very simple. The answer is Durga software like this. Any doubt? Are you getting right? So these are the overloaded plus and plus equal operators also meant for concatenation only. So first two methods are clear. One is concat method. What is the second method we covered? Char get. What is the character locating at index? Concatenate already existing string with some more extra content is nothing but concat. Clear? Sir, the next methods related to string. Observe that. Sir, third method, public boolean equals method. What is the method name? Can you please spell out? Equals method. If you can provide string object, string object, okay, public boolean equals. Sir, need not be string. Any object you can provide, no problem at all. Public boolean equals of object. Sir, now it is meant for content comparison. Have you remembered right in string class, equals method is overridden for content comparison. Okay, like sir, here to compare content, to check equality of string objects, okay, like sir, I have two string objects are there. Either content is the same or not. If you want to check, then we require to go for equals method. It is the overriding version of object class equals method. Remember this one, in object class equals method is there. It is the overriding version present inside string class. Now I have one small doubt. Here, case will be considered or not. Either case is the important or not. Yes, observe carefully. If you consider string S is equal to here Durga I'm taking, sir. Durga I'm taking. This is about my content. System.out.println S dot equals of Durga. What is the answer? What is the answer we are going to get? Can you please tell? String S is equal to capital Durga. Now SOP of S dot equals of small Durga. What answer we will get? Content is the same or not same? Content is not same. Here uppercase, but here lowercase. That's why immediately we are going to get, sir, false as the answer, because content both is not same. So equals method by default will consider content also. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Sir, I'm taking string S is equal to Durga. I'm taking, sir. Durga like this I'm taking. Sir, SOP of S dot equals of here small Durga I'm taking. Now observe carefully. SOP of S dot equals of Durga. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? False itself is the answer. Sir, content is not same because case is the different. So by default equals method will check content including case also. Okay, like. But sometimes our programming requirement, hey, don't consider case. I don't want to worry about case. Don't consider case. Ignore case. If you want to ignore case, one special method is there, specially designed method for the string equals ignore case. What is the method name? Now, next method, public boolean equals ignore case. Ignore case. Can you please ignore case? Public boolean equals ignore case of string yes. It is a specially designed method for string objects. Okay, specially designed method for the string object. It is not overriding version of object class method, but this one is overriding version of object class method. So to check equality of string object, where case is ignored. Are you getting? The name itself indicates where case is ignored. Equals ignore case. Now let me consider system.out.println yes dot equals yes dot equals ignore case. Ignore case. Yes dot equals ignore case of Durga. Yes dot equals ignore case of Durga. So yes means capital Durga. Now I'm trying to compare with a small Durga. Equals ignore case. Okay, don't worry about case. Just only content you require to check. What is the output you will get, sir? True itself is the answer. Any doubt? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Observe that. Yes sir dot. Yes sir dot. What is the method name? Equals. Okay, respond. Equals ignore case. Yes sir dot. Equals ignore case of Durga. First time false is the answer. Second time equals ignore case method. True is the answer we are going to get. Okay. Now observe that. So true itself is the answer. So how many equals methods are there in string class is there are two equals methods are available. Remember that one is equals method. Second one is equals ignore case method. Clear? Sir, where these things are going to be useful? Best example, sir. Best example, username and password. Best example, username and password. Mail ID and then password. Do you know mail ID you can use either lowercase or uppercase, no problem at all. Case is not important in the mail ID, sir. If you want, you can check your mail, Gmail, mail ID. You can specify either in uppercase or lowercase, no problem. But password, compulsory case is the very important. That's why. So to validate username, where case is not important. Sir, I want to check username is matched or not. Case is not important. Either lowercase or uppercase, no problem at all. For this, we should require to use equals ignore case method. Regarding equals ignore case method. So to validate username, mail ID, okay, we require to use equals ignore case method where case is not important. Sir, I want to validate password. Sir, password, case is important. Whenever you are trying to enter password, so keyboard already uppercase is enabled. Okay, like sometimes letter is also it's going to come because password is always case sensitive. To validate password, compulsory we require to use what? Equals method. Are you getting? So how many equals methods are there? One is case is considered. Second one is case will be ignored. These are the two methods what you people should aware. Any doubt? Clear? Next method related to string class. Here just observe. So whether string is empty or not. The length of the string is empty or not. Number of characters present in the string is empty or not. I want to check, sir. So for that, public boolean is empty. Are you getting what is the method name? Is empty. Public boolean is empty. This is the method we have to take. So to check whether the string is empty or not. Best example, if I can take string s is equal to just a double quotes open and a close. Yes, that's all. No content. Now let me check system.out.println yes dot is empty or not. Yes dot is empty or not. Yes, obviously empty. That's why true is the answer we have to get. Okay. Now if I can take string s is equal to Durga. It is not empty. It is not empty. System.out.println yes dot is empty. Is empty. What the answer we have to get, sir? False itself is the answer. Everyone can able to understand? Is empty. To check whether the given string is empty or not. whether the length of the string is 0 or not, number of characters is 0 or not. Like for that we can use this one. Have a look once. Observe carefully here. Here I am taking string s is equal to empty. So now empty string s dot is empty. Like this I am taking. String s is equal to empty, double quotes, just open and close, is empty. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Just observe. Happily the code compiles fine. 1 minute, sir. Here just a semicolon, 1 minute. Here observe that happily the code compiles fine, no problem. What is the output? We will get a true because it is empty. It is the true, sir. Empty string. Suppose if the string contain any data, any characters are there, length is not 0, then what is the output, sir? Here false. It is not empty, that's why false is the answer, right? Okay, very important. In the exam there is a possibility to ask the bit from this method. That's why intentionally I am covering this method is empty. Observe that. Similarly, suppose if the string is not empty, how many characters are there? If the string is not empty, how many characters are there? Like if you want to know the number of characters present in the string, then we require to go for length method. What is the method name? Length method we have to use to check whether the given, what is the number of characters present in the given string. Sir, just observe, string s is equal to, I am taking string s is equal to some Durga, like this I am taking, sir. String s is equal to Durga, system.out.println s dot length I am taking, sir. Sir, what is the output we are going to get? 5. Because how many characters are there? Sir, 5. That's why. So we can use a length method to find number of characters present in the given string. Now have a look once. S is equal to Durga. S dot length method I am taking, sir. Length method I am trying to take. Now observe a bit very carefully about this one. 5 itself is the answer, sir. Okay. So now I hope you people can aware what is the is empty and what is the length method, right? But here one small thing you people should identify what that point is. Observe very carefully, sir. Do you know in Java length variable is also there? Sometimes you can use length variable, sometimes you can use length method. Length variable applicable for arrays concept. Suppose if I have int array x is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. Sir, how many elements are there? 4 elements are there. If you want to know number of elements present inside array, then we require to go for length variable. Sir, SOP of x dot length. SOP of x dot length. What is the answer? Sir, 4 itself is the answer. So make sure length variable applicable for arrays concept, length method applicable for string concept. Okay, string object, right? Sometimes in the exam there may be a chance to ask system.out.println s dot length variable for the string object. Length variable for the string object, compiler will give left and right. Remember that, because length variable applicable for arrays but not for string object. That's why it is applicable for arrays. That's why immediately compare method we are going to get. Okay, sir, let me cross check. If I use length variable for the string object, yes, not length variable. Let me compile. Immediately compare method we are going to get. Cannot find symbol, yes, not length variable length. Cannot find symbol, yes, not length variable length. Compare method we are going to get, sir. So please make sure, very important point, length variable applicable for arrays but not for string object. Length method applicable for string but not for arrays. Sometimes in our certification, maybe a chance they may ask SOP of x dot length method. X dot length method. they are trying to use a length method for array. Immediately comparative method you are going to get. They are trying to use a length variable for string. Immediately comparative method you are going to get. Length method applicable for string, length variable applicable for arrays concept. So please make sure this point also you have to keep in your mind, very important for the exam sake. Clear? Now the next method related to strings. Sir, here observe public string, string is the return type of this method. What is the method name is replace method. Replace every character, replace with a new character, like that replace. Char old character, comma, char new character. Are you getting? Char old character, comma, char new character, right? Replace is the method. To replace every occurrence of this character with this character. Every occurrence of this character with this character. That is the purpose of replace method, right? Okay, well. So now observe that I have string s is equal to here just observe a b is there. A b is there, sir. Now system.out.println s dot replace of, can you please replace, sir, a character with a b character. Can you please replace a character with b character? Every a will be replaced with b. Every a will be replaced with b. Then obviously, what is the output by default we are going to get? B is the answer. Are you getting? So what is the purpose of replace method? Every old character, can you please replace with the new character? Okay, this is here every a replace with the b. Then what is the output we are going to get? All b's. Clear for all of right? What is the purpose of replace method? Let me execute, sir. Here legend string s is equal to ab like this I'm taking. Sir, s dot replace I'm taking a char a. Can you please replace with the b? Char a. Can you please replace with the b like this, right? Sir, now what is the output we are going to get? Just all b's by default will be there. Are you getting? All b's by default will be there. This is the output we are going to get, sir. Are you getting? All b's. So every a will be replaced with the b. That is the purpose of replace method. Clear? Very easy. Nothing is there, sir. What is the next method is? Do you know? Sir, substring method is there. Sir, now I want to find substring from third index to fifth index. Are you getting? Third index to fifth index, or otherwise from third index onwards until end of the string I want a substring. Okay, for that we require to go for substring method. Public, okay, string, public string. What is the method name is substring. Are you getting? Substring of int begin. Okay, int begin index. Observe that, sir. Sir, can you please tell, is it valid or not? Ayo, whatever I wrote on the board, is this method is valid or not? What there, man? Sub, S-U-B-S-T-R-I-N-G, substring. Here you see the capital I'm taking. Yeah, substring. Two words, every inner word starts with uppercase. Camel case convention in Java. Is it valid or not? Remember that. If you can take the method name like this, compiler will get left and right, because substring method SS should be small. Okay, SS should be small. Okay, total is single word only. Substring SS should be small. So this method returns the string from begin index to end of the string. Are you getting? From begin index to end of the string. So from begin index to end of the string, it is going to return substring like this, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Have a look once, or otherwise let me go for a small example first. String s is equal to, sir, I'm taking a, b, c, d, e, f, g. I'm taking, sir. What the string? Respond. What the string? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. In India, in Telugu language, there was one movie, sir, named with Balu. Like a tagline for that movie is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What is this one? For one movie title, there is one movie title is there named with Balu. The tagline is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. What is that? Ayo, at least some people may be from India. Some people may know Telugu. Okay, you may aware. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, do you know what it means? Is a boy can do everything for a girl. Are you getting? A boy can do everything for a girl. Okay, is it correct? A boy can do everything for a girl. Okay, whenever this movie came, then immediately, so there are superiors like me, they are going to create reverse slogans also. What they are going to do is, so at that time, this tagline is very popular. A boy can do everything for a girl, like, then immediately some people, girl, forget, everything, did, sir, catch, boy, again. I don't know whether it is a reverse is the correct or whether original is the correct or not. Okay, just here A, B, C, D, E, F, G is there, sir. Now my requirement is from third index onwards until end of the string, I want substring. Then system.out.println s dot substring of 3. S dot substring of 3 like this, right? From third index onwards, from third index to end of the string, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3 means D to end. So D, E, F, G is the answer we are going to get. Are you getting right? So how the substring method is going to work? How many arguments are there? One argument. From that index onwards until end of the string, it is going to return. Okay. Now let me cross check, sir. Here, yes, is equal to A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Sir, S dot substring of 3. S dot substring of 3. Substring. Sir, S is the small or capital? By mistake, if I am taking capital S. By mistake, if I am taking capital S, what will happen, sir? Have a look once. Compiler will give left and right. Are you getting? So, 1 minute. Here 3. By mistake. Here 3, substring of 3. Here observe that compile error we are going to get saying cannot find symbol. Which is symbol, sir? Method substring of int. There is no such type of method like this, right? Now, yes, it is small. Okay, perfectly it's going to work. Yes, it is small. Have a look once. What the answer? By default we are going to get D, E, F, G. This is the substring method, right? Okay, well. Sir, now what is the next thing I have to discuss? So substring method is very clear. But for substring method, yes, it is small. How many arguments are there? Only one argument. Only one argument int begin. But now there is one more substring method is there. What is that method is? 2 arguments are available. Sir, I don't want to consider until end of the string. I want to consider from third index to 6th index only, 5th index only. I want to specify one particular boundary, one particular region. How you can? Very simple. Public string substring. Public string substring of int begin, comma, int end. Int begin, comma, int end. So returns the substring from begin index to, returns the substring from begin index to, can you please tell? Returns the substring from begin index to end -1 index. Returns substring from begin index to end minus 1. This is a very important word, not end. End minus 1 index. Okay. Now system.out.println s dot substring of 3 to 6 I am taking. 3, 6. Can you please tell? It returns the substring from 3rd to 5 only. N minus 1. N minus 1 itself is nothing but 6 minus 1 itself is the 5. 3 to 5 only. So 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 like this. 3, 4, 5. Then automatically D, E, F is the answer. Are you getting? D, E, F itself is the answer, sir. Now have a look once. Observe. Sir, now S dot substring 3, 6 I am taking. 3, 6. So 3, 6 means 3 to 5 only. 3 to 5 only. Observe that. What answer we are going to get, sir? Yes, second answer. This is D, E, F. So how many substring methods are available? There are 2 substring methods are available. One is only 1 argument. Second one is 2 arguments, right? That's all. Replace and the substring methods. Clear clarity is there? Methods related to string. Okay. Sir, index of, okay, public int index of char c. What the meaning of this one is? It returns index of specified character. It returns index of specified character. Sir, this character present yet which index? Sir, very simple. Let me take string s is equal to Durga. String s is equal to Durga line. Sir, system.out.println s dot index of G I am taking. Can you please tell at which index place G is available? At which index place G is available? 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is the answer. Are you getting? If you know the character, this character present yet what index? If you want to know, then we require to go for index of. Observe that. Have a look once. Here string s is equal to Durga like this I am taking. System.out.println s dot index of G like this, right? Sir, what is the output we are going to get? Let me execute. The code compiles fine. The code runs fine. What answer we are going to get? 3 itself is the answer, sir. Okay, well. Sir, now my next point. Here take very special care about this one, sir. Suppose if the specified character not available. Maybe the specified character may not available. Best example. System.out.println s dot index of Z I'm asking. S dot index of Z I'm asking. Can you please tell if the Z is available? No, not available. If the Z is not available, then simply we are going to get -1. Remember this one, sir. If the specified character not available, then we are going to get what? -1. Have a look once. S dot index of Z I'm taking. Instead of G, I'm taking Z. Sir, Z is not available here. What output we are going to get, sir? Happily the code compiles fine. Now the answer is -1. Now the answer is -1. Like this we have. Okay, next I have one small doubt. Next doubt is if the specified character not available, -1. If the character available yet multiple times, are getting maybe a chance. If the character, same character available multiple times, then which index it's going to return? Simple, sir. It returns index of first occurrence. First time when this character is available, that index it's going to return. Now have a look once. System.out.println. Sir, here best example. If I can take s is equal to assume string s is equal to b like this I'm taking. Sir, how many times a is available? 2 times. Here 1 time, here also 1 time. Here 1 time, here also 1 time. First time a is available, At which index place? 0, 0, 1, 1th index place. Now system.out.println s dot index of s dot index of a. S dot index of a. A is available. A is available at which index place, right? First index place. That's why what is the output we are going to get? 1. Even A is available multiple times, but index of method is always going to return first occurrence index only. Remember here, let me cross check, let me show. B, A, B, A, sir, here BB, AB is there, sir. Now S dot index of A I'm taking. S dot index of A like this, right? Now observe carefully what is the answer we are going to get, sir. 1, only 1 index, because it's available first time. A is available at 1 index, so that's all. So this is what is the index of. Clear, right? Sir, what is the index of specified character? If the specified character not available, -1. If the specified character available multiple times, then first occurrence index is going to return. Next method, here legend. Sir, I don't want index of first occurrence. I want index of last occurrence. Again, last time when this character came, like public int, last index of. Are you getting? Public int, last index of char ch. Are you getting? Public int, last index of char ch. Remember this one. So last time when this character available, if you want to know, then last index of right. Now observe this. String s is equal to ba. Here string s is equal to ba. Okay, ba bb ab. So last time a is available where? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last time A is available at 4th index. I want to know last index. Last index of. Are you getting what the method name? Last index of A. Sir, A is available at the 4th index. Now I have a look once. Sir, what the output you are going to get? 4th index, right? Okay. So this is what is the meaning of, what is the purpose of index of, last index of. Now immediately some people may ask the doubt, sir, I want to know second occurrence index, third occurrence index, fourth occurrence index. Sorry, API is available for general common cases only. If you are not going to satisfy happy with this API method, then you require to write the code explicitly. But as of now, API is available, first occurrence index, last occurrence index. Clear, right? So if you want third occurrence, fourth occurrence, you require to write the code explicitly for that, right? Okay, that's all. Next, sir, there are some more methods are there, not required to keep any explanation, right? What is the next method is to lowercase. I want to convert total string. If anywhere uppercase character is there, please convert to lowercase. Okay, public string to lowercase. So whatever uppercase characters are there in the given string will be converted into lowercase. Now the string contain only lowercase alphabet symbols. Are you getting? So for this, not required to go for example. I hope you know. Next, public string to uppercase. Public string to uppercase. Can you please convert to uppercase? The given string, if anywhere lowercase characters are there, automatically will be converted into uppercase. Okay, please make sure you should aware these two methods also. Okay, so what is the meaning of index of, last index of, to lowercase to uppercase? Is it clear for all of you, right? Hello friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly about string class methods. Still one more method is remaining, very important for day-to-day coding, even for exam also. Let me explain that method with a small case study so that you people can get much clarity. So first, what is the need of that method? I will explain with an example. Observe that a small program I wrote. very interesting application. Just observe that. Import java.util.start class test public static void main. Sir, scanner SC is equal to new scanner arm system.in. Can you please tell what is the purpose of scanner? To read the dynamic input from the keyboard. If you want to read some input from the end user from the keyboard, then we require to use scanner. Okay. System.out.print enter your city name. Boss, can you please enter your city name? Now string name is equal to sc dot next line. Now whatever end user is going to enter the city name, I'm saving inside a variable name. Now if a name dot equals of Hyderabad, if a name dot equals of Hyderabad like, so what is the output? Hello Hyderabadi adab. Are you getting hello Hyderabadi adab means namaskar, something like so wishing wish in Hyderabad style. Next hello Hyderabadi adab. Else if name dot equals of Chennai, if the city name is the Chennai, for them hello Madrasi Vanakkam. Hello Madrasi Vanakkam, because it is the Chennai Tamil terminology Vanakkam. Okay, like now else if name dot equals of Bangalore, system.out.println hello Kannadiga Namaskara. Hello Kannadiga Namaskara, like so if the name city name is the Bangalore, then what is the response? What is the output I have to display? Hello Kannadiga Namaskar. Sir, else system.out.println please enter a valid city name. Okay, my program is going to consider only 3 city names. One is Hyderabad, second one is Chennai, and the third one is Bangalore. Okay, my product is available only these 3 places. That's why, so I want to consider only these 3 places, right? So if any other city name we are entering, end user entering, so immediately he is going to tell please enter a valid city name. Are you getting right? So that's a simple application just to wish to greet message for the end user, like let me run up to this, and then there is one small loopholes are there, that part I will discuss. Have a look once, observe very carefully, sir. The same example I am taking. Import java.util.star class test main method. Sir, scanner SC is equal to new scanner system.out.print enter your city name, string name is equal to sc dot next line. Sir, name dot equals of Hyderabad, hello Hyderabadi adab. Next, if the city name is the Chennai, hello Madrasi Vanakkam. If the city name is the Bangalore, hello Kannadiga Namaskar. Hello Kannadiga Namaskar. Next, please enter a valid, else please enter a valid city name. That's what this is. Sir, now code wise, I don't think you people can able to understand very easily. Code wise, there is no problem at all. Okay. Now let me run this code, sir. Observe carefully. Here, what I'm trying to take is, let me compile. Yes, the code compiles fine. Let me run. Okay, I'm trying to enter Hyderabad. Yeah, perfect. Hello Hyderabadi adab. Okay, I'm trying to enter city name. Yeah, Chennai, like this. Hello Madrasi Vanakkam. I'm trying to enter Bangalore. Okay, like this, right? Bangalore, there. Hello Kannadiga Namaskar. If I'm trying to enter, okay, just Mysore. If I'm trying to enter Mysore, immediately please enter a valid city name, because my program is going to work only for 3 city names, right? Okay, well, now my doubt is there are some problems are there with this code. If I can show this code to any real-time expert, or if I can move this code into the live, definitely in the live there are some problems you are going to get. What problems are there? There are 2 issues the developer, the programmer ignored. The bigger mistakes for the programmer point of view, developer point of view, right? Sir, what mistakes are there? Just you people should be aware. Can you please guess? Yes, friends, are you seeing any mistakes in this code? This is the code. My programming requirement, I require to cover only 3 city names, no problem at all. Don't tell sir other city names you didn't cover. It is not my programming requirement, only 3 city names. In this, there are some small mistakes are there, sir. Logical mistakes, not coding mistakes. I mean, not coding mistakes. If coding mistakes are there, then the program won't work. Problem number one. Who is the responsible to enter city name? Who is the responsible to enter city name? End user. End user don't know whether he may enter city name either in uppercase or lowercase or mixed case. But your program always consider lowercase letters only. Sir, you compare only lowercase. Are you getting? You compare only lowercase city names only. If the end user entered only lowercase city name, then only these things are going to work. Otherwise, by mistake, Bangalore, B capital, or Hyderabad, H capital, are full in uppercase I added, then, sir, this program is not going to recognize. So, your program is always expecting case sensitive string from the end user. By mistake, end user entered uppercase letter, then your program is not going to work. Let me show this one. Let me show this. Here, observe that same application. Now I'm taking here, enter city name. I'm trying to give H capital. Are you getting? Hyderabad, H capital, immediately it's going to tell, please enter a valid city name. So, your application is not going to consider this city name, because in our application, our entered city name is Hyderabad, right? So, similarly, if you entered Chennai, okay, C capital I'm taking, sorry, please enter a valid city name. It is our application unable to recognize. If I entered Bangalore, like only in uppercase, sorry, it's not going to recognize our city name. So the problem is our application is always expecting only lowercase city name from the end user, which is never be good programming practice, because end user is not a software engineer. End user don't know the difference between uppercase and lowercase. That's why he may use lowercase, he may use uppercase, he may use both the mixed case also. That's why in any case he is going to provide, yes, our program should accept. What is the way? What is the solution is? I will suggest two solutions for you. Solution 1, equals method. Can you please replace with the equals ignore case? Sir, in the last videos I covered, right? Equals method is there, equals ignore case method is there. So if you replace equals method with equals ignore case method, then the problem by default will be solved. Correct, right? Okay, just observe. If it is the case, how many places I have to replace? How many places are required to replace? Here 1 equals, second equals, third equals, right? So instead of that, anyway, I will have some solution. You hard coded only lowercase letter, only lowercase, right? So what I will do is, if end user entered city name, I will convert into lowercase, and then I'm comparing lowercase letters, then our problem will be solved. So second approach is very easy, because we require to write only one line. So, sir, string name is equal to sc dot next line. Now I will get end user entered city name dot to lowercase. So end user provided city name, I'm trying to convert into lowercase, and then in the rest of the program, I'm always going to compare with the lowercase city names only. That's why the problem will be solved. Even end user entered either uppercase, lowercase, no problem at all. Happily the code is going to work. Clear for all, right? What the need of case sensitive? Now take a bit special care. Observe that here I'm trying to take string name is equal to sc dot next line dot to lowercase. Are you getting? To lowercase. Like this I'm taking, sir. So string name is equal to sc dot next line dot to lowercase, like this I'm taking, sir. So let me execute this code. Now this one is always going to convert into lowercase, even end user entered uppercase, mixed case, and so on, right? Now anyway, we are comparing only with the lowercase city names. That's why happily the application is going to work, no problem, right? Okay, enter city name. Let me run. Enter city name. Now, sir, I'm trying to enter HYDERA, Hyderabad. Are you getting? Some are uppercase, some are lowercase. No problem. Hello Hyderabadi Adab. It can able to recognize, right? Now enter city name. Enter city name Chennai. Are you getting? Enter city name. Hello Madrasi. Vanakkam. Like this, right? So enter city name Bangalore. Okay? Bangalore. B capital I took. No problem. Happily it's going to work, sir. So one solution we covered very clearly, right? So even end user can able to enter either lowercase or uppercase, no problem at all. First end user entered word I will convert into lowercase and then happily I will execute this code. Okay, well, issue number 1 solution is also there. But still another issue is there, sir. What is that other issue? Sir, dangerous point. Take very special care. Very dangerous point. Second one is the very dangerous. Still, do you have any problem with this code? Yes, one more issue is there. What is the problem? Because while coding, being a programmer, you require to aware all these conditions. Don't expect end user is always software engineer. Are you getting? You require to aware, you require to provide full flexibility to the end user. One more flexibility I have to provide to the end user. What is that flexibility? Yes, end user entered city name converting into lowercase and then you are trying to compare, is it Hyderabad or is it Chennai or is it Bangalore, like this, right? Suppose I am the end user. Now listen the problem. Enter your city name. Enter your city name. City name like. Now I have to enter the city name. If I enter city name as Hyderabad, no problem, acceptable. Now Hyderabad city is there, it's going to provide. But the problem is, by mistake, there are some end users are there. What they are always going to do, they will enter city name, not directly. First they will keep one space, one or two spaces, and then they are going to enter city name as Hyderabad. Are you getting? One or two spaces and then they are entering as Hyderabad, like this. Now our application is going to check two spaces followed by Hyderabad. Is there any city is there or not? Two spaces followed by Hyderabad. City is not there. Immediately please enter a valid city name. Are you addressing the problem, right? So by mistake, if the end user entered space at the beginning, sorry, your application can't recognize that city name. If you want, you can observe that. Here, have a look once, sir. I'm taking a small example. Here, let me run this code. Let me run. Sir, Hyderabad. Directly, I'm trying to enter. Valid. Hello, Hyderabad. Like. Sir, by mistake, one space, and then Hyderabad I'm taking. And then Hyderabad I'm taking. One space and then Hyderabad. Can you please observe? Please enter a valid city name. Array, by mistake end user entered one space at the beginning. Sir, is the problem. Sir, not only at the beginning, sir. Even at the end also. Suppose end user entered. City name Hyderabad, and then one or two spaces at the end. Still, is it a problem or not? Yes, because Hyderabad followed by two spaces, either in a city is there or not. No such type of city. That's why please enter a valid city name like it's going to come. So it is a space issue. Issue is going to come, sir. Observe carefully. Now at the end, I want to take, sir, Hyderabad, and then space. 3 spaces I'm taking, sir. Even whether 1 space or 2 space or 3 spaces, no problem. Output is always, please enter a valid city name. Are you getting? A bit dangerous case. You have to take care. Sir, now in this scenario, can I blame end user or can I blame programmer? Which one is the correct? Can I blame end user or can I blame programmer? You should not blame end user. I told, right? You can't expect end user should be software engineer. He don't know what is the importance of space. He don't know what is the importance of lowercase and uppercase. You have to take care everything being a programmer. It is our mistake only. That's why what I want to take is, sir, before comparing with the city names, If any spaces entered by end user, either at the beginning or at the end, if you remove those spaces, then the problem by default will be solved. Correct, right? Sir, how to remove spaces present at beginning of the string, end of the string? Beginning of the string, end of the string. If any blank spaces are there, remove those blank spaces. Only content I have to compare. If you want to remove those blank spaces, we require to go for what is the method is trim. Trim is the method. Are you getting what the method name? Trim. Trim is the method. Sir, observe public string. Public string trim. Trim is the method. Remember this one, sir. Sir, trimming. Have you remembered, right? Trim. We are going to do. Trim means cut. Extra things can you please cut? Trimming, right? Same trimming. Here, any blank spaces present yet beginning of the string, end of the string. Can you please remove? That is the purpose of trim method, right? Beautiful method. The most commonly used method in real time. Compulsory you people should aware, sir. Now, here have you observed? Hyderabad. If any spaces are there at the beginning or at the end, will be removed. Only content will be considered. That is the purpose of trim method. If I use a trim method in this application, that issue also by default will be solved. Where I require to use? Very simple. SC dot next line. City name we are going to get. End user entered city name. Dot to lowercase. Converting into lowercase. So case is not going to be important. Dot observe to lowercase. Trim like this, right? Trim. If any spaces are there present again, beginning of the string, end of the string will be removed. So end user, you can enter any number of spaces, no problem. My program can able to handle. Like that you have to convey. Observe carefully, sir. Here now have a look once. Here just this line is the very important line. This line is a very important line. String name, SC dot next line, dot to lowercase, of trim. Dot to lowercase, of trim. Like this we have to take. Now, observe, sir, here, enter city name, space, and then Hyderabad. Okay, space. No problem at all. Any number of spaces you can use. Hello Hyderabadi, adab. Like this, right? Now here enter city name, space. Bangalore followed by Bangalore, and then Bangalore, space. Any number of spaces you can take at either at the beginning or at end. Then happily those spaces by default will be removed. How beautiful concept it is. That is the purpose of trim method. Very important for the exam, very important for day-to-day coding. What the methods are? Trim method like this, right? So here take a bit very special care. What the purpose of trim method? To remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string, present at end of the string. All blank spaces present at beginning, present at end by default will be removed. Now I have another small doubt. Take very special care, sir. Sir, here I am taking string S is equal to, sir, this bit, there is a max possibility to ask in the exam. Take special care, sir. Here I am taking Durga, and then one space, soft. Like this I am taking, sir. Durga, and then one space, and then soft. So at the beginning, I am not taking space. At the end, I am not taking space. Observe carefully, right? Now, system.out.println, s.trim, dot length. S.trim.length. After trimming, what is the length? Anyone can you please tell? Yes, friends, very dangerous point. What is the length? Sir, original string length 5 plus 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Total 10 characters are there. Total 10 characters are there, including this middle space. Now after trim dot length, it is not s dot length. After trim dot length, can you please guess what is the answer? 8, 9, 10. What is the answer we are going to get? That's what you should be aware. Very important for the exam sake. What is the point is, trim method can remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string, end of the string, but not the middle blank spaces. Are you getting? But not the middle blank spaces. If any space present inside middle of the string, those things trim method is not going to remove. Okay, so yes, dot trim dot length, what is the output by default? We are going to get same 10 length only, because this space is not going to be removed by trim method. Please make sure you should aware. Let me execute this code so that you will get confirmation. Observe that, sir. Here 1 minute. Here just I'm taking. Okay, here let me make the changes. All these in the same program, only like this. Okay, can you please guide, sir? What is the code I have to take? String s is equal to Durga soft. Are you getting? String s is equal to Durga and then space and then soft. Okay, like now system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println s dot length, original length of the string. Sir, s dot trim dot length. So in both cases we are going to get 10 only, because here we are going to get in both cases 10 only, because here trim method won't remove blank spaces present in the middle of the string. Now observe that. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get? Have you observed right? 10. Very important for the exam sake. Please make sure you people should aware. Are you getting right? What is the purpose of trim? Trim method can be used to remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string and the end of the string, but not the middle blank spaces. That is the last method, last important method we require to talk with respect to string concept. And beautiful case studies are better to follow. Clear? Sir, in the last video we covered, sir, what is the need of trim method? What are various important methods are there related to the string? Clear for all of you, right? The next important concept, very important loophole is there related to immutability. Take a bit special care, sir. Here I am taking string s1 is equal to new string of Durga. Take very special care. Sir, have you remembered what is immutability? What is immutability? Already you are the kings in that area. I know that, because almost around 10 to 15 videos we covered up to this only on that concept. Sir, what is immutability? Once we create an object, we are not allowed to change its content. If we are trying to perform any changes, with those changes a new object will be created. Are you getting right? So once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes. If we are trying to perform any changes, with those changes a new object will be created. Okay, you know up to that. But for that, some extra masala, spicy I want to add. Observe that. String s1 is equal to new string of Durga. Now my target is string s2 is equal to s1 dot to lower case, or otherwise let me take the first method, s1 dot to uppercase string s3 is equal to s1 dot to lowercase I'm taking. String s1 is equal to string of Durga, string s2 is equal to s1 dot to uppercase, string s3 is equal to s1 dot to lowercase. system.out.println S1 double equal to S2, system.out.println S1 double equal to S3. I'm taking sir. Can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get? Please, the most dangerous point I want to talk. So it's very helpful to answer the questions in the exam. In the next, I will discuss how to create our own immutable class. There also, this concept must be required. Can you please confirm what the output we are going to get? If I can take like this. False, false, true, false, false, true, or true, true, like you should have. So very simple. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes. If you are trying to perform any change, with those changes, a new object will be created. This is called immutability nature of string. Okay, well, let me explain here. One more small observation must be required. You should aware that. What is that is? Have a look once memory structure. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga, like this, right? Now, here observe heap area, SCP area. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, here Durga object got created. S1 is the reference variable. Now, for the future purpose, in the SCP area, one object will be placed. Internal reference will be maintained by JVM. Now, string S2 is equal to S1 dot 2 uppercase. Sir, I'm trying to change the content of S1. 2 uppercase. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If you are trying to perform any change, with those changes, a new object will be created. Where that new object will be created? In the heap area. In the last video somewhere I covered. Because of runtime operation, if any object is required to create, that object will be created only in the heap area. Runtime operation, right? So now 2 uppercase means DURGA. Okay? S2 is the reference variable. Yes. So S1 dot 2 uppercase, because of that, a new object will be created. Sir, a new object will be created, and then for that, S2 is the reference variable. Well, sir. Now listen carefully. String S3 is equal to S1 dot 2 lowercase. String S3 is equal to S1 dot 2 lowercase. Now on S1, I'm calling which method? 2 lowercase method. Sir, because of 2 lowercase method, is there any change in the content? Please respond. Is there any change in the content? No change in the content. If there is no change in the content, what is the need of creating new object? So, if there is a change in the content, with those changes, a new object will be created, sir. If there is no change in the content, then instead of creating new object, for the existing object only, this reference variable will be assigned. String S3 is pointing to same object only. Sir, this is small observation what you people should aware. Are you able to understand, right? So, because of our runtime operation, if there is a change in the content, with those changes a new object will be created. If there is no change in the content, existing object only will be reused. Clear, right? Sir, now SOP of S1 double equal to S2, S1, S2, both are not pointing to the same object. That's why false is the answer in the first case. Next, S1 double equal to S3, both are pointing to the same object. That's why true is the answer, right? Very simple, straightforward. You can ask only one question. Array, you are calling runtime method. Because of that, is there any change in the content? Yes, man, there is a change in the content. Oh, create a new object, give the reference variable for that new object. No change in the content, existing object only will be reused. This rule is the same whether the current object present in the heap area or present in SCP area. Reuse same existing object. It may be present in the heap area or present in SCP area. I will go for one more example, then you can get much clarity. First, let me execute up to this, right? Observe that. Here, can you please guide what the answer? What the code? String S1 is equal to new string of string S1 is equal to new string of Durga like this I'm taking, sir. Now string S2 is equal to S1 dot 2 uppercase like this I do. Next string S3 is equal to S1 dot 2 lowercase like this I'm taking, sir. Now system dot out dot println S1 double equal to S2, S1 double equal to S3. Yes, what the output we are going to get? If you want, you can cross check. Happily the code compiles fine. What the answers are? First one is the false, second one is the true, like this, right? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me repeat. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes. If any person trying to perform the change, if there is a change, with those changes any object will be created. If there is no change, existing object will be reused. Whether the object present in the heap area, present in SCP area, the rule is always the same. Clear, right? So this is one example. Let me go for one more example, then you can get much clarity about this point, sir. Here, have a look once. Here, see this one, sir. I'm taking string S1 is equal to, okay, new or just Durga I'm taking. String S1 is equal to Durga like this. String S2 is equal to, string S2 is equal to S1 dot toString method. S1 dot toString method. String S3 is equal to S1 dot two lowercase. S1 dot two lowercase. Like string S4 is equal to, string S4 is equal to S1 dot two uppercase. S1 dot 2 uppercase like this, right? I'm taking. Now system dot out dot println S1 double equal to S2, S1 double equal to S3, S1 double equal to S4, S1 double equal to S4 like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is the code whatever we have. Now my question is very simple. What is the output we are going to get? If you aware memory structure, very easily you can able to answer. Nothing will be there, sir. Can you please guide what the output we are going to get for this requirement? So if you can able to answer, nothing, you are the king in the immutability concept. I know each and every point related to immutability. Definitely you can get that clarity, I'm sure. Yeah. Can I start? Now observe carefully. String S1 is equal to Durga, like this, right? Here I'm taking heap area, SCP area. Now listen carefully. Heap area, SCP area. String S1 is equal to Durga. Can you please tell where this Durga required to create? In SCP area. Sir, now in the SCP area, Durga created. S1 is the reference variable for that. Next, here S1 dot toString method. S1 dot toString method. Okay, this is I'm taking. If I can take S1 dot toString method, now the point here is it is already string to string conversion. Nothing, no change in the content. There is no change in the content, existing object only will be reused. Okay, whether if you are performing some operation on the current object, but because of that operation, no change, then the current object only will be reused. Whether the current object present in the heap area, SCP area, rule is always same. That's why, sir, S2 is also pointing to the same object. Because of this operation, no change in the content. Okay, well. String S3 is equal to S1 dot 2 lowercase. Is there any change in the content? No. 2 lowercase. Because of 2 lowercase method on S1, no change in the content. Because it's already in the lowercase, then no change in the content. Existing object will be reused. Oh, S1, S2, S3 all are pointing to SCP object Durga only. Next, string S4 is equal to S1 dot to uppercase. Now, sir, is there any change in the content or not? Yes, there is a change in the content. Next, compulsory new object will be created because of runtime operation. If a new object is required to create, compulsory that object will be placed only in the heap area but not in SCP. Okay, that's why. So where Durga will be created uppercase. So S4 point into this one. Now, very simple. S1 double equal to S2. True is the answer. S1 double equal to S3. True is the answer. S1 double equal to S4. S1 and S4 both are not pointing to the same object. False is the answer. Getting right? True, false itself is the answer. Sir, can I execute this code so that you people can feel more comfortable? I'm sure. Okay, let me execute right. Here, string S1 is equal to, sir, string S1 is equal to just Durga like this. String S2 is equal to S1 dot to string. S1 dot to string like this, right? Next, string S3 is equal to S1 dot to lowercase. String S4 is equal to, string S4 is equal to S1 dot to uppercase like same code. S1 double equal to S2, S1 double equal to S3, S1 double equal to S4. Are you getting? This is the code. I hope whatever I wrote on the board, same code only, right? Now, let me execute. The output I'm expecting true, false. Okay, true, false. Perfectly correct. So, the important conclusion, what you people should be aware, once we create an object, once we create a string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If we are trying to perform any changes, if there is a change in the content, with those changes, a new object will be created. If there is no change in the content, existing object only will be reused. Whether the existing object present in the heap area, present in SCP area, rule is always the same. Clear, right? So, two examples I covered so that you people can get much clarity about this terminology, right? Clear? Last video we covered very clearly what is immutability, what are various important loopholes related to immutability, right? Now the next concept, most valuable, very important for the interview room especially, okay, interview room especially, right? What is the, how to create our own immutable class? Is it possible to create our own immutable class or not? Yes, why not? We can able to do that. How you can create our own immutable class? Can you explain with an example? Very important point. So first, before creating our own immutable class, first what you got? What is immutability? What is the meaning of immutability? Can you please tell? Once we create object, we are not allowed to change the content. If any person trying to change the content, if there is a change, to those changes, a new object will be created. If there is no change in the content, existing object will be reused. Are you able to get right? Let me repeat again. Once we create our object, no one is allowed to change its content. If any person trying to change the content, with those changes, a new object will be created. If there is no change in the content, existing object will be reused. Clear, right? So now let me go for next a small example how to create our own immutable class. Here very simple, sir. Here I am taking class test. Here my target is, observe carefully. Here I am taking one instance variable private int I. One instance variable I am taking private int I. Okay, now, sir, here constructor. This is the constructor. This dot I is equal to I. Constructor I am taking, sir. Next, public. Okay, here I'm taking modify method. I'm taking int I. Okay, return type of modify method is the test. Return type of this modify method is the test, sir. Now listen very carefully, right? What my target is, this test should be immutable class. This test should be immutable class. I want to do like that. What is the way, sir? Very simple. If I'm creating test object, I want to create one test object, right? Now observe, test T1 is equal to new test of 10. Observe very carefully, sir. Test T1 is equal to new test of 10. So means a test object got created. T1 is the reference variable where I value will become 10, because test class contain one instance variable I. This dot I is equal to I. Okay, that's fine. So test T1 is equal to new test means, sir, here object got created. Once we create test object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in this object. If any person trying to perform changes, if there is a change in the content, with those changes, any object is required to create. If there is no change in the content, existing object should be reused. Remember this one. This is nothing but about immutability. Okay. Now test T2 is equal to T1 dot modify of 100. I'm taking test T2 is equal to T1 dot modify of 100. Can you please modify T1 with 100 value? Means can you please change I value as 100? Can you tell in this case, is there any change in the content or not? Yes, 10 should become 100. You are modifying. If there is a change in the content, compulsory a new object will be created. Okay, you can't perform any changes in this object. Okay, it's my requirement, right? How you can write the code, I will explain. Next, test T3 is equal to T1 dot modify of 10. I'm taking T1 dot modify of 10 I'm taking. Can you please tell what the value? 10. Sir, T1 dot modify with 10. Already T1 I value is the 10 only. So because of this modification, no change in the content. If there is no change in the content, existing object only should be reused. Remember this one. Existing object only should be reused. If you can implement the modify method like that, then the test class will become immutable. Clear, right? Now have a look once, sir. What I have to take? So T1 dot modify of 100, T1 dot modify of 10. How you can able to write the code? Very simple. First condition I will check. If current object dot I, current object dot I means T1 I value is double equal to this I value or not. This I value means whatever argument you are passing. Sir, if the current object I value and your provided I value both are same. If both are same, no change in the content. If there is no change in the content, what is the need of creating new object? You are not required to create new object. Can you please return current object only? Can you please return this? This means what? Can you please return current object only? Okay, like, sir, now test T3 is equal to T1 dot modify of 10. So T1 is the current object. Current object I value. What is the current object I value? 10. And your provided value 10. Sir, both are same or not? Both are same. Return this. So in this case, return this means T1 will be returned. So T1 for the T1 only, T3 reference variable also will be assigned. Regarding for T1 only, T3 reference variable will be assigned. So because there is no change in the content, no new object will be created. Existing object only will be reused. Clear? Next, else, sir. Else. Sir, do you know? There is a change in the content. Both are not same. There is a change in the content. What you have to do? Create a new object with this updated I value and return that object. So return sir new test object with this I value. New test object with this I value, whatever I value you are passing. Best example, T1 dot modify of 100. Sir, T1 I value 10, but here 100, both are not same. Both are not same. Can you please create new object with the I value as this 100 and return that object. Now T2 is the reference variable for that. Are you getting right? Now, if there is a change in the content, new object created. If there is no change in the content, existing object reused, right? So once we create test object, you are not allowed to perform any changes in that. If you are trying to perform any changes, if there is a change in the content, new object will be returned. If there is no change in the content, existing object will be reused. Are you getting this is nothing but immutable or not? Yes. So now system.out.println T1 double equal to T2. System.out.println T1 double equal to T3. T1 double equal to T2. Both are pointing to different object. That's why false is the answer. T1 double equal to T3. Both are pointing to the same. That's why true is the answer. Getting right? So that's all. Can you please tell because of which method? Now this test class will become immutable because of this modify method. Are you getting? Because of this modify method, test class will become what? Immutable. Immutable, right? Remember this one. Because of this modify, test class will become immutable. In string class, every method is implemented in this style. Okay? So just is there any change in the content? Yes, boss. Yes. Create a new object and return. If there is no change in the content, return existing object. Like that, every method present inside string class is implemented like this. That's why string class is immutable. Remember this one. Next, because of this method, it became immutable, right? No one is allowed to change its content. That's why declare the class as final. Final. So that no one is allowed to override. No one is allowed to change its content. That's why all immutable classes are declared as final. String is final class. All wrapper classes also final because they are immutable. No one is allowed to change its content. That's why, right? So now let me execute this code. Observe that. Here, same terminology, same final class test, private int I, test this dot I. Next and after that modify. How this modify method is implemented? Based on that only immutability is there. If this dot I double equal to I, return this, else return new test of I. Okay? Sir, public static void main. Sir, this is test T1 is equal to new test. Test T1 dot modify of 100, T1 dot modify of 10. Now let me execute this code here. See this one, the code compiles fine. Next, what is the output? By default we are going to get, sir, true. If false followed by true itself is the answer. So maybe a chance to ask for the interview room, especially for the interview room. Sir, what is the need? Is it possible to create our own immutable class or not? What answer you can tell? Yes, possible to create our own immutable class. Can you explain with an example? With an example? Yes, take this one, sir. Once we create test class object, we are not allowed to change content. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes, a new test object will be created in the existing object. You can't perform any changes. That's why test class will become immutable. Clear? Any doubt? In the last video, we covered very clearly how to create our own immutable class. Sir, now there is one small misunderstanding is there between final and immutability. So both are same, both are not same. I want to explain in detail. In the interview room, maybe a chance to ask, what is the difference between string and string buffer? String is immutable, string buffer is mutable. Okay, well. So how we can make string buffer as immutable? I want to make string buffer object as immutable. how I can make non-changeable, right? So very simple. By declaring a reference variable as the final, so we can make a string buffer as immutable. Like some people are going to feel, no such type of terminology. Final is the different, immutability is the different, both are not same. By declaring a reference variable as final, we won't get immutability nature, because final is the different, immutability concept is the different. Immutability related to object, final related to reference variable. Sir, what it means? Let me go for example. Here I am taking a simple example, sir. Class test, public static void main method I am taking string array args. Very important, take special care. Here I am taking StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga, like this, right? Now my target is here, I want to make this object as immutable. Sir, SB is pointing to Durga. SB is pointing to Durga, right? I want to make this one as immutable. That's why how I can make? Simple. Declare this reference variable as the final. Some people are going to feel. Okay. If I declare this reference variable as the final, so is this object will become immutable? No. So by declaring a reference variable as the final, we won't get immutability. It is not immutability concept. Where is the proof for that? How you can conclude you are not going to get immutable? Immutable means what? Non-changeable. You can't change the content of this object. Now observe that SB dot append of software I am taking. SB dot append of software. System dot out dot println of SB. System dot out dot println SB. Now observe this. If really it is immutable, you can't change the content. Okay? But still in the software will be added. And SOP of SB means Durga software. You are going to get basic StringBuffer behavior only. It is not immutable behavior. Let me show this one. Have a look once, sir. Here I am taking a small example. Here just observe that carefully. Same example, right? Sir, I want to take class test. I am taking class test. Can you please tell what is the code I took? Final StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer. Final StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. Like this I am taking, sir. SB dot append of software. SB dot append of software like system dot out dot println of SB I am taking. Regarding final StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. SB dot append of software. SOP of SB. Now have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. But the answer we are going to get Durga software means even the reference variable is the final, still in this StringBuffer object we are allowed to change the content. Means that by declaring reference variable as the final, we are not going to get immutability nature. Final is the different, immutability is the different. Then immediately you may ask, if it is the case, what is the significance of this final? What is the use of this final? Very simple, sir. If your reference variable declared as the final, then you can't reassign that reference variable to any new object. Okay? You can't reassign. We can prevent reassigning this reference variable for the new object. It doesn't mean in the corresponding object you can't perform any changes. In the corresponding object, happily you can perform changes, but you can't reassign this reference variable to new object. Sir, where is the proof? Let me show. Here, have a look once, sir. I am taking SB is equal to, now I am trying to reassign this reference variable, new StringBuffer of Ravi, like this I am taking, sir. then immediately comparative method you are going to get. What the reason is? Hey, SB is the final. SB is the final. How you can perform reassignment? Cannot assign a value to final variable SB. Cannot assign a value to final variable SB. Like a comparative method you are going to get. Let me show this one. Have a look once. Have a look. Here, SB is equal to new string buffer. SB is equal to new string buffer of Ravi. Like this I'm taking. SB is equal to new string buffer of Ravi. Ravi like this, right? Now, have a look once. Error cannot assign a value to final variable SB. This is the comparative method we are going to get. So, terminology is very clear for you people, right? So, by declaring a reference variable at the final, we won't get immutability concept. Immutability is the different, final is the different. Sir, if you don't want to perform reassignment for the variable, then it is the final. If you don't want to perform any changes in the object, then it is the immutable. So, final terminology talks about variable but not object. Immutability concept talks about object but not for the variable. Remember that. Sir, based on this, maybe a chance to ask a small point. Sir. Which of the following are meaningful words? Which of the following, which of the following are meaningful? Meaningful. Which of the following are meaningful? First one, listen very carefully, sir. First one, final variable, final object, immutable variable, next immutable object like. So, can you please tell final variable, final object, immutable variable, immutable object. Okay, like among these, which are meaningful? Can you please tell? Final variable. Yes, you can perform reassignment for this variable. Final object, no such type of terminology. Next, immutable variable. No. Immutable variable is not there. Sir, immutable object. Yes, applicable. Once we create an object, you can't perform any changes in that object. That's why final word applicable for variable, immutable word applicable for objects. By declaring a reference variable at the final, we never going to get immutability. Sir, how I can make string buffer as immutable? Impossible, because internally the methods of string buffer is implemented for mutability purpose but not for immutability. If you change the source code of each and every method present inside string buffer, then it will become immutable, but which is not going to be happen. Clear? Are you able to understand? Sir, the next practice bit related to string concept, just observe for certification sake. Here, given public class test, public static void main, string TA is equal to A. String TA is equal to A. TA is equal to TA dot concat of B. I'm trying to concat B under TA. String TB is equal to C. TA is equal to TA dot concat of TB. TA is equal to TA dot concat of TB. Next, TA dot replace C with D. C with D. Next, TA is equal to TA dot concat of TB. SOP of TA. What is the answer? What is the result? If I execute this code, what is the result? ABCD, ACD, ABCC, ABD, ABDC. These are the possibilities, right? Okay, now can you please observe carefully what is the output we are going to get? Sir, do you know, I covered each and every method very clearly. Even how the concatenation, immutability, all the things already you aware, not required to keep much explanation. Okay, well, but make sure string objects are immutable. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes. If any person trying to perform change, with those changes, a new object will be created. Existing object won't be changed. Regarding this point, you should be aware while solving the questions from string concept. Okay, well, sir, string TA is equal to A. Sir, here A is there. TA is the reference variable. TA pointing to A, sir. TA is equal to TA dot concat of B. Are you getting here just TA dot concat of B. TA dot concat of B. Sir, I am trying to concat B to TA. So for this, now, sir, a new object by default will be created. What is the reference variable? TA means now onwards, this TA point into this object. Now, it is eligible for garbage collection. Okay, after this line, TA point into AB. Now, string TB is equal to C, sir. Okay, now C, TB is pointing to C. TB is pointing to C. Next, TA is equal to TA dot concat of TB. Sir, for TA dot concat of TB means we are trying to add this content to AB. With that, a new object will be created. That's why A, B, C will be created because of this one. And TA pointing to this new object. Now onwards, TA pointing to this new object. Automatically, this object eligible for garbage collection. Okay, well. Next, TA dot replace C with D. Are you getting TA dot replace? Can you please replace C with D? Now, A, B, C is there. Now, C will be replaced with D. A, B, D. With that, a new object will be created. But this new object, we are not assigning to any reference variable. We are not assigning to any reference variable. That's why this object eligible for garbage collection. Still, TA pointing to ABC only. Now, TA is equal to TA dot concat of TB. Again, TA dot concat of TB. TA ABC, concat of TB means C. Now, ABCC, a new object got created. And for this, TA is the reference variable. Now onwards, TA pointing to this one, it is eligible for garbage collection. Are you getting? So, SOP of TA means A, B, C, C is the answer. So, which one is the correct answer? A, B, C, D, A, C, D, A, B, C, C. Okay? This is the correct answer. So, please make sure, sir, every time, if there is a change in the content, new object will be created. Next up for that new object, are you assigning any reference variable? Yes. If you are assigning reference variable, it will be there. If you are not assigning any reference variable, then it is eligible for garbage collection. Any doubt about this one? Can I execute this code? Observe carefully, sir. Here, let me go for, here just observe, string TA dot concat of B, string TB is equal to C, like this. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Happily the code compiles fine. Now the answer is A, B, C, C is the answer we are going to get. Okay, that's all. A, B, C, C is the answer we are going to get. Okay, take very special care. So to answer this type of questions, you people should have clear clarity on string API methods, string behavior, like you should have clarity. Clear? Sir, the next practice question for the certification exam related to string. Observe. Sir, public class test. Public static void main string array args. Sir, string str is equal to, observe very carefully, double quotes open, space double quotes. Space double quotes means what is the length of this string is one character is there. What is that character? Space character is there. Observe. Now str dot trim method we are calling automatically. So the spaces, if any spaces are there present at beginning of the string, present at end of the string by default will be removed. Okay. Now system.out.println str dot equals of empty or not. Is str empty string or not? Okay. Next surplus dot str dot is empty or not. Is the string is empty or not? Yes, this is the program. What is the result? True, false, true, true, false, true, false, false. Regarding which one is the correct answer in this case, right? So to answer this one, only 2 points you people should aware. String objects are immutable. Once we create string object, we can't perform any changes. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes a new object will be created, which is nothing but immutability. Okay. Next, trim method. The purpose of trim method is to remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string and the end of the string. You know these 2 points, right? Now here observe, string str is equal to spaces. So str is always going to pointing to space. Okay. How many characters are there in this string? One character, space is there, sir. Now str dot trim, we are calling trim method, right? If you call trim method, now this space will be removed, but it is immutable, right? Existing object won't be, a new object will be created with empty. No space here, empty, zero length, a new object will be created. But for this new object, we are not assigning any reference variable. If you are not assigning any reference variable, this object eligible for garbage collection. So str still pointing to this one length string only. Okay, well. So SOP of str dot equals of empty. Str dot equals of empty string. No, here it is not empty because it contains one length which is the space character. That's why here false is the answer. Both are not same. Next, str dot is empty. Can you please tell, is it empty string? No, because it contains one character which is the space character. That's why it is also false. Okay. So which one is the correct answer, sir? False we have to get. So false we are going to get. This D itself is the correct answer, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Have a look once. I want to execute this code. Here see, same example, sir. Same example. Here observe very carefully, sir. Here space character is there in the string. Space character is there here. The length of this string is not 0, it's 1. It contains one character, that character is the space. str dot trim. Now str dot equals of, here empty. Is it empty or not? Next, str dot is empty or not, I'm asking. Now observe a bit very carefully, sir. What is the answer we are going to get? Compile is fine. The answer is false itself is the answer. Remember, for the exam, trim method, very important. You should have clarity. Immutability, trim, very hard combination for certification exam. You should aware. Clear? Sir, the next practice question related to string concept. Observe carefully. Sir, public class test. Public static void main string array args. String s is equal to Durga space soft. Okay, Durga space soft. Int length is equal to s dot trim dot length. S dot trim dot length. SOP of length. Okay, what is the length? What is the result, sir? 10, 9, 8, compilation fails. So which one may be the correct answer? Which one? Here observe carefully. Can you please guess what the answer? Trim method we are using to remove the spaces. Then after removing the space, how many characters by default will be there? Very important. Even in the theory also I covered this bit. Okay, more or less same bit. Take very special care. String s is equal to Durga soft. String s is equal to Durga soft. Okay, like now int length is equal to s dot trim, s dot trim. Do you know, because of trim method, is there any change in the content? No. Because a trim method is always going to remove the blank spaces present at beginning, present at end. No blank spaces present at begin and end. Trim method never remove the blank spaces present at middle of the string. Remember this one, it's always going to remove the blank spaces present at beginning of the string, end of the string. It never going to remove the blank spaces present at middle. That's why. So because of trim, no change in the content. If no change in the content, existing object will be reused. Now Durga soft. What is the length? What is the length, sir? How many characters are there? Can you please count? DURGA. 5 plus a space means 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Soft means 4. So total, including this space, 10 characters are there. Now SOP of length means 10 is the answer. Observe that carefully, sir. Trim method never going to remove the blank spaces present at middle of the string. Okay, so 10, 9, 8 compilation fails. Then obviously which one is the correct answer, sir? 10 itself is the correct answer. A. Let me execute this code. Observe carefully, right? Here, if I can take this code, here see, string s is equal to Durga, space soft, and s dot trim dot length. Can you please print SOP of length? Yes. Observe carefully. Here, Java C, test.java, Java test. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? 10. So, the important conclusion, what you people should be aware about this example, trim method never going to remove blank spaces present at middle of the string. It's always going to remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string, end of the string. Clear? Sir, the next practice question related to string concept. Observe that, sir. Given public class test, public static void main string array asks string s is equal to hello world. String s is equal to hello world. S dot trim int I1 is equal to s dot index of space. What is the index of space? SOP of I1. What is this index we are going to get? Sir, here observe s dot trim method. So trim method, what it's going to do? Remove the spaces, something like, okay, and then, sir, SOP of I1. What is the index of space after trim? Now SOP of I1. Sir, what is the result? What is the result? An exception is thrown at runtime. -1, 5, 0. These are the things, right? Sir, very simple. You should aware 2 points. One is purpose of trim method. Second one is index of. Sir, trim method is to remove blank spaces present at beginning of the string, end of the string, but not the middle blank spaces. Are you getting in the string? Anywhere in the middle blank space is there, it won't be removed, sir. Okay, remember that. Next, index of. It is going to return index of first occurrence of the specified character. Here space. If the specified character not available, then we will get -1. You know, right? So now observe, string s is equal to hello world. Okay? Hello world. This is my string. S is the reference variable for that. Okay, well. Now s dot trim, sir. So, is there any spaces present at beginning and present at end? No. Because of trim method, no change in the content. That's why new object won't be created. Okay, well, int I1 is equal to s dot index of space. Sir, in this, where is the space is available? Here. What is the index? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Yet, fifth index place space is available. That's why what is the I1 value? 5 we are going to get, sir. Regarding yet what is the value? 5 we are going to get. Sir, what is the output? C itself is the answer. Sir, let me check this one, because why this question asked for the exam, why this type of possibilities are there? Just to trap you. The reason is, most of the people are going to fail. Trim means the space by default will be gone. If the space is not there, you are asking about index of space is not there, -1 is the answer we are going to get. No such type of terminology. This space won't be removed because of trim method. You should aware. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Is the same code or not? Public class test, public static void main, string s is equal to hello world, s dot trim, int I1 is equal to s dot index of SOP of I1. Now let me execute this code, sir. The code compiles fine. What is the answer by default? You are going to get 5 itself is the answer. Remember that. I hope terminology is very clear for you people, right? Maybe a chance. Sir, this type of questions, take special care while answering. Sir, the next practice bit related to string concept. Observe carefully, sir. Consider the following code. Public class test, public static void main, string s1 is equal to Java. Observe the content very carefully, sir. Sir, J capital, AVA is the small. Java string s1 is equal to Java. String s2 is equal to new string of Java. Sir, it is the lowercase Java, lowercase. Sir, line 1. Oh, we require to insert some code here, line 1. Sir, SOP of equal, else not equal. Maybe if statement we have to place with some condition. Now, if that condition is satisfied, equal, else not equal, like that, right? Next, to print equal, which code fragment should be inserted at line 1? To print equal, which code fragment should be inserted at line 1? Sir, string s3 is equal to s2, if s1 double equal to s3. If s1 dot equals ignore case of s2, second option. String s3 is equal to s2, if s1 dot equals of s3. Next, if s1 dot 2 lowercase double equal to s2 dot 2 lowercase or not. That's all. These are the 4 options what we have. Which one is the correct answer? Getting the point? Excellent bit. You should aware double equal operator, equals method, equals ignore case method. Then you can able to understand, you can able to answer very easily. But make sure double equal operator is always meant for reference comparison. If both the references pointing to the same object, then only returns true. Next, equals method meant for content comparison in string class, but a case also must be important. If you don't want to consider case, if you want to ignore case, then we can go for equals ignore case method. Equals ignore case method we require to take. Remember that this knowledge must be compulsory. You should aware, sir. Okay, now what is the first option, second option? Sir, in all possible options, what will happen? I will show for you, right? Sir, first string s1 is equal to Java. Sir, where the object will be created? Have you remembered string s1 is equal to Java? The object will be created in SCP because it is the literal. That's why, sir, Java. This one will be created inside SCP area. Next, string s2 is equal to new string of Java. Here this object will be created in heap area because the new operator, right? S2 is pointing to this one. S2 is pointing, one is pointing to SCP, the second one is pointing to, sir, heap object, right? Okay, well, so one more, just this Java for the future purpose will be added to SCP also. Okay, ignore, no problem. Now, first condition, sir. String s3 is equal to s2 if s1 double equal to s3. String s3 is equal to s2. So, s3 also point into s2 object. String s3 is equal to s2. S3 is also pointing to s2. if S1 double equal to S3. Sir, S1 and S3 both are not pointing to the same. If both are not pointing to the same, this condition returns false. Okay, if this if condition returns false, else part is going to execute, not equal is going to be printed, but our requirement is what? Equal. That's why option 1 is the invalid. Let me show this one. Have a look once. Here at a line 1, sir, code is the same code only. String S1 is equal to Java, string S2 is equal to new string of Java. At a line 1, what I'm trying to take is at a line 1, just these are two lines I want to take, sir. String S3 is equal to, okay, at line 1, this code I'm taking, sir. At line 1, this is the code, these two lines I'm taking. So if I can take these two lines, what output we are going to get? S1 double equal to S3, both are not pointing to the same object, returns false. If the returns false, else part is going to execute, else part means not equal, like this, right? Sir, now happily the code compiles fine. What the answer by default we are going to get, sir? Simple, not equal is the output we are going to get. So it is not our requirement. Okay, option 1 is the very clear for you people, right? It is not going to print equal, it is going to print not equal. That's why it is not our required option. Second one, sir, listen carefully, listen a bit carefully. Second one, sir, here I added because of first option this is. Now this is the original content. S2 point into heap, S1 point into Java. Now second option, if S1 dot equals ignore case of S2, S1 dot equals ignore case of S2. Sir, have you remember? Equals ignore case means content comparison where case is not important. S1 dot equals ignore case of S2. Yes, man, returns a true because same content, even though case is the different, no problem. Yes, this condition returns a true, sir. If this condition returns a true, what is the output, sir? Equal. Oh, our required output is coming, man. That's why B is the correct answer. Of course, C and D I will explain, don't worry. Have a look once. Now, at a line 1, let me take second option, sir. What is the second option I'm taking? If S1 equals dot equals ignore case, like this I'm taking. S1 dot equals ignore case of S2, like this, right? Sir, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Here, listen, observe carefully, equal is the answer. Because S1 and S2 having the same content, but case is the different, no problem, because we use or equals ignore case. That's why second option perfectly it's going to work. Okay, why the third and fourth options are invalid? Let me cross check. Even I too don't know. Observe that, sir. String S3 is equal to S2. String S3 is equal to S2. S3 is also pointing to the same. If S1 dot equals of S3, S1 dot equals of S3, S1 dot equals of S3 equals method, worry about case also. Here this case is the different, this case is the different, that's why returns false. If it is going to returns false, then we are going to get what? Not equal. Clear, right? Not equal is the answer we are going to get. That's why, so this option is wrong option. Let me show this one, sir. Here, listen very carefully, third option. What I'm trying to take, this is at line 1, I have to take these two lines. These two lines, right? So S1 dot equals of S3, content comparison, case is also important, but here case is the difference is there. That's why the answer we are going to get not equal. Remember this one. What the answer we are getting, sir? Not equal. Okay, like this, right? So that's why, but our requirement is equal. That's why this option is the wrong. Okay, well. Sir, what is the fourth option we have to take? Very important. Observe carefully, sir. Why the fourth option is the wrong? Here, S1 dot to lowercase. S1 dot to lowercase. Yes, boss. There is a change in the content. S1 dot to lowercase. Can you please convert into lowercase? Sir, on the string, if we are calling a method, because of that method, if there is a change in the content, compulsory new object will be created in the heap area. That's why this is the new object created in the heap area. Okay, well. Sir, S2 dot to lowercase. S2 dot to lowercase means S2 no change in the content, that's why same object will be reused. So here I have observed s1 dot 2 lowercase means this one, s2 dot 2 lowercase means this one. So both are double equal. Double equal means reference comparison, but these are objects are different. Even content is the same, objects are different. That's why it returns false only. Because of s1 dot 2 lowercase, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. s2 dot 2 lowercase, no new object. This object is the different, this object is the different, even content is the same. Double equal operator meant for reference comparison. That's why what is the answer we are going to get? False, false is the answer. If it is the false, not equal. That's why let me cross check. Fourth one, let me cross check, sir. Fourth option, this is the option we have. Okay, now have a look once. What is the output? By default you are going to get, sir, false. False itself means not equal, because this condition fails, that's why not equal. So to print equal, which of the following we have to insert at line 1 means this is the code B, this is the code we require to take care. Everyone can aware, a bit dangerous man, take special care to understand this terminology. Okay, well. In the last videos we covered very clear discussion, almost post-mortem about string concept. Have you remembered, right? Sir, just what is immutability, mutability, even related to string buffer also. Everywhere I compared, almost around 15 to 18 videos, 20 videos around we discussed about string concept, right? Sir, now the next concept what we have to discuss is string buffer concept. Are you getting what is the word, sir? Can you spell out? String buffer concept, right? So the first point you people should be aware, already string is there. Why we should go for string buffer? So where string is not good, there are some situations where we are not required, where we are not recommended to use a string concept. To handle such type of situations, we should go for string buffer. Okay, obviously. But where string concept is not suitable, okay, well, suppose assume if the content is fixed, won't change frequently. Sir, content is always fixed. It's not going to change frequently at runtime. Happily, you can go for string concept, right? If the content is not fixed, keep on changing. Are you getting? If the content is not fixed, keep on changing. Never recommended to use string concept. What is the reason is, sir, suppose assume that I have one string is there, Durga is there, sir. Okay, one string S is equal to Durga, like this S is Durga is there. If the content is fixed, it never going to change frequently. Happily you can go for string concept, right? But content keep on changing, never recommended to go for string concept. What is the reason for that is, suppose if I can take string S is equal to Durga. Sir, after that I want to concat software. I want to concat soft like this, right? So S dot concat of soft I'm taking. So if the content I want to add soft, if you want to add soft, compulsory a new object by default will be created. Are you getting with this change? Because the reason is string object is immutable. In the existing object you are not allowed to change the content. That's why because of this a new string object will be created. Okay, like sir, after that again I want to check s dot concat sir where also I want to add, sir, s dot concat of where, then automatically for that again a new object will be created, Durga software, like. Sir, now solutions also I want to add, again a new object by default will be created with Durga software solutions, like. So means that if the content is not fixed, keep on changing, never recommended to use string concept, right? What the reason is, for every change, compulsory a new object will be created. A new object will be created. Suppose if the content you are changing 10 times, 10 new objects will be created internally. Unnecessary performance is going to be down. Memory problems also will come in the picture. That's why when we should go for string concept, when we should not use string concept, you should have clear clarity. Content is always fixed, never going to change at runtime. Like city name, like a college name, it's not going to be changed throughout project. Same content only. Address of the college, throughout the application same address only will be there, same city name only will be there. So that's why if the content is always fixed, never going to change frequently, better to go for which concept? String concept, right? If the content keep on changing, then never recommended to go for string concept. To handle this type of requirement, we should go for string buffer. Remember this one. If the content keep on changing, happily we can go for string buffer. Like then immediately ask, when compared with the string, what is the advantage we are getting with the string buffer? When compared with this string, what advantage you are going to get? Yes, man. In the case of string, for every change, compulsory new object. But in the case of string buffer, all required changes will be performed in existing object only. Suppose, assume it is the string buffer object. Durga. Sir, later I want to append a soft. So, for that, a new object is not required to create. In the existing object only, soft will be added. Later, I want to add where, software, in the existing object only. Sir, later I want to add solutions in the existing object only, we can write. So, all required changes will be performed in the existing object only. That is the biggest advantage of string buffer concept. If it is a string buffer, how many objects are going to be created? Even you are performing 10 times a change, only one object will be created because all required changes will be performed in the existing object only. Clear, right? But if it is a string buffer, if it is a string concept, for every small change also, new object, memory waste, performance is going to be down. That's why even string concept is the too good, but certain area, string concept is not good. Where, sir, if the content keep on changing, never recommended to go for string concept. To handle this requirement, we should go for string buffer. Everyone can able to understand? Can you please tell in a single word, what is the biggest advantage of string buffer when compared with a string? All required changes will be performed in existing object only. Regarding all required changes will be performed in existing object only. For every small change, new object is not going to be created. So, for such type of requirements, we should go for string buffer concept. Any doubt? Clear? When we should go for string? When we should go for string buffer? Last video we covered when we should go for string buffer. Already string concept is there. Now I have to explain what are various important constructors are there in string buffer. Observe that. Are important constructors of string buffer. But before discussion of these constructors, there is one small point I have to discuss. What is that? Is very important, sir. If I can take string S is equal to Durga or new string of Durga, I am taking, sir. No issue. Either literal style or even with the new operator. Yes, no issue. Sir, string S is equal to new string of Durga. Now we are creating what? String object. Yes. What is the content? Durga is the content. Now I want to create string buffer object for the same content. StringBuffer SB is equal to new string buffer. StringBuffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga. Like this I am taking. StringBuffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga. Like this, right? Now, here if you observe, SB is the reference variable for the Durga. Okay, well. There is one small point you have to highlight. You require to understand this point, sir. Sir, once we create string object, is there any chance to change its content? No. String object is always what? Immutable. Regarding string object is always what? Immutable. You can't change the content. Now, if you can't change the content, then the length, what is the length, sir? 5. What is the capacity? What is the capacity? Capacity of this string is always 5 only, because you can't add something, you can't remove something. Are you getting right? So whatever number of characters are there at the beginning, that is the final. Are you getting? So that's why length means 5, capacity means 5. You can't add some other. This is the only capacity. That's why capacity, such a type of terminology, is the same as a length. That's why in string we never going to use the word capacity, because length, capacity, everything is always same. Size, everything is always same, right? But for the string buffer, there is a small difference there. Can you please tell what is the length? What is the length? How many characters are there? Yes, length is 5, sir. Length is 5. So now, is it possible to add some more characters or not? Yes, you can add. In the case of string buffer, you can add something in the existing object only. Sir, max, how many characters it can accommodate? This is string buffer. How many characters it can able to accommodate? That the number of characters is called capacity. Are you getting it? That number of characters is called capacity. Remember this one. That's why length concept is the different, capacity concept is the different. Length means the number of characters already present, but capacity means total how many characters this object can able to hold. This string buffer can able to hold is called capacity. Suppose best example, there is a classroom is there, sir. Assume carefully. There is a classroom is there. In this classroom, max 100 members can able to accommodate. 100 members can able to accommodate. Can accommodate, sir, capacity of this 100 members. So total how many students can sit in this classroom? 100 members. But currently only 20 members only there. Only 20 members only there. Remaining 80 chairs are vacant. Can you please tell, sir, if it is the string buffer, what is the length? What is the capacity? Observe the difference, right? Length means currently how many students are there in this classroom. Currently how many characters are there. Okay, this 20 members is the length. Is the length. Next, sir, total how many members can accommodate? Can accommodate this classroom? Can accommodate total how many members? Is 100 members. Up to 100 members you can sit, man. This 100 is nothing but capacity. Remember this one. So if it is a string, you can't add something, you can't remove something. So that's why capacity, such a type of terminology, generally we never going to discuss in the case of string. But in the case of string buffer, length is the different, capacity is the different. Please make sure you should have clear clarity. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? Okay, so that's all. So while talking about constructors, this is a small point you have to aware. In string buffer, length is the different, constructors is the different. Clear, right? Now let me explain the constructors of string buffer. Sir, first constructor, okay, observe carefully. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. Sir, we are creating an empty string buffer object. Sir, an empty string buffer object, but what is the default initial capacity? Very, very important, sir. What the default initial capacity is 16 is the default initial capacity. Are you getting? Once we create an empty string buffer object, how many objects, how many characters it can able to accommodate? 16 characters it can able to accommodate. Remember that. Suppose, sir, these 16 characters completed. Suppose assume that 16 characters completed. So if the string buffer is full, but still we are trying to add 17th character. 17th character. What will happen is, in the case of collections, what will happen? Same concept is going to be happen here. Once a string buffer is full of its capacity, a new string buffer object will be created. A new string buffer object will be created with a bigger capacity. All these 16 characters will be copied, plus this 17th character will be placed, and this SB point into this object. Are you getting? Now automatically this object by default eligible for garbage collection. But this total thing is going to be happen internally. We are not required to worry. Are you getting? But so for the existing, so you can able to add, you can able to accommodate. But internally, a new object will be created with a bigger capacity. This total is going to be happen internally. Now my question is, take very special care. What is the capacity of this new string buffer object? Very simple. New capacity is equal to current capacity plus 1. Current capacity plus 1 into 2, sir. Current capacity plus 1 into 2. Sir, the 16 already completed. 16 plus 1, 17. 17 into 2, its value is nothing but what? 34. Are you getting? 16 plus 1, 17 into 2, its value is 34. Everyone can able to understand? Observe very carefully, sir. Now, once 16 completed, what is the next capacity? 34. Assume 34 also completed. Now, a bigger string buffer object will be created. What is the capacity of this one, sir? So, very simple. Current capacity plus 1 into 2. Current capacity 34 plus 1 into 2 means 70 is the next capacity. So, at the beginning 16 capacity, next 34 capacity, next 70 capacity. Sir, these are internal things at memory level. What will happen? But anyway, I will show all these things with respect to the program. Don't worry, sir. Code wise, I will execute and I will show these capacities also, right? So now just let me show with a small example so that we can able to understand a bit clearly, like you people may feel. Here, see this one. See, observe carefully, right? I want to create an empty string buffer object. Are you getting? I'm creating an empty string buffer object. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. That's all I created, an empty string buffer object. Now I will ask, hey, what is the capacity of this string buffer? What is the default initial capacity? Respond, man. Why you are silent? What is the default initial capacity? Default initial capacity is 16. Default initial capacity is 16. Now, system.out.println SB dot capacity. Are you getting? SB dot capacity. Then what is the default initial capacity? 16. Practical proof. Internally, what is the default initial capacity? If I execute this code, 16 is the answer we are going to get. Clear, right? Do you want me to execute? Observe carefully. Here, observe that a bit carefully, sir. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer system.out.println SB dot capacity. Okay. Now let me execute this code, sir. The code compiles fine. And what is the output we are going to get, sir? Do you know? 16 itself is the answer. Are you getting what the answer we are going to get? 16 itself is the answer. So the important conclusion. What is the default initial capacity for the string buffer? 16. Clear? Now, let me add 16 characters. Okay? SB dot append. SB dot append. Append A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Are you getting? Sir, total how many characters are there? Can you please count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Regarding total 16 characters I added, sir. Okay, well, so after adding 16 characters, what is the capacity? What is the capacity? System.out.println SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. After adding 16 characters, what is the capacity, sir? Sir, very simple. The capacity is still 16 only. Because the reason is, when the new string buffer object will be created, whenever we are trying to add 17th character, but up to 16 only, sir, it can able to accommodate 16 characters, no problem at all. Now what is the capacity? 16 only. Okay, well, sir, now let me add the 17th character. Regarding SB dot append of, here Q I am taking, sir. So up to P 16 character. Now I am trying to add 17th character. Whenever string buffer reaches its max capacity, a bigger string buffer object will be created internally with the what capacity, sir? Current capacity plus 1 into 2. Current capacity plus 1 into 2. Now system dot out dot println SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. If I can take like this, what is the answer, sir? 16 plus 1 into 2. Its value is 34. Remember that its value is 34. Sir, where is the proof? Can you please execute this code? Like you may ask. Observe carefully, right? Here. Sir, let me add some characters. SB dot append of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Okay. Total 16 characters I added. Regarding 16 characters I added, right? After adding 16 characters, what is the capacity? What is the capacity? Now, have you observed, right? Still 16 only. Still 16 only. Okay. Now, let me add the 17th character. Are you getting? So, if I am trying to add 17th character, sir, default initial capacity full. A new string buffer object will be created with the new capacity, current capacity plus 1 into 2. 16 plus 1 into 2 means 34. Now, observe what the answer we are going to get. Okay. Here, happily the code compiles fine. Now the capacity will become 34. Are you getting right? Sir, any doubt? Any doubt up to this? Now, how many characters it can able to accommodate, sir? 34 characters it can able to accommodate now. Okay, now, let me add 34 characters. Let me add 34. Already 17 is there. 17 is there. Now, let me add, okay, another 17. Okay, another 17. 17 plus 17. What is about total? 34 characters. 17 plus 17. Total 34. 34, right? Sir, 34, what is the capacity? So, up to 34, it has capacity, right? That's why, no problem. Until 34, it can able to accommodate, right? What is the answer? What is the answer? Here, observe carefully. Observe carefully. Still 34 only. Still 34 only. Okay? Let me add the 35th character. 35th character. So, 34 max capacity already completed. Still, you are trying to add 35th character. What will happen, sir? 34 current capacity plus 1 into 2. Into 2. 34 plus 1, 35. 35 into 2 means 70 capacity. This is the next level capacity, right? Now, let me cross check. Here, what I'm trying to take is, okay, happily the code compiles fine. Now it will become 70. Again, now it will become 70. This is what you people should be aware. How the growable nature is coming for the string buffer because of internal this story. Clear, right? What is the default initial capacity for string buffer? Respond. What is the default initial capacity for string buffer? 16. If a string buffer reaches its max capacity, a bigger string buffer object is going to be created with what capacity? current capacity plus 1 into 2 is the formula. You people should aware clearly. Sir, I hope practical proof also I covered. Do you know, I thought that in my regular classes, unnecessary, this much internal things I'm explaining, like that I felt unnecessary student time. I'm wasting, like I have some feeling. One fine day, one student came, sir, today I attended interview. In the interview room, interview person asked, what is the default initial capacity for StringBuffer? So once a StringBuffer reaches its max capacity, internally what will happen? Can you please explain? Then immediately, this person already aware, he explained, he left and right to the interview person. Interview person felt very happy. So sometimes in the interview room, you require to talk about these internal things also. That's why you people should have clear clarity about this terminology. So first constructor, is that clear for all of you, right? Well, StringBuffer, the first constructor is the very clear, right? So StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of default initial capacity 16. What is the incremental capacity? 16 will become 34, 34 will become 70. Like that I covered very clearly, right? So sometimes my requirement is, I know 1000 characters I want to add in this StringBuffer. 1000 character I want to add. Then first create 16, under then 34, under then 70, under then 142, under then 286. Okay, like never be recommended. Unnecessary performance is going to be down. Keep on create new object. Performance is going to be down. Memory problem will be there. Why don't you create a bigger StringBuffer object at the beginning only? Regarding 1000 characters we are going to add, then obviously create a bigger StringBuffer object at the beginning only. So we have such a type of flexibility also. What is that? Is StringBuffer buffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of int initial capacity. Initial capacity. Sir, how much capacity you require? 1000 capacity I require. Specify, then a bigger StringBuffer object will be created at the beginning only. So like 1000. Sir, let me show this one. Have a look once. I want to create StringBuffer with 1000 capacity. So if I'm not mentioning here any capacity, what the default capacity? Please respond. What the default capacity? 16. Okay. Let me compile. Yes. What the answer we are getting? 16 is the answer, sir. Sir, I want 1000 capacity. Now what is the capacity? A bigger StringBuffer object got created with how much capacity, sir? 1000. That's why if I can ask sp.capacity 1000, by default you are going to get. Observe carefully here. See. Now, what the answer we are going to get, sir? Sir, 1000. Is it clear for all of you, right? So based on our requirement, we can create bigger StringBuffer object at the beginning only if you want to add more number of characters. Okay, well. Sir, now, what is the next thing we have to discuss? Sir, once 1000 completed, whenever we are trying to add 1000th character, then a bigger StringBuffer object will be created with the current capacity plus 1 into 2. The formula is always same. So up to 1000 characters rule, happily you can add. So once the 1000 characters completed, then only the formula will come in the picture. Okay, well. Sir, next the third one. Okay, take very special care. A bit dangerous thing. A bit dangerous constructor. Observe that. Have you remembered? For the given StringBuffer, I want to create an equivalent string object. In the string class constructors I covered, string s is equal to new string of StringBuffer. For the given string, I want to create an equivalent StringBuffer. Sir, this is about my requirement. For the given string, can you please create an equivalent StringBuffer? How you can? StringBuffer string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of sir string S. Are you getting string S? Sir, now for the given string an equivalent string buffer will be created. Are you getting? For the given string an equivalent string buffer will be created. But here one small twist is there. What is that twist is? You have to identify. What is that one is? Observe that. Observe very carefully, sir. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga. Valid or not? Valid. For the given string, I am creating an equivalent string buffer object. Okay. Now, system.out.println SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. What the answer? Respond, man. What is the answer? SB dot capacity. What is the capacity of this string buffer? 5 is the capacity, or 16 is the capacity, or 16 into 5, 80 is the capacity, or 16 plus 5, 21 is the capacity. Can you please confirm what the answer we are going to get? So what is the capacity for this string buffer? Default initial capacity is 16. Now that 16 story is applicable in this constructor or not? Yes. I'm sure among these 4 options, definitely 2 options we can able to remove. Two options you can remove. If I can ask the same question in my offline sessions, everyone is going to tell, sir, very simple. Can you please remove these 2? The answer can be either 5 or 16. Either 5 because 5 characters are there. Durga, D-U-R-G-A, 5 characters are there. That is the capacity. Or otherwise default initial capacity 16. Maybe 16 is the capacity like. So, please make sure if you are creating string buffer for the given string, what is the capacity of this string buffer is 5 or 16? Guess something. Guess something. Keep one answer in your mind. 5 or 16? 100% pakka. The answer is 21. Are you getting what the answers are? 21 itself is the answer. How, sir? How like? Very simple. Observe the formula. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of string S. Creates an equivalent string buffer for the given string with the capacity is equal to S dot length. What is the length of the string? Plus 16. This is the capacity. S dot length plus 16. This is the formula which is going to be happen internally. Now, sir, what is the S dot length? S dot length means 5. 5 plus 16. Its value is 21. Sir, is it real? Can you please execute and show? You people may ask. Now observe carefully. Here, string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga. Regarding Durga, SB dot capacity. Okay. What is the answer we are going to get? Observe very carefully, sir. Is it 5 or 16 or 21 or 80? Observe. What the answer we are getting? 21 itself is the answer. I hope everyone can able to see. So these are 3 constructors present inside string buffer class. Of course, one more is there, not that much important. Mainly these constructors are there. What the first one? Default initial capacity 16. Next, the second one with the specified initial capacity. Third one, sir, create an equivalent string buffer for the given string. width capacity is equal to s dot length plus 16. These are the things what you people should be aware related to constructors concept. Clear, right? All the people are in a position to understand? Yes. The last videos we covered very clearly constructors of StringBuffer. Now let me talk about what are various important methods are there related to StringBuffer object. Okay, very simple. The first method, public int length. Are you getting what the first methods are? Length. Length means how many characters present in StringBuffer. Are you getting? It is the length, number of characters. Already I told. Next, sir, public int capacity. Are you getting? Public int capacity. Sir, now capacity means total how many characters StringBuffer can accommodate. Total how many characters StringBuffer can accommodate is the capacity of the StringBuffer. Okay, well. Sir, now third one, sir. Already this method we discussed. In string case, same method. Public char, sir, char yet. Public char yet. Character yet specified index. Character yet specified index. Index like this, right? Suppose I'm taking StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. Like this I'm taking. System.out.println SB dot char yet 3. Sir, in the string class, same example we took. I hope you remembered. SB dot char yet of 3. Yet a third index, which character is there? Are you getting a third index? Which character is there? 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay? 3 means G is there, sir. Okay, well. Now, system.out.println SB dot char yet of 30. SB dot char yet of 30. In the case of string, we got string index out of bounds exception. Have you remembered string index out of bounds exception? Because 30 index not possible. Here 0 to 4 is the only valid range of indexes. Total 5 characters means 0 to 4. Now SB dot caret of 30 like this, right? Now what is the which character locating at 30 index? 30 index is not there. That's why immediately we are going to get exception. Can you please tell which exception we are going to get? String index out of bounds exception or string buffer index out of bounds exception? Can you please guess? What is this concept? Is it the string concept or string buffer? Is it string or string buffer? String buffer. That's why we are going to get string. Can you please tell? String buffer index. String buffer index out of bounds exception. String buffer index out of bounds exception. But make sure there is no such type of exception in Java. We have only string index out of bounds exception only. Whether it is the string or string buffer, we are always going to get what? String index out of bounds exception. Okay. Let me show this caret method. Observe that, sir. Here SB StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. SB dot char get SB dot caret of 3 I am taking, sir. If I can take SB dot caret of 3, what the answer? 3, what the answer? G itself is the answer, sir. Now SB dot caret of 30 I am taking. If I can take 30, yes, the code compiles fine. What the answer, sir? It is the string index out of bounds exception. String index out of bounds exception. but not a string buffer index out of bounds exception. Are you getting? So there is no string buffer index out of bounds exception, just a simply string index out of bounds exception. Everyone can able to understand, right? So which methods are there? Length method, capacity method, char get method. You should aware. So the next important method related to string buffer, observe that. Here public void, the return type of this method is void, sir. Set char yet, can you please set character yet int index comma char new char like this, right? What is the meaning of this one? Whatever character locating at this index, can you please replace with this character? Can you please replace set char yet? Can you please replace the character present at specified index with this new character? That's about my requirement, right? Okay, how you can? Very simple. Here string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Java, like this I'm taking. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Java, like. Now SB dot set char yet. SB dot set char yet. Boss, can you please say, sir, yet zero index character with the y like this. Can you please replace the character present at zero index? Zero index means j. Can you please replace this with the y? Okay. Now system.out.println SB. So here Java 0th character replace with the y. Now automatically, what is the answer by default you are going to get? Sir, Java. Don't ask what is Java, sir. Just I am telling some small example for you. Have a look once. Sir, here string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Java is there. SB dot set char get of 0. Can you please replace the character locating at 0 index with this y? SOP of SB. What answer we are going to get, sir? The code compiles fine. Very simple. The answer is Java itself is the answer we are going to get. Clear, friends? Any doubt? So this is set char get method. Okay. Next, the most commonly used method. You people should be aware, sir. Append method. Even we use multiple times append method, sir. Append. For string buffer, append is the most commonly used method. Public. The return type of string buffer append method is string buffer only. Public string buffer append. Append is the method. Append. Can you please confirm what is the output for the append method? I mean, what is the argument for the append method? What is the argument? SB dot append of software, something like. Are you getting? So string is the argument. String is the argument, like this, right? Observe append method, string is the argument. Now take a bit very special care. The append method argument need not be string. You can take any type. Boolean you can take, string value you can take, int value you can take, byte value you can take. There are multiple append methods are available. Okay. Append of byte value you can take. Next, int value you can take. Long value you can take. Are you getting? Float value you can take. Double value you can take. So multiple append methods are available. Okay. All these methods, if you observe, method name is the same, but the arguments are different. Method name is the same, but the arguments are different. This type of concept is called overloading. These methods are called what? Overloaded methods. Are you getting? Overloaded methods. Remember this one. So now let me go for a small chota example. Then you can able to understand, right? But please make sure there are multiple append methods are available for the string buffer. All these methods, any type of argument you can append for the string buffer acceptable. Okay. Here, very simple example. Let me take, sir. I'm taking string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. I'm taking string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. I'm not taking anything. Sir, SB dot append of pi value is, I'm taking, sir, pi value is. Okay. What is this one? What the argument I'm passing? String argument. So append method string argument is allowed. Next, SB dot append of 3.14 I'm taking. Now which argument I'm passing? Double argument. 3.14 is what type? Double type, right? Now SB dot append of pi value is 3.14. SB dot append of it is exactly again string argument. SP dot append of true I'm taking, sir. True means boolean value. Are you getting? So method is the same. Sometimes string argument, sometimes double argument, sometimes string argument, sometimes boolean argument. Now system.out.println of SB. Are you getting? SOP of SB. What the answers are? Pi value is 3.14. It is exactly true. This is the answer by default we are going to get. So don't feel append is always going to applicable only for string argument. For double argument, boolean argument, int values, like for any type of argument, happily you are allowed to take for append method. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Here I am taking, sir, string buffer SB is equal to like this. Sir, SB dot append of pi value is like I'm taking pi value is, sir, here SB dot append of sir, pi value is 3.14. Sir, it is exactly next, and after that it is exactly true I'm taking, sir. It's exactly true. Like observe that. So sometimes we are adding string argument, sometimes we are adding double argument, sometimes string argument, sometimes double argument, right? SOP of SB. But the answer by default you are going to get. Just have a look once. Observe carefully, sir. Now pi value is 3.14. It is exactly true. Like this it's going to provide. Means that, sir, any type of argument happily we are allowed to take for the string buffer. Any doubt? Are you in a position to understand, right? Clear? In the case of append, the data is always going to be at last position. Every time at last, next slide. But now my requirement is, boss, I don't want to add my data in the last position. Can you please add yet specified location, second index, third index, like I want to specify. Then we should go for insert method. Are you getting? Then we should go for what? Insert method, right? Public string buffer, insert of int index, comma, string s. Can you please insert this string at this index position? At this index position, like this, right? Do you know? Get the specified index in the middle, maybe in the second index, fourth index onward, I want to add. Then we should require to go for insert is the method. But append is always going to add at last. But I don't want it last. At the beginning or second index position, third index position, I want to do that. Then we should go for insert method. Okay, like. Sir, for the insert also, you can take, sir, any argument type. Need not be string always. Int index, comma, double value, comma, Boolean value. Are you getting Boolean value? Next, char value like sir you can. So insert method is the same, argument types are different. Instead of string you can take double, instead of double you can take Boolean, char. That's why it is also overloaded methods. Are you getting? It's also overloaded methods. So multiple overloaded insert methods are there, multiple overloaded append methods are there. Sir, it is exactly same as append only. Only difference, instead of adding content at last, it is going to add at our specified position. Beyond that, nothing. Let me go for a small example. Here observe that I'm taking StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. This is about my StringBuffer content. Now SB dot insert of 2 comma X, Y, Z. I'm taking, sir. Can you please add the X, Y, Z at a second index place? At second index place like so. If I print SOP of SB, what the answers are? So 0 and 1 index AB, and then at second index X, Y, Z like that, second index onwards. Now the remaining C, D, E, F, G, H, this is the output, sir. Observe that. So X, Y, Z, where it is added, sir? Second index position like this, right? Sir, it is the need not be string. If you want, you can take Boolean value. If you want, you can take int value. You can take double value. Acceptable, right? Let me show this one. Have a look once. Here I'm taking. So StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. SB dot insert of at a second position. At second position, just I'm trying to add X, Y, Z. Are you getting? At a second position, I'm trying to add X, Y, Z. Sir, SOP of SB. Now have a look once, sir. The code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. What are the answers, sir? Have you observed? A, B, X, Y, Z, and then C, D, E, F, G, H. Observe that where X, Y, Z added at a second index position onwards, this X, Y, Z added. Sir, instead of string, you can add anything, sir. Boolean value I want to add. True I want to add. Can you please cross check? Where true got added. Okay? Have you observed, right? A, B. Here true came in the middle. Are you getting? True came in the middle. Suppose instead of true, 10.56 I'm taking, sir. Now have a look once. 10.56 added at a second index position onwards. So insert method is exactly same as append method, but only difference is, sir, append is always going to add at last, but insert is always going to add at our specified position. Clear? Sir, now it's very clear what is append, what is insert, what is the difference between these two things, right? Sir, now next method, if you can able to insert the data, you can perform delete also. Sir, you can insert, you can delete content also from the StringBuffer because it's the mutable, right? Happily you can allow to change the content. That's why delete also possible. If you want to delete the data from the StringBuffer, what is the way? Here, very simple. Public StringBuffer. Okay. Delete of int begin, comma, int end. Regarding int begin, comma, int end. Sir, it deletes characters from begin index to. It deletes the characters from begin index to end -1 index. It deletes the characters from begin index to end -1 index. Remember these ones are begin index to end -1 index. Okay, like this, right? Sir, can you let me explain a small example? Then you can able to understand. But make sure not end -1 index. Suppose I'm taking StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Regarding StringBuffer SB is equal to like, sir, SB dot, here delete of, SB dot delete of, sir, here very simple I'm taking some 2 to 5. SB dot delete of 2 to 5 like this I'm taking. Sir, now system dot out dot println SB. Regarding SOP of SB, what the answers are? 2 to 5 means 2 to 4. Begin to n minus 1. 2 to 4. 2 to 4 means which one, sir? Can you please observe? 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? This part by default will be gone. Now what is the answer we are going to get? A, B, F, G, H. Regarding A, B, F, G, H by default we are going to get. So to delete the characters from begin index to end minus 1 index like this, right? Sir, let me cross check this one. Have a look once. Here A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, SB dot delete 2 to 5. If I delete from 2 to 5 means 2 to 5 minus 1 means 4. 2 to 4 characters by default will be removed, sir. By default will be deleted. Remember that. That's why, sir, what is the output we are going to get? Observe that. 2 to 4 characters by default will be removed. Sir, A, B, F, G, H is the answer we are going to get. So, everyone can aware what is the purpose of delete method, right? Okay, well. Sir, now next point, take very special case, sir. I want to delete only one character which is locating at 4th index. Or which is locating at 5th index. Sir, normal delete method to delete a group of characters. No, I don't want to delete. Can you please delete char at 4th index or delete character at 5th index? Like, what is the way? Very simple. Public string buffer, delete char at. Have you observed? Delete character at int index. Automatically the character locating at specified index by default will be deleted. Only that particular character will be deleted, right? Now have a look once. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H like this, right? Yes, B dot delete char at SB dot delete char at of 3 I'm taking, sir. 3. Can you please tell which character is available at 3rd index? Respond. Which character is available at 3rd index? 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay? D is there. Automatically D by default will be removed, sir. Now let me print SOP of SB. What the answer we are going to get? A, B, C, E, F, G, H like this we are going to get, sir. D by default will be gone. Observe carefully. Here, have a look once. Let me execute this code, sir. Public delete char at. Okay? Delete char at. Sir, what is the index I'm taking, sir? Delete char at of 3, sir. So, at the 3rd index means 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay? D character. By default will be deleted. D character. By default will be deleted. Now, have a look once. What the answers are? What the answer we are going to get? A, B, C, E, F, G, H. D by default will be gone. Everyone in the position to understand clearly. So, what is delete and delete char at? Okay, like. So, now, next method. Very important. I want to reverse the order. I want to reverse the content like what is the way? Sir, in string we are not having a reverse method, but in StringBuffer reverse method is there. public string buffer reverse method. Regarding what is the method name? Reverse method. Then the order of characters will be reversed automatically. What is the method name? Reverse method, right? Sir, let me go for a small example. Then you can able to get, sir. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga. SB dot reverse. SB dot reverse like this, right? Now system dot out dot println of SB. SOP of SB. Sir, what is the answer, sir? Durga reversed, then automatically, sir, A, G, okay, R, U, D, by default we are going to get. Sir, only order of characters will be reversed, not character. Sir, A is there, after reversal, then A will become something like this. No. Characters won't be reversed, sir. Only order will be reversed. Agreed. Like this is the output we are going to get. So, reverse, how to reverse the content. Okay, have a look once. What is the method? String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga SB dot reverse. SB dot reverse like this I'm taking, sir. Now, what the answer we are going to get, sir? Here, very simple, sir, agreed. Are you getting? Instead of Durga, now it is reversed, AGRUD, like this we are going to get. Clear, right? So, this is just how to delete a particular character, a group of characters, and how you can able to reverse the content of string buffer. Clear? Yes? Next set of important methods related to this string buffer. 3 important methods are there. A bit special care you have to take. What is the first one? Set length. Second method, ensure capacity. Next, string to size. What is the meaning of these 3 methods? I will discuss. Observe carefully. First method, sir. Public void set length. What is the method? Set length of int length we have to specify. Public void set length of int length we require to specify. What it means? What is the meaning of this one, sir? Very simple. Suppose assume I have string buffer is there. It contains huge content. I don't want all. Just I want only first 5 characters. Just I want only first 8 characters. Something like. So can you please set the length of this string buffer is 8. If any extra characters are there, remove. I don't want. If less number of characters are there, add spaces like. Sir, I want exactly 8 characters only. 8 characters length only for this string buffer. Like how you can set length method. Now, string buffer SP is equal to new string buffer of. Assume that, sir, Aishwarya, Abhi is there, sir. Aishwarya, Abhi is there. Can you please tell how many characters are there? There are almost around 40, 8 plus 4. Okay, maybe 12 characters are there. I'm not sure. Sir, more number of characters are there. But now my requirement is SB dot set length. SB dot set length of 8. Sir, I want only 8 characters only. If any remaining characters are there, can you please remove? Something like how you can. Sir, observe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, up to Aishwarya. 8 characters will come. The remaining 4 characters by default will be gone. Now, system.out.println. Okay? SP. What the answer we are going to get, sir? Aishwarya. Like we are going to get. Regarding if you want to set the length of the string buffer for the specified length, happily we can go for what? Set length method. Clear? Let me execute this code. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking string buffer Aishwarya Abhi. Like this I'm taking, sir. SB dot set length of 8 I'm trying to take. Set length of 8. So SOP of SP. So first 8 characters only it is going to be considered. Are you getting? First 8 characters only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only first 8 characters will be considered. Let me execute this code. Let me execute this code. Okay? Like very simple. Observe that. Observe carefully. What the answer by default you are getting, sir? Aishwarya like. So terminology is very clear for you people, right? What is the purpose of set length method? Okay, well. Next, one more method is there, sir. Very dangerous, very useful method. Like, what is that method is? Now observe that. Public void ensure capacity. What is the method name? Ensure capacity of int capacity. Ensure capacity of int capacity. Like this, right? Sir, what is the meaning of this one? Ensure capacity of int capacity. What it means, sir? Very simple. Very simple, sir. Suppose assume I created an empty string buffer. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. Can you please tell what is the default initial capacity? Respond. What is the default initial capacity? The default initial capacity is 16. 16. An empty string buffer object with the default initial capacity 16, sir. Okay, well, 16 like this. Now the next thing, what we are going to do, sir, after creating this, I came to know that 1000 characters we are going to add. Are you getting? I came to know after already I created, but now I realized that 1000 characters we are going to add. Oh, okay. Can you please increase dynamically based on your requirement? Sir, I want to increase up to 1000 capacity I want to take that. Then SB dot ensure capacity. Are you getting? SB dot ensure capacity. Ensure capacity of 1000. Are you getting how much capacity I ensured? SB dot ensure capacity of 1000. System dot out dot println SB dot capacity. Like this I'm asking. So if I can ask SB dot capacity, now what is the capacity? Now it is not 16, it is 1000. Remember. So based on our requirement, if you want to increase capacity dynamically, then we require to go for what? Ensure capacity method. Any doubt? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand? Let me execute this code. Observe carefully, right? Here I am taking string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer like SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. Capacity like this, right? SB dot capacity. Okay. Sir, what is the default initial capacity? What the default initial capacity? 16. You know already. 16 is the default initial capacity, right? But now my requirement is SB dot ensure capacity. Ensure capacity of 1000. SB dot ensure capacity of 1000. Now let me check what is the capacity now. Here see this one. What is the capacity? Capacity now. Observe at the beginning it is 16, but now SB dot set ensure capacity. Are you getting what the method? There is a small mistake is there. Just observe a bit very carefully. Am I doing any mistake? 1 minute. Any spelling mistake? Ensure. Have you observed? Have you observed? Ensure capacity. Ensure capacity. SB dot ensure capacity. Small spelling mistake is there. What it is telling? Ensure. Are you getting? There is a small spelling mistake. Is there? I corrected. Don't worry. Sir, now what is the answer we are going to get, sir? Yes. Can you please cross check? Now it is 1000. Are you getting? But at the beginning it is 16. But after executing this method, it is 1000 like this, right? So, what is the purpose of ensure capacity? To increase capacity based on our requirement on fly. Then we can go forward, ensure capacity. Clear, right? Next, there is one more method is available, sir. What the next method is? Okay. very, very important method. Take a bit special care. Scenario I will explain so that you people can able to understand easily, right? Sir, I'm taking SB string buffer. SB is equal to string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of 1000 I took. Can you please tell what is the capacity of this string buffer? Respond, man. What is the capacity of this string buffer? 1000. How many characters you can add? 1000 characters you can add, no problem. Because I thought that 1000 characters we are going to add to this string buffer. That's why bigger string buffer object I created, right? Okay, well. Now, SB dot append of, okay, A, B, C, I appended, right? Now, sir, SOP of SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. It is 1000 only. It's 1000 because up to 1000 characters you can add, but you added only 3 characters. 1000 characters you can add, but only 3 characters. So what is the capacity? 1000 only. 1000 only, right? But now I realized that I won't add. I don't want to add no more characters. This is enough. This is enough. No more characters. I don't want to add no more character. Then immediately, what about remaining 997 memory locations? Waste. You took a 1000 capacity string buffer, you added only 3, and you won't add any more extra. Then the remaining 997 memory locations waste to deallocate that memory. To deallocate that extra allocated memory, what I have to take is SB dot. Can you please guess what is the method? Respond. Consider up to length only. Remaining memory, allocated memory, can you please deallocate? SB dot trim to size. What is the method name? Trim to size. Up to these 3 characters only, it is going to consider. Remaining memory will be deallocated. Now, let me cross check. System.out.println SB dot capacity. SB dot capacity. Now what is the capacity, sir? Only 3 capacity. Because the remaining 997 memory locations deallocated. Now capacity is the 3. Length is the 3, like this, right? So to improve memory utilization, even this type of support is also there in the case of string buffer. So what is the next methods are? Public void trim to size. Regarding public void trim to size method, extra allocated free memory, can you please deallocate? Extra allocated free memory, can you please deallocate? Then we should require to go for trim to size method. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand clearly, right? This is what you people should aware clearly, right? Let me execute this code. Observe carefully, right? Here I am taking string buffer SB is equal to string buffer of 1000 capacity I created, sir. SB dot append of ABC. SB dot append of ABC, like. Sir, after adding 3 characters, what is the capacity? Obviously 1000. 1000 capacity only. Okay, let me execute. What is the capacity? 1000 only, right? Now I decided I won't add any more characters. SB dot trim to size. SB dot trim to size, like this, right? Now system.out.println SB dot capacity. Are you getting what is the capacity now? Trim to size. So all extra allocated free memory will be deallocated. Only 3 length capacity only it's going to consider. Remaining memory locations will be allocated. Then obviously for the answer we are going to get only 3 capacity only. Observe that carefully, sir. Here I am taking. Now compiles fine. The answer we are going to get only 3. Are you getting? Only 3. I'm not printing length. I'm trying to print capacity only. Now the capacity will become what? 3 like this, right? Okay, these are very important special methods for the string buffer. Set length method. So to consider only specified length, extra characters will be removed automatically, or if less number of characters are there, spaces will be added. Next, ensure capacity. To increase capacity on fly based on our requirement, ensure capacity method. Trim to size, if any waste free memory is there, will be deallocated. So then we should require to go for trim to size. Clear, right? These are various important methods related to string buffer concept. Clear, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly about string buffer, what methods are there, what constructors are there. It's very clear the behavior of string buffer. Sir, already string buffer is there. Why we should go for next level string builder? Okay, what is the next string builder? What is the need of this concept in Java? Very simple. There is a problem with the string buffer. Okay, there are some situations where string buffer cannot be used. Sir, what problem? What is the problem with the string buffer? Very simple, sir. Every method present inside string buffer is synchronized. Remember this. Every method present inside string buffer is synchronized. Sir, you discussed several methods. You never wrote synchronizer keyword? Yes, I know I didn't try, but at last, as a single line conclusion to conclude, now I'm telling, sir, every method present inside string buffer is synchronized. Sir, if a method is synchronized, at a time, how many threads are allowed to operate that method on the given object? Sir, only one thread. That's why only one thread. So on the string buffer object, at a time, how many threads are allowed to operate? Only one thread. Once the first thread completed, then only second thread is going to get in the chance. Once the second thread completed, then only third thread will get the chance. The threads are required to execute one by one. It increases waiting time of the threads and the performance is going to be down, man. Are you getting? So what is the problem with the string buffer? Every method present inside string buffer is synchronized. Hence, at a time, only one thread is allowed to operate on the string buffer object. So because of that, it increases waiting time of the threads and creates performance problems. To overcome this problem, in 1.5 version, some people, Java people, introduced string builder concept. Are you getting what the concepts are? In Java, in 1.5 version, some people, Java people, introduced string builder concept, right? Okay. Sir, what the advantage? That part I will take care. Don't worry. First, every method present inside string buffer is synchronized or not. Let me show, sir. Observe carefully. Here I am taking Java P command to check profile of a particular class. Java.lang.string buffer I am taking. Java.lang.string buffer. Java P. Java.lang.string buffer. Buffer like this I am taking, sir. Now observe this one. There are multiple methods are available. Sir, have you observed? Multiple methods are there. Length method synchronized, capacity method synchronized, ensure capacity method synchronized, trim to size, set length, char get, code point like offset like get chars like all these methods. Have you observed? Append like all these methods are synchronized methods only. Remember that. I hope you people are able to see synchronized here. I hope you can able to see synchronized here, sir. Synchronized like everywhere you can able to see synchronized. So every method present inside string buffer is synchronized. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate on the given synchronized string buffer object. So performance problems and increases waiting time of threads. That's why for multi-threaded environment, StringBuffer concept cannot be used. Okay, because performance wise it's going to be affected like anything. To overcome this problem, we should go for what? StringBuilder concept, which came in 1.5 version. Clear, right? Then what is the difference between StringBuffer and the StringBuilder? Do you know? Just between StringBuffer and StringBuilder, only two differences are there. How many differences, right? Only two differences. What is the first difference is? Listen carefully, sir. Actually, it is not a complete brand new concept. The Java people made a small change. What is that is? Sir, I have StringBuffer.java file is there. What is this one? Can you please observe? StringBuffer.java file is there, sir. .java file is there. Do you know what they did is, what the Java people did is, they opened StringBuffer.java. They opened this one, StringBuffer.java. First change, what they did is, wherever buffer is there, replace with the builder. Are you getting? Wherever buffer is there, replace with the builder. Replace with the builder. Wherever synchronized keyword is there, okay, remove that synchronized keyword. Wherever synchronized keyword is there, remove that synchronized keyword. Now, sir, instead of StringBuffer, save StringBuilder.java. Are you getting? So, it is not brand new concept. So, what they did is, in the StringBuffer, wherever synchronized keyword is there, remove that. Now all the methods will become non-synchronized. Wherever buffer word is there, replace with the builder word. Beyond that, nothing. So that's why every method present inside StringBuffer is exactly same as StringBuilder method only. All constructors, all methods exactly copy paste search StringBuffer methods and constructors into StringBuilder. That's why for StringBuilder, we are not required to discuss any methods. We are not required to discuss any constructor. Whatever constructors we covered in the case of StringBuffer, same applicable for StringBuilder. Whatever methods we covered, append method, insert method, delete method, like whatever methods we covered for the StringBuffer, same methods copy paste in the StringBuilder. Only one difference. What is the difference? They are synchronized method, but these non-synchronized methods in StringBuilder. That's why non-synchronized version of StringBuffer is nothing but StringBuilder. Sir, multiple threads are allowed to operate simultaneously. No problem at all. If you have such a type of requirement, better to go for what? StringBuilder. Sir, at a time, only one thread is allowed to operate. Data consistency problem. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate. Then we should require to go for what? StringBuffer concept. Observe the difference. Non-synchronized version, StringBuilder. Synchronized version, StringBuffer. But methods, constructors, everything is always the same, like no other difference, right? Clear for all? That's all. StringBuilder concept completed. Are you getting? StringBuilder, you spend almost 4 to 5 hours on string concept. Next, at least 1 hour or 1.5 hours on StringBuffer. But StringBuilder, matter of 2 minutes. Matter of 2 minutes, only 2 changes. Remove synchronizer keyword, replace buffer word with builder word. Nothing will be there, sir. Clear? Now I will explain all differences between StringBuffer and StringBuilder. Very important question for the interview room. What is the difference between StringBuffer and StringBuilder? You should be in a position to answer very clearly, right? Observe that. Observe carefully, sir. Most of the methods present inside StringBuffer are synchronized. Almost every method present inside StringBuffer are synchronized. Are you getting? But what about StringBuilder? No method is synchronized. StringBuilder is non-synchronized version of StringBuffer. That's why no method present inside StringBuilder is synchronized. If you open synchronized StringBuilder.java, you never going to see synchronized keyword first. Observe that carefully, right? Next, sir, as every method is synchronized, at a time, how many threads are allowed to operate? Only one thread. Only one thread. First thread. Once first thread completed, then only second thread. Once a second thread completed, then only third thread. That's why thread safety is there for the string buffer object. Okay. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate on string buffer object, and hence it is a thread safe. Are you getting? At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate on string buffer object, and hence it is the thread safe. Remember. Sir, what about this one? At a time, multiple threads are allowed to operate because methods are not synchronized. Threads are not required to wait. All the threads are allowed to operate simultaneously on the same string buffer object. Sir, at a time, multiple threads are allowed to operate simultaneously to operate on string builder object, and hence it is not thread safe. Thread safety is not there for string buffer, but the string builder, but thread safety is there for the string buffer. Clear, right? Okay, well. Sir, next, threads are required to wait to operate on string buffer object. Yes, obviously, threads are required to wait to operate on string buffer object, and hence relatively performance is low. Sir, after completing first thread, then only second thread. After completing second thread, then only third thread. Threads are required to operate. Sir, do you know, one by one, performance is going to be down because threads are required to wait. So until getting the chance, performance is low. But what about this one? Threads are not required to wait to operate on string builder object, and hence relatively performance is high. Are you getting? And hence relatively performance is high. Okay, well. Sir, next, introduced in which versions are string buffer from 1.0 version onwards, string buffer is there, but string builder is the new concept which came in which versions are 1.5 version. Okay, it is a newly added concept in the 1.5, but string buffer from beginning onwards it is already there. Clear for all, friend? So what is the difference between string buffer and a string builder? The most valuable important question. You should be in a position to give left and right to the interview person. Clear for all, right? Last videos we covered very clearly about string buffer, string builder. Almost this is the time to combine the things. Sir, here when we should go for string concept, string buffer concept, string builder concept, can you please explain? Okay, string versus string buffer versus string builder, right? Sir, very simple. When we should go for string concept, just observe. If the content is fixed, sir, content is not going to change. If the content is fixed, won't change frequently. The content is not going to change frequently. Highly recommended, better to go for string concept, right? So because if the content is always fixed, highly recommended to go for string concept. So because this same content can be reused multiple times, we are not required to create separate new objects. Obviously, performance improvement, memory utilization by default will be improved. That's why. So if the content is fixed, won't change frequently, then we should go for what? Okay, string concept. Okay, well. But my requirement is, observe that carefully. Content is not fixed. Content is not fixed. Keep on changing, just like a comment. Tomorrow we can edit the comment with some more add. Now we can remove some part of the comment. So it is not fixed. Keep on changing. If the content is not fixed, keep on changing. But thread safety is required. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate. Then we require to go for string buffer concept. Are you getting? Then we should go for string buffer concept. Okay? When we should go for string buffer, if the content is not fixed, keep on changing, but thread safety is required. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate. Then we should go for string buffer, because every method present inside string buffer is always synchronized. At a time, only one thread is allowed to operate. That's why by default, string buffer object is always thread safe. Sir, I want thread safety. content, keep on changing content is not fixed, then better to go for StringBuffer concept, right? Okay, well, sir, when we should go for StringBuilder concept? When we should go for StringBuilder? Very simple, sir. Content is not fixed, keep on changing. Content is not fixed, keep on changing. But I don't want a thread safety. Multiple threads are allowed to operate simultaneously on my object. Then we require to, don't want thread safety, then we better to go for what? StringBuilder. Clear for all, right? Now I have one small doubt. Can you please tell, string object, is it thread safe or not? String object, is it thread safe or not? StringBuffer is always thread safe, but StringBuilder is not thread safe because multiple threads are allowed to operate simultaneously. What about string object? Is it thread safe or not? The people who don't know thread safety, so just as of now assume, sir, we can't modify multiple people simultaneously. Okay, such a type of nature is called thread safety. In multi-threading, I will explain in detail. Sir, can you please tell, string is a thread safe or not? Respond. Is it thread safe or not? Okay, string is always thread safe. Always thread safe. The reason for that is, once we create a string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in the existing object. If any person trying to perform any change, with that a new object by default will be created. So is it possible to perform any changes in the existing object? No. That's why. So it is always a thread safe. Not only strings, are all immutable objects in Java, all wrapper class object. Tomorrow if you are going to create your own test class immutable object, sir, all immutable objects by default thread safe because no one is allowed to perform modification in the existing object. Clear, right? So when we should go for string, when we should go for StringBuffer, when we should go for StringBuilder. Next and after that, string and StringBuffer objects are thread safe, but StringBuilder object is not thread safe. Clear? There is another beautiful concept related to StringBuffer StringBuilder, method chaining. What is the concept name? Method chaining, sir. Sir, for most of the methods present inside string class, StringBuffer, StringBuilder, the return types are same type only. Suppose if you consider StringBuilder, sir, if I consider StringBuilder class, do you know StringBuffer and StringBuilder, all methods are always same, all constructors are always same. Already I covered in the last session. Sir, StringBuilder append method, if you consider, what is the return type of append method is the StringBuilder only. Next, reverse method, if you consider, what is the return type of reverse method? StringBuilder only. Next, insert method, if you consider, what is the return type? StringBuilder only. Reverse method, okay, delete method, if you consider, what is the return types? StringBuilder only. Sir, for most of the methods present inside StringBuffer, StringBuilder, the return types are always the same type. That's why after applying a method, now which thing will be written? StringBuilder is going to be written. Same type will be written. On that result, you can call another method. Yes, itself you can call another method. So which forms method chaining? Okay, what it means? Observe that, sir. Suppose I have StringBuilder object is there. Assume that. On this StringBuilder, I call M1 may be append or reverse or delete something like sb.m1. If I call M1 method, M1 method return type is same StringBuilder only. That's why, sir, the return type is StringBuilder. Again on that, I want to call M2. On the return type of M2, again StringBuilder. On the result, I am calling M3 method dot. Are you getting? This type of concept is nothing but method chaining. Are you getting? For most of the methods present in StringBuffer, StringBuilder, return types are same type. After applying a method, on the result, you can call another method. After applying a method on the result, you can call another method which forms a method chaining concept. So in StringBuffer StringBuilder, method chaining concept is very, very common. You people should be aware, right? Okay, let me go for a small example. Then you can get much clarity, right? Here, observe that. Here I am taking, let me take a StringBuilder. Okay, StringBuilder SB is equal to new StringBuilder. Just I am creating an empty object. Just I am creating an empty StringBuilder object. SB dot append of Durga, append of Durga, like this I am taking. Can you please tell SB dot append, if SB is the StringBuilder, the return type is what? StringBuilder only. On this, again append method. On this, again append method of solutions. Durga, solutions like. Sir, now the return type of append is again StringBuilder only. Now I am taking reverse method. Now the return type of reverse method is StringBuilder only. That's why on that I want to call insert method. Regarding I want to call insert method at 2, xyz like this. What is the return type of insert method? What the return type of insert method? StringBuilder only. On that again I want to call delete from 3 to 7 like this I am taking. Delete from 3 to 7 like dot. Sir, you can take 1 kilometer length method calls also, no problem at all. Sir, now take a bit very special care. Sir, in the method chaining, which method will be executed first? Which method will be executed first? Sir, left, first M1. After that, on the result, M2. After that, on the result, M3. So, in method chaining, all method calls will be executed from left to right. Remember, all method calls will be executed from left to right. So, first append, next append, next reverse, next insert, next delete, like it's going to be executed. Now, system.out.println, yes, B I'm taking. Now, the result by default you are going to get. Everyone can able to understand, right? So, this is, sir, is it going to work or not? Let me show this one. Have a look once, sir. I'm going to take a small example. StringBuilder, SB is equal to new StringBuilder, like this I'm taking, sir. With the StringBuilder, SB dot append of Durga, sir. Durga dot append of, okay, solutions, Durga, solutions dot append of reverse dot append of insert 2, xyz, dot delete 3, 7, something like this, right? Okay, sir, SOP of SB, what is the result now? What the result now? You can ask like this, right? Sir, now just take a bit very special care. Okay, first here just SB dot append of Durga, like this I'm taking, sir. Let me save this code. Durga classes, Durga classes I'm taking. Okay, Durga classes in the test.java, like this I saved, sir. Okay, just only Durga is there. What is the answer we are going to get? Java C test.java, Java test. What answer by default we are going to get? Durga, perfectly it's going to work, no problem, right? Now on this dot append of solutions, like this I'm asking. Now Durga, now solutions also will be appended. What answer we are going to get, sir? Durga solutions. Perfect, Durga solutions. Now on this result of Durga solutions, I want to perform reverse operation like this, right? Now happily this Durga solutions by default will be reversed. Have you observed, right? Durga solutions got reversed, right? Now dot insert of 2, xyz. Dot insert of 2, xyz, like this, right? Now observe that. Now observe this one. What answer by default you are going to get? Sir, from second index onwards, XYZ added or not? Yes, added. Now dot delete of 3 comma 7. So from third index to, sir, 7 minus 1 means third to 6. Third to 6 by default will be removed. Third index to sixth index will be removed, sir. 0, 1, 2. Third, 4, 5, 6. Sir, 3, 4, 5, 6. Y, Z, O, I by default got removed, sir. Are you getting? So this is already removed. Like you can call any number of methods, no problem at all. This type of concept is called method chaining, which is very common in the case of StringBuffer StringBuilder. Clear for all of it? So don't fail whenever you are seeing this type of lines. Sir, we never saw this type of code. Oh, it is invalid. Compatible method, runtime exception. No. Sir, it is perfectly valid. First this method, on the result of this method, on the result of this method. All these method calls will be executed from left to right. That's why method chaining is possible in the case of StringBuffer StringBuilder. Even you are seeing this type of things, so don't worry, it is valid. Clear? Sir, the next practice question related to string on StringBuilder, take a bit special care. Here, given the code fragment, public class test, sir, public static void main string array args, string builder SB is equal to new string builder of 5. What is the meaning of this 5? You know, capacity creates an empty string builder object with the 5 capacity, empty. Now string S is equal to, sir, just empty. Remember this one, empty string. One is empty string builder, of course with 5 capacity, you can add up to 5 characters, and then here empty string. If SB dot equals of S, sir, match 1. Else if SB dot toString dot equals of S dot toString, sir, match 2. Okay? Else no match. What is the result? Match 1, match 2, no match, null pointer exception is thrown at a runtime. Okay, just observe carefully. So this is what you should. Can you please guess what the answer? Ayo, respond. Can you please guess what may be the answer? Match 1 or match 2 or no match or null pointer exception? Yes, I too don't know. Just I will trace. But anyway, to answer this, compulsory you have to aware one thing. Even in the last videos I covered somewhere, equals method is overridden in string class for content comparison, but equals method is not overridden in string buffer for content comparison. Hence, object class equals method will be executed whether it is the string buffer, whether it is the string builder, because internal implementations of string buffer, string builder always same except a synchronizer. That's why in string builder equals method is not overridden for content comparison. Object class equals method will be executed. First you should aware. Sir, in the object class, how the equals method is implemented? Listen very carefully. Sir, here object obj1 dot equals of obj2. Assume that object class equals method. In the object class equals method, if the arguments are different types, assume one is string buffer, another is string, or one is string builder, another is the string. Different types, it is always going to return false, sir. Remember this. So in object class equals method, which is meant for reference comparison, if objects are different types, obviously false is the answer. Okay, well, next, if the objects are, different types, and if the objects are not pointing to the same, different types means not pointing to the same object, then false, because object class equals method meant for reference comparison. You know that point. Okay, well, now string builder SB is equal to new string builder, sir. So an empty string builder object got created, of course with 5 capacity. String s is equal to, sir, an empty string object created. Okay, like, sir, sb dot equals of s. We are calling equals method on sb means a string builder. String builder not having equals capability, which is so hence it is coming from object class. Object class equals method returns false. Returns false because both are different objects, different types. That's why. So it is false. If it returns false, this if block is not going to execute. Else if sb dot toString. sb dot toString means, sir, on the string builder object, if you call toString method, now an empty string will be created. An empty string object will be created. Okay, empty string object dot equals of s dot toString. S dot toString means already it is the string, empty string, same only. Now sp dot toString method return type is string. Now equals method on the string object we are calling, which is meant for content comparison. Sir, sp dot toString means empty string. Dot equals of s dot toString means empty string. Empty string content is always the same. If the content is the same, because string class equals method meant for content comparison. That's why. So content is the same. SOP of match 2 is the answer. Because here this equals method returns true, sir. If this equals method returns true, match 2 is going to be printed to the console. So which one is the correct answer? Match 1, match 2, no match, null pointer exception. Sir, match 2 itself is the answer. B is the answer, right? Everyone can able to understand? Sir, very simple. In this sp dot equals of s, which equals method will be called? Object class equals method. Object class equals method meant for reference comparison. And objects are different types, different objects, false is the answer if is not going to execute. But sp dot toString, string class equals method we are calling. String class equals method meant for content comparison. Here content and content both is the same, empty string. That's why match 2 is going to be executed. It is going to be printed to the console because this condition returns true. Observe. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Have a look once. String builder, sb is equal to new string builder of 5, it is the capacity. String s is equal to empty. If sb dot equals of yes, match 1, match 2, and then no match like this. Whatever I explained on the board is the same example only. Now have a look once, sir. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Match 2 itself is the answer. Any doubt? Very important for the exam sake. Take special care about this one. Sir, the next possible question for the exam sake, observe that. Given the code fragment, public class test, public static void main, string array args. String builder sb1 is equal to new string builder of Durga. String str1 is equal to sb1 dot toString method. Next, insert code here at line 1. SOP of str1 double equal to str2. Oh, we have only str1. That's why. So str2 maybe here we require to declare some code. Which code fragment, when inserted at line 1, enables the code to print true? Sir, which code fragment enables the code to print true? True is the answer. String str2 is equal to str1. String str2 is equal to new string of str1. String str2 is equal to sb1 dot toString. String str2 is equal to Durga. Like this. So our requirement is to print true. True, sir. Sir, have you remembered? Here double equal operator we are using. Double equal operator always meant for reference comparison. If both the references point into the same object, then only double equal operator returns true. You know, right? Sir, now the point is, which one is the correct answer? Can you please guess? First one or second one or third one or fourth one? Dangerous. Compulsory you should have clear internal knowledge. Then only you can able to answer such type of questions. Observe that. String builder SB1 is equal to new string builder of Durga. Okay. So SB1. Okay, pointing to string builder object Durga like. String str1 is equal to sp1 dot to string. Okay, on this string builder, if you are trying to convert into string, now sir Durga str1 got created. Okay, in the heap area yes, str1 got created with the content Durga. Okay, well, now insert the code here at line 1. Sir, now string str2 is equal to str1. String str2 is equal to str1. Observe the option. I want to print true. String str2 is equal to str1 means str2 is also pointing to the same object. If str1 and str2 both are pointing to the same object, then obviously returns true. Oh, option A itself is the correct answer. Okay, like, but why the remaining are invalid, we will discuss. Don't worry, sir. Let me execute up to this. Sir, what I want to take is at line 1, I want to take first option. At line 1, I want to take first option. I'm taking this option, sir. This option at line 1. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Happily the code compiles fine? Yes. But the answer, true itself is the answer. Because once if I can take this line, both the str1 and str2 point into the same object. That's why what output we are going to get, true is the answer. Okay, well. Sir, why second one, third, fourth, fifth, fourth are invalid? Let me show, sir. String str2 is equal to new string of str1. Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a separate new object will be created, sir. Okay, str2 is a separate new object with the content of str1. What is the content of str1? Durga. So if I use a second option, a new object will be created. One is pointing to, okay, this Durga, but second one is pointing to another Durga. Both even content is the same, but objects are different. That's why double equal operator returns false. Do you know, right? Okay, let me check this one. Instead of this option, I want to take second option. Now what will happen is, observe carefully. String str2, new string of str1. Okay, like what answer we are going to get, sir? False itself is the answer. Okay, well, sir, why third option is invalid? Why the third option is invalid? Observe carefully, right? String str2 is equal to sp1 dot to string. Are you getting sp1 dot to string? Sir, on the sp1, if I call toString method, again a new string object will be created. So str2 is again a new string object will be created. In this case also, str1 and str2 both are not pointing to the same object. That's why what is the output by default you are going to get, sir? False itself is the answer. Let me cross check. Even the third option, even the third option, if I can take like this, again a new object will be created. So the answer we are going to get, sir, false is the answer. Okay, well, sir, now let me go for fourth option. Why the fourth option is invalid? Because invalid cases also we have to discuss. Why the fourth one? String str2 is equal to Durga. I'm taking string str2 is equal to Durga means where this object is required to create? SCP area. So str1 is available in the heap area because of method call. If an object is required to create, compulsory that object will be created only in the heap area. Sir, sp1.to string, because of that str1 created. Now string str2 is equal to Durga. Where this object should be created, sir? In the SCP area. Okay, that's why str2 point into SCP area, str1 point into heap area. Both are different objects, even content is the same. So that's why the output we are going to get false is the answer, even in this case also. Observe carefully here. Listen a bit carefully, sir. I'm taking. So just I'm taking string str2 is equal to Durga. Observe that. What answer we are going to get? False is the answer. Okay, like so you should aware where the object will be created inside str1, inside heap area, inside SCP area, when double equal operator returns true. If you know all these things, you can able to answer this type of questions very easily. Clear? Sir, the next practice bit related to StringBuilder. Observe carefully. A bit small theoretical API method, right? Sir, which statement will empty the contents of StringBuilder variable named SP? Which statement will empty the contents of a StringBuilder variable named SP? Sir, there is one StringBuilder is there. Sir, variable name is SP. So which method is going to make that StringBuilder empty? Means the total content will be removed. The length of StringBuilder should become 0. Which method, right? So first option, sb dot delete all. Second option, sb dot delete of 0 comma sb dot size, sb dot delete of 0 comma sb dot length. Next, the fourth option, sb dot remove all. Can you please tell which is the correct answer? Because already I covered StringBuffer methods, which are same as StringBuilder. Do you know there are multiple methods I covered? 12 methods I discussed, right? I hope you people may remember. Sir, now can you please observe what is the correct answer in this case? Very easily you can able to answer. Sir, for the StringBuilder, delete all such type of method is not there. Okay, if I'm trying to call sp.delete all, cannot find symbol, method delete all, like you are going to get error. Next, this one is also wrong, because the reason is delete, okay, delete method is there, but internally sb.size method is not there for the StringBuilder. We have only length method, capacity method. Length method is available, capacity method is available, but not size. That's why invalid. Sir, sp dot delete. Okay, we will consider this as C. Sir, sp dot remove all. It is also invalid, because for the StringBuilder, remove all such a type of thing is not there. It is related to collections method. Okay, like now sp dot delete 0 comma sb dot length. Length method is available, right? Of course it is the valid, because only one option is the remaining. Then obviously that may be the correct. But how, sir, it is going to be correct? Very simple, just aware. Sir, do you know sb dot delete delete method, if you consider begin comma end. Assume, sir, for the StringBuilder, begin comma end, it removes the content from begin index to end minus 1 index. From begin index to end minus 1 index, right? So now assume I'm taking StringBuilder sb is equal to new StringBuilder of Durga, like this I'm taking, sir. Assume Durga like I'm taking. Sir, how many characters are there? 5 characters are there. Now let me apply sb dot delete of 0 to sb dot length. 0 to sb dot length. Sb dot length means how many characters are there? 5. That's why 0 to 5. 0 to 5. 0 to 5 means from 0 to n minus 1. N minus 1 means 5 minus 1, 4. 0 to 4, all characters will be removed. All characters will be removed from 0 to 4. So, DURGA is there. 0 gone, 1 gone, 2 gone, 3 gone, 4 gone. Then what the remaining, sir? Nothing is there. What is the length of result is nothing but 0 length. Empty. Empty content. Yes, perfectly. This one is the valid answer, right? If you use the remaining 3 cases, immediately we are going to get error. Delete all. Next and after that, size, remove all. Such type of methods are not available. That's why please make sure you should aware. Now have a look once, sir. Observe very carefully. Here I am taking string buffer SP is equal to new string builder. String builder SP is equal to new string builder of Durga. Durga I am taking. Now here I am taking first option, sir. First option. What is the first option is SP dot delete all. Are you getting? SP dot delete all I am taking. If I can take SP dot delete all, immediately error we are going to get, because delete all such a type of thing is not applicable. Okay? Have a look once. Have a look once. Sir, have you observed? Method cannot find symbol. Which symbols are method delete all? For variable SP of type string builder. For string builder type delete all method is not available. That's why first option is the wrong option, right? Okay, well. Sir, now second option let me take. Now let me take the second option instead of this one. If I can take second option, yes, second option is also compile time error because on the string builder size method is not applicable. Size method is available in the collections concept, not in the string builder. Now have a look once. Have a look once. Yes, cannot find symbol. Which symbols are method size? Okay, that's why obviously it is the wrong. Okay, like let me use fourth one, sir. D option. D option I'm taking. Of course, it is also wrong. I know it's also wrong. SP dot remove all. SP dot remove all. Immediately error cannot find the symbol. Which symbols are method remove all. So fourth option is also wrong. Then only one option I'm taking. Sir, third option. SP dot delete 0 comma SP dot length. SP dot delete 0 comma SP dot length. Now my question is, sir, after deleting SP dot length means 5. 0 to 5 means 0 to 4 all characters will be removed. After removing all characters, if I can ask SP dot length, compulsory 0 is the answer we have to get. If really SP is a empty. Now observe that. Now have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. Happily the code compiles fine, but the answers are 0 is the answer because string builder became empty because of this call. Okay, so among all these things, which one is the correct answer, sir? C itself is the answer. Any doubt about this one? Clear, right? Sir, now the next practice question related to certification. Observe carefully, right? Given the following code, class myString, string MSG, okay, there is one instance variable is there MSG, myString, string MSG, this dot MSG is equal to MSG. Like just one instance variable, it is the constructor, we are performing assignment, right? Sir, public class test, public static void main string array args. SOP of hello, new hello plus new string builder of Java SE8. Hello plus new string builder. I'm creating string builder object and I'm trying to print the content. Okay. Hello plus new myString of Java SE8. Okay, like sir, myString object, string builder object, two objects we are creating. Sir, concatenation with hello, it is going to print that. Now what is the result? What is the result, sir? Sir, hello Java SE8, hello myString at the rate hash code. Of course, hash code like hello Java SE8, hello Java SE8. Next, hello java.lang.string builder at the rate hash code. Hello myString at the rate hash code. Next, compilation fails. Observe carefully, sir, compilation fails. Now, can you please tell among these, which one is the correct? You respond. Among these things, which one is the correct answer? First one or second one or third one or fourth one? Compilation fails. Remember that. Take very special care. What you have to do, what you should aware is, have you ever heard about two-string method? Yes. Whenever we are trying to print any object reference, two-string method will be called. Suppose I have, sir, here tester T1 is equal to new tester. Tester T1 is equal to new tester. Can you please print SOP of T1? SOP of T1. Now internally, which method will be called? Two-string method. Whenever we are trying to print any object reference, internally two-string method will be called. Sir, this line will become system.out.println T1.toString method. Now listen very carefully, sir. This is. So, if the tester class contains two-string method, it will be executed. If the tester class doesn't contain two-string method, object class two-string method will be executed, which is always going to print class name hash code. Class name hash code in hexadecimal form. Class name hash code in hexadecimal form. This is the output we are going to get if you are giving the chance to object class two-string method, right? Sir, let me repeat again. Whenever we are trying to print any object reference, internally two-string method will be called. If our class tester class doesn't contain two-string method, object class two-string method will be called. Okay, which is always going to print class name hash code. Remember that. Sir, now up to this let me show. Then you can able to answer very easily, right? Observe that. Observe this one, sir. I don't want to take any code. Just let me change, sir. I'm trying to take tester T1 is equal to new tester. Tester T1 is equal to new tester. New tester. Here system.out.println T1 I'm taking, sir. SOP of T1. What is the answer, sir? Internally two-string method will be called, and our tester class doesn't contain two-string method. Object class two-string method is going to be executed. What is the output, sir? Observe. Happily the code compiles fine. What the answer, sir? Class name test sir 7852E922 hash code in hexadecimal form we are going to get. So in this case, which two-string method will be called? Can you please tell? In this case, which two-string method got called? Object class two-string method got called. Sir, I want. No. I don't want this Greek and Latin. If you don't want this Greek and Latin, for meaningful string representation, we can override two-string method in our class. Okay? Have a look once, sir. In the tester class, I'm trying to override. Okay? Public string two-string method. Public string two-string method. Okay? What you want to take? Return. Sir, test object. Return test object. I have to return. Are you getting return test object? Sir, whenever we are overriding two-string method, then which two-string method will be called? Which two-string method will be called? Our own class two-string method will be called. Now, that Greek and Latin you are not going to get. Happily, test object like that we are going to get. Have a look once. Observe very carefully, right? Observe a bit very carefully. Here, see this one. The answer is, sir, test object. Instead of this Greek and Latin, now we are getting test object, right? Sir, now the important conclusion, what you people should aware, sir, okay, for meaningful string representation, highly recommended to override two-string method in our class. Sir, do you know, in string class, StringBuffer class, StringBuilder class, all wrapper classes, all collection classes, two-string method is already overridden for meaningful string representation. Remember that, sir. In our classes also, highly recommended to override what? Two-string method. Up to this is the clear, right? Next, I want to take a small continuation of this one. Sir, instead of SOP of T1, I'm taking system.out.println hello, 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 plus T1 I'm taking. Hello plus T1 I'm taking. Do you know hello string plus object? Whenever we are performing concatenation between string and object, for this object again toString method will be called. Again toString method will be called. This toString method returns a string. String plus a string concatenation is going to be happen, sir. Now have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking hello, hello plus hello, hello, sir. Here plus T1, hello plus T1 like this, right? Now can you please observe what the answer? Hello T1 test object. Hello T1 means a test object. T1 dot toString method got called test object. Suppose if we are not overriding toString method, what the answer we are going to get? Observe that hello test at the rate, like this we are going to get hello followed by toString method result will be concatenated. Everyone can able to understand, right? So what is the behavior of toString method? How to override toString method in our class? If we are not overriding toString method, object class toString method will be executed. How it is going to provide the result? Clear, right? If you have this knowledge, very easily you can able to answer this question, sir. Observe carefully. Here this is my string. This is the class my string. Am I override toString method? Can you please confirm? No, we didn't override toString method. If we are not overriding toString method, if you are trying to print my string object class toString method will be executed. Remember. So now public class test main. Here SOP of hello new string builder of Java SE8. So do you know I told already. In string class, string buffer class, string builder class, in all wrapper classes, in all collection classes, okay, toString method is already overridden for meaningful string representation. That's why overriding version of toString method will be called, which is going to return simply Java SE8 content. That's why first case, what is the answer? We are going to get hello Java SE8. Okay, well. Now hello new my string of Java SE8. New my string of Java SE8. Can you please tell, in my string class, have you override toString method? No, I didn't override toString method. If you are not going to override toString method, class name hello followed by class name my string at the rate okay, hash code, whatever hash code in hexadecimal form we are going to get for the second one. Okay, then obviously which one is the correct answer? First case hello Java SE8. Second one, hello my string at the rate hash code. Then obviously it is the correct answer. Remember this one, sir. Sir, let me execute this code so that you may get much clarity. Have a look once. Here, just I have the code like this. Observe carefully, sir. Same example like this. Sir, class my string message. Okay, my string. This dot message is equal to message, like this we are going to take. Sir, what is the output? Sir? Here, meaningful string representation we will get, because in the string builder toString method is overridden. But in here, just a class name at the rate hash code we are going to get, because in my string class, okay, toString method is not overridden. Now, observe carefully. What the answer we are going to get, sir? First time meaningful, hello Java SE8, but second time, hello my string at the rate 78. This is the hash code in hexadecimal string form we are going to get. Can you please confirm? All the people are in a position to understand, right? Okay, well. Then immediately some people may ask, sir, can you please show how to override toString method in my string class? Yes, why not? I will override. Have a look once. Have a look in my string class. I'm trying to override public string to string. What I have to return? Return some string. Return MSG. Are you getting? Because MSG is the instance variable. Whatever you are passing, okay, this one here, just simply return that message, whatever you are going to pass. Simply return the message, whatever you are going to pass. So in this case, which toString method will be called, sir? You are not going to call object class toString method. My string class toString method will be called. In this case, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Here, have a look once, sir, hello Java SE8, hello Java SE8, like this perfectly the output we are going to get. So, any doubt about this one? So, it's highly recommended to override toString method in our classes for meaningful string representation. Clearer? Sir, the next practice question related to StringBuilder. Observe carefully, right? Sir, you are developing a banking module. Sir, it is a beautiful use case. So, where exactly our string and StringBuilder helpful? This use case is going to help like anything. That's why please take a bit special care. You are developing a banking module. You have developed a class named mask test. What is our class name? Mask test, and has a mask method. So mask test is a class name and mask is the method that class contains. Sir, given the code fragment, sir, class mask test, public static string mask, string credit card. Regarding string credit card, oh sir, have you observed, right? If you observe, if you can take mask, sir, mask is going to take a string credit card like this, right? Sir, in the string x is equal to xxxx hyphen xxxx hyphen xxxx hyphen like this, and some code we have to place here. Line 1, maybe boss, I will give my original credit card number. Can you please mask this credit card number so that it is not visible to outside person? That may be the requirement. Let me consider public static void main, okay, system.out.println. We are calling mask method with this credit card number 1234 hyphen my 5678 hyphen 9101 hyphen 5979 like this, right? Sir, you must ensure the mask method returns a string. Mask method should return a string that hides all digits of the credit card number except the last 4 digits. Have you observed, right? That hides all digits of credit card number except the last 4. Except the last 4 means 5979, except that all these things, and the hyphens that separate each group of 4 digits. So except last 4 digits and the hyphens, remaining digits should be masked, should hide. Maybe this 1234 should be hide, 5678 should be hide, and then 9101 should be hide. But this 5979 happily you can display, no problem at all. Now except the last 4 and the hyphens. Now which 2 code fragments should you use at line 1 independently to achieve the requirement? At line 1, which code fragments if we can use at line 1 to achieve the requirement? Like this, right? This is, sir, now first option, second option, third option, fourth option. There are 4 options they are providing. Sir, which thing is going to return, is going to hide all digits except the last 4 digits? This is about our requirement, right? Now, please consider first option, second option, third option, fourth option. You should be in a position to answer clearly, right? Sir, now, first option, if I can take. Here, just observe the code parallelly, sir. Observe the code parallelly. Okay, like what I will take is, let me take this one on the screen so that you may get much clarity, because all the things should be together simultaneously, right? Observe that I'm taking mask test. Let me code this. Let me take a small Java class I'm taking. Yes, What is the name of this Java class I'm trying to take here is just 1 minute, sir. Mask tester. What is the name I'm taking, sir? Mask tester.java. Okay, well, sir, at line 1, what is the first option they provided? Okay, this is the first option they provided, sir. This is the first option they provided. Okay, if I can write this code at line 1, if I can write this code at line 1, is it going to hide all these digits except the last 4? Is it going to hide all these digits? This is about my requirement, right? Okay, well, sir, what this code is going to take? Sir, StringBuffer SB is equal to, StringBuilder SB is equal to new StringBuilder of credit card. It's going to create StringBuilder object with credit card information. SP dot substring of 15, 19. Sir, first question, I have a small doubt is there. Java C mask test dot Java. Okay, like, sir, if you observe that, if you observe, take very special care, sir. SP dot substring of, okay, return X plus SB. Now Java mask test, like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, do you know what will happen? What will happen here is, observe very carefully, sir. What will happen in this case? Here, see. Sir, in the first case, listen carefully, sir. In the first case, what thing happening? Observe that. So I provided my credit card information 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Next 9101 5979. This is the information I provided. Okay. With this information, can you please create StringBuilder object? Okay, well, SB dot substring from 15 to 19. From 15 to 19 means, yes, here from 15th to 18th index, begin to n-1. It is taking 5979. Okay, well, but this result, we are not assigning to any variable. This result, we are not assigning to any variable. That's why this part, whatever we got, 5979, eligible for garbage collection. Still, my SB is pointing to this one only. So, return X plus SB. Sir, what is X? What is X? X already you people aware? X means, sir, this is. So, X means X, hyphen X, hyphen X, hyphen. Sir, this part is called X. This part is called X. X plus SB. SB means already pointed to the original credit card number. Instead of, sir, it is hiding, it is going to display all 16 digits after this XX and so on. That's why it is not going to work. Remember this one. Have a look once. Observe a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Here what it will do is, sir, it is going to create StringBuilder object with a provided credit card. With a provided credit card, it is going to create a StringBuilder object. But you are selecting 15 to 19. Excellent. You are selecting only this part. But the problem here is, sir, this object you are not assigning to any reference variable. That's why eligible for garbage collection. Still SP is pointing to this original credit card number only. Return X plus SB means, sir, this X plus this credit card, complete data by default will be displayed to the end user. Have you observed, right? This is X plus this is the SB, credit card number. So total thing is going to come, so which is not going to fulfill our requirement. Any doubt? Any doubt related to the first option? Is it going to fulfill our requirement? No chance at all. So first option is the wrong. Okay, well. Second option, X plus credit card. Credit card is already string object. Dot substring of 15, 19. So credit card dot substring of 15, 19 means 5979 we are getting. Can you please add 5979 to x? X means already this, only x. X hyphen 5979. Definitely B option is going to fulfill our requirement. If you want, observe that carefully, sir. Instead of taking this option A, let me remove option A. Now I'm taking option B. Option B, very important, sir. Return x plus credit card dot substring of 15 comma 19. So credit card dot substring of 15 comma 19 means 5979. X means this part. So this total part plus 5979 means yes sir, except the last 4 digits, all the remaining digits will be masked with only x symbol. Now can you please observe? Can you please observe that? Happily the code compiles fine, but the answer we are going to get, yes sir, only last 4 digits are going to be visible, and except that all the remaining are hide with the x symbol. Okay, this is clear. It's going to fulfill our requirement, right? Sir, observe that very carefully. X means a string. Next, credit card dot substring of 15 comma 19 means sir, this position is called 15 to 19. Now we are trying to add this 5979 to this x. Then automatically all the remaining things by default will be gone. So perfectly, sir, second option is going to fulfill our requirement. Okay, well. Sir, what about third option? What about third option? Observe carefully, sir. String builder SB is equal to new string builder of x. X means sir, this original x and so on, right? SP dot append of credit card comma 15 comma 19. In string builder, append method is there. From this string, can you please take from begin to n-1 characters and append that to the string buffer. Append that to this x. Regarding, of course, string builder or string buffer same. So append that to this string builder. Then automatically last 4 digits will be appended to x. Return SB dot to string method. Can you please convert into string and return that string? Yes, definitely it is also going to fulfill our requirement. Okay, if you want to observe that. So from 15 to 19, take a credit card substring from this and append that to the string builder. Okay, here begin index, end index. From begin to end -1 in this credit card, it is going to take and append that to the string builder. So x followed by last 4 digit. Can you please return? Perfectly. This is C option also going to fulfill our requirement. Have a look once. Have a look once here. Just let me copy paste. Here just instead of this line, like this I'm taking, sir. So here just have a look, observe that. So first one, with this x I'm creating string builder, and then for the string builder I'm appending from the credit card from 15th to n-1 19-1 index characters. Now can you please return that in the string form, because the return type of mask method is string, that's why, right? Okay, now what is the output? By default we are going to get, observe that perfectly, it is valid. Now except the last 4 digits, all the remaining digits are masked, no problem at all. Okay, well, sir, what about fourth option? Third option is also going to work. Third option is also working, sir. What about fourth option? Where is the problem? String builder SP is equal to new string builder of credit card. Oh, with the original credit card I created string builder. String builder S is equal to SP dot insert of 0 comma x. In the 0th place, can you please insert x? Can you please insert x? Now do you know 0th place all the things by default will be inserted, and then remaining credit card will be there as it is. So complete information will be visible to the end user. First x followed by credit card, same as first option, right? So return s dot to string, okay, like which is not going to hide all the digits. Observe carefully, sir. If I can take if I can take like, okay, fourth option I'm taking, sir. Of course, answers are visible. Just don't worry, observe my explanation. Okay, here just I'm taking, have a look once. I'm sure it is not going to fulfill our requirement. Okay, what answer? Sir, this is the X value followed by remaining credit card. So it is not going to fulfill our requirement, right? Are you in the position to understand, right? I want to mask, I want to hide all digits of credit card except the last 4 digits. Which approach we have to follow? This is the approach, right? Okay, like which 2 options are correct? Either you can go for B option or we can go for C option. Like compulsory, these type of use cases are going to help you to improve your programming. Clear, right? Hi friends, myself Durga. I'm working as a Java trainer for the last 16 years in DurgaSoft. So I worked more than 5 years as a software engineer in IBM, sir. Now I want to introduce my new course, sir, StringBuffer StringBuilder for Java certification. StringBuffer and StringBuilder for Java certification. The most valuable concept, the most important concept for interviews, for Java certification, for day-to-day programming. So this StringBuffer StringBuilder, especially this string concept is the most helpful. That's why I want to perform post-mortem related to this string, what I did at the part of this course. Okay, so in this course, what syllabus, sir, what I covered here, observe that difference between string and string buffer. If you go to any Java interview, the first question the people are going to ask, what is the difference between string and string buffer? Most commonly asked question, crores of times asked question in the interview room, sir, string and a string buffer. Okay, then immediately you are going to tell mutability, immutability. Sir, why? What is the meaning of mutability, immutability? Can you explain with an example? Next, why string objects are immutable, whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Like you should be in a position to answer all those things I covered at the part of this course. Remember, next, equals method. Yes, there is one more difference other than mutability and immutability. Difference between string and string buffer, equals method, right? In string class, equals method meant for content comparison. But in string buffer class, equals method meant for reference comparison. Remember this one, because in string buffer, equals method is not overridden. So all those things I clearly explained, right? Next, sir, string object creation, heap and SCP. Regarding string objects creation, heap and SCP. Sometimes object will be created in the heap area. Sometimes object will be created in the string constant pool. When the object will be created in the heap, when the object will be created in the SCP, I explained almost around 4 to 5 examples so that you will get much perfection, right? Sir, after the importance of string constant pool. Sir, what is the need? Why SCP like concept is applicable only for string? What advantage we are going to get? What problems are there with the SCP? This concept I explained very clearly, right? Sir, next, important FAQs on string and string buffer. There are 3 FAQs I discussed here, especially based on this string constant pool. So, very clearly, right? That's something like SCP concept is available only for string but not for string buffer. Next, why string objects are immutable whereas string buffer objects are mutable? Why immutability is required for the string? Sir, similar to string objects, any other objects are immutable in Java. That part also I explained, right? Okay, well, sir, next, important constructors of string class. Regarding what are various constructors are available in the string class, with examples I explained. Next, important methods of string class. almost around 13 methods I explained, sir. Most commonly used methods. Do you know? Char get, concat, equals method, equals ignore case method. Next isEmpty, length, replace, substring. Next index of, last index of, 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase, trim. Are you getting? So almost around 13 methods, most commonly used methods I explained, sir. Trim, especially trim, almost 25 minutes I explained with a beautiful case study about this trim method. Compulsory you should aware clearly, right? Next, important conclusions about string immutability. Sir, strictly speaking, what is the meaning of immutability? Okay, internally, what things are happening? I explained very clear conclusions, right? Next, after this, the most beautiful question for the entire room. Is it possible to create our own immutable class or not? Yes, we can create our own immutable class also. Sir, explain the way how to create our own immutable class. Sir, creation of our own immutable class. I covered, right? Okay, this. Next, final versus immutability. Final versus immutability. What is the difference between final and immutability? By declaring a reference variable as the final, can I get immutability nature or not? Okay, you should aware that thing I explained very clearly, right? Sir, up to this, so almost minimum around 18 videos I did only for string and string concept, right? Next, after that, sir, already string is there. What is the need of going for string buffer? Why we should go for string buffer concept? Sir, like I explained. Next, what constructors are there in the string buffer? Next, important methods of string buffer. Okay, length method is there, capacity method is there, char get method, set char get method, append method, insert method, delete char get. Next, reverse, set length, ensure capacity, trim to size. Are you getting? All these methods, almost around, do you know, 12 methods I explained very clearly, sir. Very important method, especially last 3. Set length, ensure capacity, trim to size, like these methods I explained very clearly, right? Next, need of string builder. Why we should go for string builder concept? Next, differences between string buffer and string builder. Sir, why? What is the difference? One is synchronized version, the second one is non-synchronized version. All differences in the table form I explained very clearly, sir. Next, string versus string buffer versus string builder. When we should go for string, when we should go for string buffer, when we should go for string builder, we covered very clearly. Next, method chaining concept. Okay, so is it possible on applying a method, sir, on the result another method, chaining of method, is it possible or not? How to use? I explained very clearly with the example, right? I hope all the people are in a position to understand. Almost these are 16 topics I explained. You people can expect around 30 plus videos only on this concept. Are you getting? 10 practice questions I explained line to line. 10 practice questions I explained line to line code wise. Very important for Java certification also. Okay, be ready, sir. Take sir, very understand very clearly these things and give left and right to the interview person. Are you getting that? Sir, all the best. Thanks, sir. Next topic related to our certification, string buffer and string builder. The most valuable concept for the interview room for certification, right? Sir, what is the topic name? Can you please tell? String buffer and then string builder. These are things we have to discuss. A string related terminology we require to aware. But here related to our OCJA, there is one small twist is there. What is that twist is? Officially in the syllabus, they mention string and string builder. Are you getting? In the syllabus, they mention only string and string builder. But the problem with the string builder is, string builder, if you want to understand, compulsory you should aware string buffer. Regarding if you aware string buffer, then only you have to understand, you can understand string builder. That's why first we have to discuss string concept, and then we have to go for string buffer. Next we should go for string builder. Okay, well, sir, now, sir, first, let me talk about this string concept, right? Sir, there is one biggest specialty is there for the string concept. What is that specialty is? In any application, if you consider any Java-based project, whether it is a small project, big project, any project, sir, the most commonly used object is the string object only. Remember this one. The most commonly used object is the string object only. Remember. Sir, you know, here if you create 1,000 objects, assume that 1,000 objects I'm using in my project. 1,000 objects I'm using in my project. Can you please tell how many string objects will be there? How many non-string objects are there? More than 900. More than 900 objects are string objects. Lesser than 100 objects are non-string objects. Remember that, sir, in any project, it is the most commonly required terminology. So, it is, that's why in day-to-day programming, sir, without a string, you can't do anything. Regarding it's very important for our day-to-day programming. So, clear for all of you, right? First importance. Second importance, very, very important point, sir. Second point is, if you go to the interview room, Java, for as a fresher or 2+ or 3+ years of experience anywhere, if you go to the interview room, compulsory question for the interview room is what is the difference between string and string buffer? Explain mutability, immutability with an example. Okay, so without asking about string and string buffer, you can't expect any Java interview, man. That much important concept. That much important concept is okay. This string concept, right? So for the interview room, it is a very important. Regarding for interview room, it is a very important. Next, for the day-to-day coding, it is very important. Next and after that, for certification also. Very important. There are almost around 20 questions minimum you can expect from string and string buffer, either directly or indirectly. That's why. So please take special care about this concept, because which is compulsory required concept for us. Is it clear for all of you, right? So the most valuable concept, the most worthy concept, which is required for our certification, which is required for our interview room, which is required for our day-to-day coding, we are discussing. Take a bit very special care about this concept, right? Clear, right? Okay, well. Now, related to this string and the string buffer, multiple cases I want to discuss. Sir, every case itself is an important question for the interview room. Every case is a gunshot point. That's why you should have clear clarity, right? Sir, if you go to the interview room, sir, maybe a chance to ask, what is the difference between string and a string buffer? Can you please tell? Respond. Can you please tell what is the difference between string and string buffer? Yes, if I can ask this question in my offline session, out of 100, 90% of the people minimum they are going to tell, sir, string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Regarding string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Maybe somewhere in the interview FAQs, they remember, string is immutable, string buffer is mutable, that's all. Then immediately, interview person may ask, what is immutability, mutability? Can you explain with an example? Then automatically 90% of the wickets are down. Okay, remember this one. That's why compulsory you people should have clear clarity about this one. So the first question for the interview room, what is the difference between string and the string buffer? So string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable. Remember that string objects are immutable, string buffer objects are mutable like. Then immediately interview person may ask, what is mutability? What is immutability? Can you please explain with an example? Okay, like, sir, what is immutable? What is the meaning of immutable? Can you please tell? Immutable. Immutable means non-changeable. You can't change. You can't change. But what about the mutable? Changeable. Happily you are allowed to modify. No problem at all. Once we create string object, we can't change its content. That's why string objects are always what? Immutable. Once we create string buffer object, happily we can perform required changes in that object, no problem at all. That's why string buffer objects are mutable. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now can you explain with an example so that you will get much clarity right here? Just observe. Here I am taking string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. S dot concat. S dot concat of software. I am taking, sir. S dot concat of software. System dot out dot println of S. Are you getting S dot concat of software? SOP of S. Yes, like this I am taking, sir. Okay, well. Now my next question is string buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer of Durga I am taking. Durga I am taking. SB dot append of software. SB dot append of software. System dot out dot println of SB. Can you please observe? For the string, we have concat method, but for the string buffer, we have append method. Remember that. Here you can't use append, here you can't use concat. Okay? So, append method is applicable for string buffer. Next, concat method is applicable for string. Anyway, right? Sir, can you please confirm what is the output we can get in the first case? What is the output we are going to get in the second case? Ayo, respond. What is the output in the first case? What is the output in the second case? If you can answer this question, well, you are the king. You are the expert in immutable concept. Okay? So, can you please tell, in the first case, can I get Durga or Durga software? S dot concat of software. S dot concat of software. Durga or Durga software? I don't know. Sir, in this case, Durga or Durga software? What the output we are going to get? Can I get Durga or Durga software? Okay? Remember that. So, what is the difference between string and string buffer? What is the difference between immutability, mutability? Can you please explain with an example? Best example, you have to explain in the interview room, this one only. Now, let me analyze. Here, see this one? Here, string S is equal to new string of Durga. Now, S is pointing to Durga. S is pointing to Durga. Observe carefully, sir. String S is equal to new string of Durga. S is pointing to Durga. Like. Sir, either string is mutable or immutable. You respond. Either string is mutable or immutable. Yes, a string is immutable. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. Remember, once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. By mistake, if any person trying to perform the change, with those changes, a new object will be created. In the existing object, no changes will be there. Are you getting? Let me repeat again. So, once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes, a new object will be created. In the existing object, we can't perform any changes. This non-changeable behavior is nothing but immutability concept. Are you getting? Now, S dot concat of software. So now software will be added to Durga. Now it will become Durga software. With those changes, a new object will be created, sir. Sir, now Durga software. That's all. Now, do you know, this new object, you are not assigning with any reference variable. Once you are not using any reference variable, automatically this object by default eligible for garbage collection. Remember this one. Automatically this object by default eligible for garbage collection. Still my S is pointing to Durga only. Sir, now what is the output by default we are going to get? Durga. That's it. Are you getting? Sir, very important point. Once we create string object, we are not allowed to perform any changes in that object. If you are trying to perform any changes, with those changes a new object will be created. Now, because of this, a new object got created. But where is the, I'm not assigning this new object with any reference variable eligible for garbage collection. So this non-changeable behavior is nothing but immutability. Any doubt? Are you in a position to understand? Sir, let me execute this code so that you will get much clarity. Observe that. Here I am taking a small chota point. Here I am taking, sir, string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. I am taking S dot concat. S dot concat. S dot concat of software. Like this I am taking, sir. S dot concat of software. Software like sir, system.out.println of yes I am taking, sir. System.out.println of yes. Let me take, let me compile. Sir, I saved already. Let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Have you observed, right? Java C test.java. Happily the code compiles fine. Java tester, what answer? Still Durga only. So even though we added software, but still S is pointing to Durga only, because it is a new object got created, and for that we are not using any reference variable. Clear for all of you, right? That's what is the meaning of immutability, non-changeability. Clear? So now let me talk about StringBuffer so that you will get much clarity. What is the mutability? With an example. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. Are you getting? This is Durga. SB is the reference variable for that. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. Durga like. Sir, SB dot append. SB dot append of software. Do you know? Once we create StringBuffer, in that StringBuffer object, you can perform any changes, no problem at all. Because StringBuffer is mutable, changeable. Are you getting? Once we create StringBuffer object, you can perform any changes in that object, no problem at all. That's why it is mutable, changeable. Now, SB.append of software will be added here only. Are you getting? No new object. Software will be added here only. System.out.println of SB means Durga software by default we are going to get. Durga software itself we are going to get, sir. So this changeable behavior is nothing but what? Mutability. Remember, sir, once we create StringBuffer object, can I perform any changes in that object or not? Yes. That's why this changeable behavior is nothing but mutability. So StringBuffer is mutable or immutable? Mutable or immutable? Immutable. Remember. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Sir, instead of string yes, let me take StringBuffer SB. StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer SB dot append. Have you remembered, right? SB dot append of SB dot append of, so SOP of SB. Same code, whatever there on the board is the same code I'm trying to execute, sir. What output by default we are going to get? Happily the code compiles fine. The answer we are going to get Durga software. That's all. So this is the most valuable important point, sir. So what is the difference between string and StringBuffer? String objects are immutable. StringBuffer is mutable. Once we create string object, we can't perform any changes in that object. If any person trying to perform the change, with those changes a new object by default will be created. This non-changeable behavior is nothing but, sir, immutability. Once we create StringBuffer object, we can perform any changes in that object, no problem at all. So this changeable behavior is nothing but mutability. Are you getting right? So in the interview room, you can able to answer 2 or 3 questions very confidently. What is the difference between string and string buffer? Point number 1. What is immutability? Mutability. Explain immutability, mutability with an example. Yes, for all these questions, you should be in a position to answer to give left and right. Clear? Last video, I explained very clearly what is mutability and immutability. Sir, what is the next topic I have to discuss? I mean, what is the next case I have to discuss? Very important, very dangerous case. Observe carefully. Here I am taking string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Durga like. Now system.out.println S1 double equal to S2. S1 double equal to S2. System.out.println S1 dot equals of S2. S1 dot equals of S2. Like we have, this is the one part. Now the second part, take very special care, sir. StringBuffer SB is equal to StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer SB is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga SB1. Now StringBuffer SB2 is equal to new StringBuffer of Durga. New StringBuffer of Durga. Like this I am taking. So there are two StringBuffer objects are there. System.out.println SB1 double equal to SB2. System.out.println SB1 dot equals of SB2. Like this I am taking. How beautiful it is. Can you please observe that? What is the output we are going to get? What the output we are going to get, sir? The most valuable, important question for the interview room, compulsory for day-to-day coding also, you should aware this difference. Please tell what output you are going to get. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. S1 double equal to S2. S1 dot equals of S2. Regarding S1 dot equals of S2. Sir, now string buffer SB1 is equal to new string buffer of Durga. SB2 new string buffer of Durga. SB1 double equal to SB2. SB1 dot equals of SB2. Please, if you can able to answer this one, I'm sure you are the expert in Java, especially double equal dot equals. The most worthy important question for the interview room. Okay, what is the difference between double equal operator and the dot equals method? Regarding difference between double equal operator and the dot equals method. In the case of string, what is the behavior? In string buffer, what is the behavior you should aware? So do you know double equal operator always meant for reference comparison. Regarding double equal operator always meant for reference comparison. Reference comparison means if both the references point into the same object, then only it is going to return true. Are you getting? So double equal operator always meant for reference comparison, address comparison. If both the references point into the same object, then only returns true. Sir, not point into the same object. References point into different objects, then automatically returns false. Okay, make sure. Sir, now string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, now take S1 pointing to Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, new another object will be created. S2 is the reference variable for that. So S1 and S2. Sir, now S1 double equal to S2. Sir, both are not pointing to the same object. Both are not pointing to the same object. Double equal operator always meant for reference comparison only. Both are not pointing to the same object. That's why what is the answer we are going to get, sir? false is the answer. Don't keep any doubt at all. Okay, like, sir, even in this case also, string buffer SB1 is equal to new string buffer of Durga. SB1 is pointing to Durga and SB2 pointing to Durga. SB2 pointing to Durga. So both the references pointing to two different objects. That's why double equal operator always going to return false. False. Remember this one. So when double equal operator returns true, can you please tell? If both the references point into the same object, means suppose R1 double equal to R2, then it's going to return true, sir, if R1 and R2 point into the same object. If both are not pointing to the same object, then obviously false is the answer. Okay, double equal operator case, no difference at all in the case of string and string buffer. What about dot equals method? What about dot equals method? Big story is there. Take very special care. Do you know? It's a very common question in the entire room. What is the difference between double equal operator and dot equals method? So if I can ask this question to 1000 members, minimum 999 members are going to tell double equal operator meant for reference comparison, dot equals method meant for content comparison. No, strictly speaking, that statement is the wrong statement. What is the reason? Now you can able to see the example. Here, do you know, we have object class is there. You know, object class is there. For this object class, there are child classes are there. String is one child class. String buffer is another child class. Next, this object class contain 12 methods are there, which are commonly required for everything. Of course, one method is the private. That's why we never going to give that much important. By default, 11 methods are there. Object class contain 11 methods, which are required for every class, for every object which are required. In the, so toString method, hash code method, equals method, like multiple methods are there. In that, do you know here equals method? What is this method, sir? Equals method is already available inside object class. Object class equals method meant for object class equals method meant for reference comparison or address comparison. Very, very important, sir. Object class equals method meant for reference comparison or address comparison. If both the references point into the same object, then only double equal operator, equals method returns true, otherwise returns false. So it is exactly same as double equal operator. Okay, well, so by default, equals method present inside object class meant for reference comparison or content comparison. Reference comparison, not for content comparison, man. But now, in the child classes, equals method is overridden for content comparison. In the child classes, it is overridden for content comparison. In the string class, equals method is overridden. Equals method is overridden for content comparison. Content comparison. Observe very carefully, sir. So in string class, if I can apply equals method on the string object, it is always meant for content comparison only, because in string class, equals method is overridden for content comparison. So even though objects are different, content is the same, equals method is always going to return true, because the reason for that is it is meant for content comparison. But what about string buffer? What about string buffer? Sir, it is very clear. In string buffer, equals method is not overridden. If it is not overridden, if any person calling, sir, on the string buffer object equals method, on the string buffer object equals method, which equals method will be called? Object class equals method will be called. Object class equals method is always meant for what? Reference comparison. Are you getting right? So most of the people don't know about this small point. They are always going to feel that equals method meant for content comparison, double equal operator meant for reference comparison, like that. No, So the equals method present inside object class also meant for reference comparison only, but not for content comparison. We have to override equals method in our class for content comparison purpose. Clear? This knowledge must be required. Now come to our example. Sir, S1 dot equals of S2. We are calling equals method on S1. S1 is string type. String class equals method will be called. String class equals method meant for content comparison or reference comparison. Content in string class equals method is overridden for content comparison. Now Durga. Are you getting? Both contents are same. If the contents are same, then simply we are going to get true is the answer. Remember this one. So if it is the string case, double equal operator false, that equals method true, right? But what about string buffer? Sir, in string buffer, SB1 dot equals of SB2. Sir, you are calling equals method on SB1. SB1 is string buffer type. SB1 is the string buffer type. In the string buffer equals method is not overridden. Object class equals method will execute, which is meant for reference comparison. That's why both the references are pointing to different objects, not pointing to the same object. That's why here we are going to get false as the answer. Are you getting the point? How beautiful this is? So the conclusion here is, in the case of string equals method always meant for what? Content comparison. But in string buffer equals method meant for reference comparison. Okay, like of course I will execute this one. Have a look once, sir. Have a look. Sir, here I am taking same example. Same example I am taking here. See, string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga, sir. Now S1 double equal to S2. Next S1 dot equals of S2. Sir, are you getting? S1 dot equals of S2, like this I am taking. Sir, what is the answer? If both are string objects, what the answer we are going to get? Double equal operator, reference comparison, but dot equals method in string class meant for content comparison. False followed by true is the answer. Now have a look once. What output by default you are going to get? The code compiles fine. Next, the answer false followed by true itself is the answer we are going to get, sir. Okay, well, sir, now what is the next thing I have to take? Instead of string, let me take string buffer. Are you getting string buffer? SB1 is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB1 is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB2 is equal to like this. Okay. Now here just observe carefully, sir. SB1 double equal to SB2. SB1 dot equals of SB2, like this I am taking, sir. That's all. Can you please tell what is the answer? Double equal always meant for reference comparison. Dot equals method in string buffer meant for reference comparison only, because in string buffer dot equals method is not overridden. Object class equals method will be executed. That's why what output we are going to get? False is the output. Now have a look once. The output we are going to get false followed by false itself is the answer, sir. Yes, 100% pakka correct. What the answer we are going to get? False followed by false. So the very important question, sir, for in the case of string and string buffer with respect to equals method, sometimes entry person may ask, "Arey, what the difference between string and string buffer?" Everyone is going to tell immutable. No. Other than immutability and mutability, can you please tell any other difference between string and string buffer? Happily you can able to tell string in string class equals method meant for content comparison, but in string buffer equals method meant for reference comparison. There is a difference. Clear? First two videos we covered about immutability, mutability, equals method. What is the difference between string and string buffer? Okay, up to that clear. Now the next case, very important case, right? Sir, if I can take string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. Next, string S is equal to Durga. What is the difference between these two things? Can you please tell? The most dangerous point. String S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to Durga. What is the difference between these two things? Friends, the most dangerous concept. Next, almost half an hour discussion based on this example only. You require to listen very, very carefully, sir. Can you please tell what is the difference between these two things? String S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to Durga. Remember that. In the first case, okay, in the first case, two objects will be created, but in the second case, only one object will be created. Remember that. In the first case, two objects will be created, but in the second case, only one object will be created. Sir, how? Where is the difference? Sir, like, do you know, whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area, okay, with the content of Durga, and S is the reference variable for this. Regarding with the content Durga, S is the reference variable for this. Next, new string of Durga. Sir, it's a literal, right? For every string a literal. For the future purpose, okay, one object will be created in SCP area. Regarding what is that SCP? String constant pool. Remember this one. What is this SCP, sir? String constant pool. Okay. A new object will be created in SCP area. Sir, where is the reference variable? No explicit reference variable, but internally implicit reference variable will be maintained by the JVM. Then immediately ask, sir, what is the need of this one? The need of this one is reusing same object for future purpose. Regarding, so two objects will be created. One is in the heap area. S is pointing to that heap object, and one copy will be created in SCP area for the future purpose. Sir, what that future purpose? Simple point, you should have a reusability. In the next level examples, you can able to get. Okay, well. Then immediately ask, sir, this object, is it eligible for garbage collection or not? No, because implicitly reference variable will be maintained by JVM. If any object created because of string constant literal implicit reference variable will be maintained by JVM, this object is not eligible for garbage collection. Remember that. But immediately you may ask, sir, this SCP, where this area is there? Until 1.6 version, SCP is a part of, sir, method area. SCP is a part of method area or permgen. Are you getting right? Permgen, permanent generation. Okay, it is a part of method area or permgen. Okay, right? But from 1.7 version onwards, for efficient memory utilization, sir, SCP area is moved to heap only. Okay, in the heap area, some part reserved for SCP. Okay, in the permgen, do you know method area? SCP is always fixed size, but once it is moved to the heap, now my SCP can be expandable. Regarding so. Just because of memory utilization, okay, just from 1.7 version onward, this SCP is moved to, okay, heap area only. Remember, but old version, it is a part of method area, but not inside heap area. Okay, well, sir, this is just for internal sake, but anyway, you are not required to worry. So here, how many objects got created? Two objects got created. One is in the heap area, second one in the SCP. S is always pointing to the heap area, right? Sir, why this object placed? This object for future purpose. What is that future purpose? I will explain in the future. Don't worry about that. Okay, well. But in this case, string S is equal to Durga. Is it a literal or not? Yes, it's a literal. It's a literal. So, do you know, in this case, only one object will be created in the SCP area. In this case, only one object will be created in SCP area. Remember this one, sir. In the SCP, only one object will be created. You see the reference point into that. But anyway, first JVM will check, is there any object with the content, with this content already available in the SCP or not? If it is already there, then only, sir, then it is going to reuse the same object. If the object is not already there, then only a new object will be created and yes is pointed to that. But anyway, object creation in the heap area is always mandatory. Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory new object will be created. But if you are going to create like this, so object creation is not mandatory. First JVM will check in the SCP area, do you have any object with this content or not? If the object is already there, reuse the same object. So if the object is not already there, then only create a new object. That's all. So what is the difference between this one and this one? In this case, total how many objects are created? 2 objects will be created. And in this case, how many objects will be created, sir? Only one object, that in the SCP area. That's all. Now, sir, why it is a second object placed in SCP? Because the reason is for future purpose, for reusability purpose. Okay, this object not having any reference, is it eligible for garbage collection or not? Sorry, it is not eligible for garbage collection because internal reference will be maintained by JVM itself. Clear? Sir, in the last example, just we had a discussion about the heap and SCP object creation. Let me continue some more examples so that you people can get much clarity, right? Here observe, I'm taking string S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Next, string S3 is equal to Durga. String S3 is equal to Durga. String S4 is equal to Durga. String S4 is equal to Durga. That's all. Can you please tell, just because of this line, how many objects we got created? You respond. Just because of this line, how many objects got created? How many are there in the general heap? How many are there in the SCP area? Please confirm. Total how many objects got created? Is it only one object or 2 objects or 3 or 4? Or 5? Are you getting R5, R6? How many? How many will be there in the heap area? How many will be there in the SCP area? Yes, everyone should have some guess in your mind, so that you can able to understand the answer very clearly if I start explaining. Can you please guess? How many are there in the heap area? 2. How many are there in the SCP area? Remember. Okay? Just let me start explanation so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Here, observe first line, heap area, SCP area. Now listen. There are some conclusions also I want to talk. String S1 is equal to new string of Durga. Whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. Remember, compulsory a new object will be created in the heap area. That's why Durga S1 is pointing to heap. Next, it is a literal, right? For the future purpose, one copy will be maintained in SCP area. SCP area, right? Okay, well. Sir, just because of first line, how many objects got created? 2 objects got created. One is in the heap area, second one in the SCP area. Now, string S2 is equal to new string of Durga. String S2 is equal to new string of Durga. Sir, now whenever we are using new operator, compulsory a new object will be created, sir. In the heap area, a new object will be created, S2. Next, this copy has to place in the SCP. But in SCP, with this Durga content, already object is available or not? Yes. If